Futures higher here this morning, trying to hold on to positive territory, being led actually right now by the NASDAQ and tech shares, which is good to see. Coming off of nice performance yesterday as all three U.S. markets finish in positive territory. Focus obviously shifts now to midterm elections in the U.S. coming up today. We obviously won't get the results of those until later on this evening. And the effect on the market won't be felt, is what I'm trying to say here, until tomorrow. And then Thursday, the big number is going to be CPI. This time on Thursday, make sure you're here with us. We'll get October CPI coming out, going to be a market-moving event for sure. Tons of things moving around here so far this morning. You can have a look at TripAdvisor. You can have a look at Lyft shares down big time off their forecast. Not looking good for Lyft compared to Uber. If you go back to their report, remember, better than expected. Lyft downside in a big way. We'll talk about TripAdvisor as well coming up. Tesla with a recall here, 40,000 U.S. vehicles being recalled. Big move down for Tesla in the pre-market. And some of the chips showing a little bit of strength here on some upgrades and positive analyst moves so far this morning. It's Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at how things stand currently. We are positive, but only just here for the S&P and the Dow. A bit of a wait and see possibly as we get some of these results coming in later today from midterm elections. But 0.42 for the NASDAQ, as I said, trying to lead our tech stocks right now. TSX futures here in Toronto pointing to a higher open. More negativity down here. We'll talk about some of the related stocks, but Bitcoin down almost 5% here. Ethereum down 6.5%. As we get some of the yields ticking back to the upside today, U.S. dollar back to the upside today as well. Neil is off. Arun is in. We're always glad to have Arun with us to kick off a Tuesday. Going to be an exciting day here, guys. Good morning as we get into midterm elections, obviously, as we said, coming up in the U.S. today. Lots of stuff moving around, though. A ton of earnings to get through this morning. There's Tesla moving, some of the chips showing some strength. Even Apple, I saw, doing some volume here.
Good morning, and it's always fantastic to see Arun in the building. How are you, my friend?
You know, just do my thing.
You got a nice little, you got your beard game is going on there and everything. I'm pretty impressed, but glad to have Arun on board here. He's going to be doing his thing, as he said today, talking a little bit about futures. It's nice to have him in the building. Also looking for some breakout stocks. That's funny you have Caterpillar up, because I remember last time I was with you, you were on Caterpillar
Caterpillar
as
is just the default one that
Oh, that's a default window.
Yeah.
Okay, so no Caterpillar on spot here today. We turned the bear into a bull. We're up 0.44. We're up 0.24 on the S&P. And yeah, lots of stuff happening here today. AMD, Tesla, Square, DWAC, and Microsoft all on the sticky note. Our like Brendan said, man, our watch list is starting to get packed up here once again with a bunch of different names. Good earnings reports coming through, or bad. Lyft, TripAdvisor, both bang to the downside today. So that should be fun looking at a couple of those names. We'll also look at Uber. It was a pretty good Monday night game there. It was the Ravens versus the Saints. You didn't watch it?
I saw a little bit of it, but I was like, after seeing how the Saints offense was going,
it was pathetic. Yeah, they got a late touchdown there. Yeah, that game was over early. I like watching Lamar Jackson. I think he's such a unique quarterback, and how he just rifles that ball down the field. And Justin Fields, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, a quarterback ran for a record 178 yards, which is like, I don't even think a running back, well, that's an amazing day for a running back, but Justin Fields set the record.
Chicago quarterback?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Chicago Bears. Second-year quarterback doing some damage there. The Bears have been on fire as well. But all right, that's and welcome to midterm election day. I can say obviously we don't have a say in any of that being here in Canada, but everyone should get out there and vote, and that should influence the markets once again. I think normally it takes a couple days before it settles down. You would know that better than I do out there, guys. But I think it was the Conservatives are trying to take down 2 or 3 new seats there, so that should be very interesting in Congress, and we'll see what happens later on with Senate. But yeah, it should be an exciting there. We talked about oil and gas yesterday, maybe some cannabis names starting to go on news about the election, but we'll get those dripped in here as the day goes on. Should be an exciting day. We're excited to have Arun in the building. Brendan's here. The midday show is going to be good. Randy's in the building again, so that's always good. There's Fahad. He's been practicing his free throws. He's up to 93.5% now, so that's really good. And unfortunately, the Raptors took a hit last night in Chi-Town. So they'll be back, man. We're missing Pascal Siakam, but they should be back pretty soon. So, all right. So my wife got me these little natural honey, liquid honey. Yeah, so I don't know. I put it in this tea here. Pretty good. Voice sounds pretty good today. So we're ready to rock and roll, Brendo.
All right, let's talk about a few things here to get things going this morning. Obviously, everything shifting over towards the political side of the spectrum this morning. No opinions here, but we have to keep in mind some of the results that might influence some individual stocks and individual markets going forward. So futures are, as we said, positive ahead of midterms coming up today. Down here, though, there are a few individual names being mentioned that we'll discuss, including Take-Two, there's Lyft, there's Uber, both going in opposite directions at the moment, I saw. I wanted to mention this, though. Here are the yields right now. So this is a 10-year. Was green. When I sat down this morning, you can see we took out that high, or that closing high from just going back a couple of weeks. They have since turned red. Very, very small. These are daily charts, so very, very small range so far coming off of yesterday as well. Not really doing a heck of a lot, but we are still holding right at the highs for both the 10-year and the 2-year. The US dollar on a bounce here as well, trying to hold 110, 110, 110, 110 again. See if we can hold that as support. So a few things to consider as we get into what could be an interesting Tuesday. It could also, and maybe Arun, you can speak to this, going back in history on days like this, is it a wait and see kind of a day? Is it a volatile day, or do we get most of the action coming up tomorrow?
Well, typically elections, as we get closer to the actual results coming out, that's when the market starts to make its move, right? But I mean, it's 4 p.m. at the end of the day. That's still not enough time for them to get clear indications of how things are going to shape out. So I think the trading session, for the most part, is going to be, I wouldn't expect a one-directional move. I feel like it's going to be a lot like yesterday, where we get the initial volume push and then we just go sideways for a bit. And then the real fun starts probably in the overnight session, 6 p.m. going onwards, as we get closer and closer to getting a better read on how these results are going to come out. But, I've traded those election, I guess the election nights before. And presidential elections, yeah, those are hot fire. The market will move ridiculous. Midterms, I don't think I've actually traded a midterm overnight before. So we'll see how this one goes. It should be a good one. Before we continue on, David, happy birthday. Your wife taking care of you right now. So happy birthday to David. And we'll find some other stocks to trade. I know Brendan's got a bunch. I'm obviously Lyft moving quite a bit. Tesla also moved a decent amount, and I'm still looking at the futures and what I want to do, and we'll get around to all of that once we come back.
Yeah, I want to give it as well, and it's a big bang right here. We'll show it on the screen right now. Thank you to Serena Smith. It's your husband's birthday, baby. So right there, there goes the ape. Thank you so much. David, happy birthday, David, man. Hope this is a great day for you and yours, man. Spend it with loved ones, and let's make some money today. So again, thanks, Serena, for that. It's a big birthday day for David. So welcome to Trader TV Live. It's November the 8th, and we're going to have a big day today. Glad that we have viewers like that, man. It's so nice to see some of the action. I saw so many happy birthdays in the chat as well, but that's from Serena to you, David. It's happy birthday, and also from your Trader TV Live family. So good catch on that one, Arun, and thanks for that, guys. Unfortunately, I was looking at things there and didn't see the chat earlier, but happy birthday to David. Wow, okay, here we go. The market really starting to get going here to that north side right now. A nice little bump up here in the S&P again. Don't expect really anything to be hitting the market or the wires right now, but there it is, a nice little bump up here. Let's see if we get back to almost 11.12 here on the NASDAQ. So you're at 11.1 right now. We'll see if we can get a little bit higher. 11.200 is the number we're looking at. So let's see if we keep on going upside now on the NASDAQ. There it is, up 0.61. It's looking pretty good here.
Not a lot of volume here, guys, but worth a note. Kohl's, big move, just popped up 11%, 27 to 30. On this note, CEO, where to go? Hold on, I had it here. The CEO is going to step down for Kohl's. I swear I had it up here. It's up here, anyways. Yeah, the CEO stepping down for KSS. Some of the retail stocks moving on that.
Yeah, I just saw right there her name. I got there's Michelle Gass right now. So the funny thing is like, how do you feel, Arun, when it's like you're the CEO and you're like, okay, I'm stepping down, and the stock rips 12%? It's kind of like, okay.
You know how I would feel though? I would be like, perfect, because now
options.
my stock options are going to be paying me out well. You can
like
rip
that.
up after I leave. I really don't care.
I like that attitude. But here's Kohl's right here. There it is on the 20-minute. So you're all the way up here to $30 right now. There's the move in there. So see him miss gas, I guess, as you start to go up to the upside. It's Michelle, G-A-S-S. I hope that's right. Gas, that makes sense. Gase. $30, $31. Looks like he could try to take that out. And again, when you look at a stock like Kohl's, we've talked about this. They also had that buyout there. It's been a pretty disastrous ride for them. So stepping down, obviously we'll figure out the reasons there, but I don't know if it was some shareholder pressure or not being applied there. But $32 looks like an area where you might want to short. If you can get back up into this area, that seems like a huge move on a new CEO. But hey, we saw what happened. Gap had the new CEO as well. They kind of really, they went up on that day, didn't do much after that. So let's see what happens here with Kohl's right now. Trying to touch 32. I think that's the breakout level right there for KSS. So it goes all the way back right here. So just as you zoom it back in to August, that's August 9th high. And then you have $32 right into here as well. So I don't know, maybe there's going to be something through there, but still a ways away, man. Up 11% seems like that's pretty good. I don't want to short it. Don't know any reasons about this, but for now, that's a nice little move to the upside. 11% now for KSS, like Arun said there. Good for shareholders, especially if you have options today. That's a nice little move there.
Yeah, I mean, that 32 level, although that the breakout would be the easier trade, don't ignore the fact that if we start to taper off in these 30s into this 30 half, there's some action here from a few days ago, that if we do set up on the short side, why not take a shot against the range high? I mean, if the market cooperates, the setup is there, and then you can play the short on the top end of the range and see if you can't work it back down. There's always going to be two trades in front of a level. It's either going to be one that's going to break it or one that's going to be in front of it playing the resistance level. Now, everything has a setup for that to happen, but I think the possibility of something setting up in this zone, if this market slows down and this stock slows down, is a high possibility of getting a decent short on. So I'll just keep an eye out for this. If we do get the setup, it's not going to happen immediately. Probably maybe in the mid-morning session, but by the time we hit 10:30-ish, we should have enough information to decide on whether a short is available or not. But I'll keep an eye on this in front of 32.
There's a ton of positivity in the chip sector today. We'll talk about some upgrades when it comes to NVIDIA, but I want to mention this as well. SEDG, SolarEdge, up on Q4 guidance that was better than expected. Huge. I mean, this is a $240 stock, and it's up 13% this morning. We were at 210 yesterday. Nice report here for SEDG, but the entire chip space, this is obviously not specifically a semiconductor stock, but trades in that group, all pretty much higher across the board so far.
Yeah, I saw some notes, and we have it on our sticky note there for AMD, and also some positive notes for NVIDIA. NVIDIA's actually, there goes AMD. That's too bad. I actually have a bid at 64.05 right now. We missed it when it broke higher there. The liquidity must have not been there. But I like a 64 break. We saw AMD yesterday, super strong. Off the open was weak, that's for sure. But we waited. We were able to get some nice little moves. And then in the afternoon, we had a big rally in a lot of names in the afternoon there. So there goes AMD. Nice upside trade there. Trying to tick out 64, and that's exactly what we did. If you're going to look at a daily chart, this is why. This is a 20-minute chart, but it shows the same thing. We're breaking out there. That's 63.50. There's 64 top. We've already taken that. So yeah, I like the long on AMD for sure. Starting to turn upside, right? There's 64. So you're breaking above. The other name, of course, on watch is going to be NVIDIA. That's more upgrade talk here from these guys as they come to report next week. Should be a good level for these guys as well, breaking through this 150 area. So this is 140. We've been, made a lot of mess from September to October. Now just curling up. We have Michael Noss not on today, on every Friday. Shout out to Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He talks about smiley faces, and this kind of looks like one a little bit right here. Starting to go back up to the upside here, just completing the face sort of right here. The lips come to the start there, end here. Now we start to go back up to the upside. So NVIDIA is another name. I want to be long all of these names. I mean, looking at NVIDIA, up 3.5%. Maybe a 150 is a good take on this. Let's wait to see where that goes. A favorite of ours on the show recently has also been Intel. Intel's been a great trade recently as well. Look at this daily, off of that 25 bottom. So hits 20, let's call it 26. I mean, Neil said he got some 25s in there. That must have been on this day. But it was hanging around 25, 26 bucks. So that's a nice little long. Starting to take out the 50 period, which is going to be near 30 bucks as well. So Intel, all these names catching a little bit of a, some sort of tailwinds here today, getting back up to the upside. It was a great afternoon for many of these chip names. And I don't see, now that I look at the futures, S&P's up, NASDAQ is up. We're trying to climb a little bit here. So I don't know, for me, the fact that where's my 20 minute? The fact that we've been trading these, what's 29? Yeah, it looks like, I don't know if Intel's going to get up to 29.50 today. That would be more the breakout. This is why I'm not as excited about Intel as the other ones. You still have some room to go to break out, but I feel like some of these semi names, time to go, man. I mean, the SMH has been so beat up recently that if you're going to get into the SOX or SMH or some of these ETFs, this might be the right time to do it. If you check the daily chart on these plays, I don't know, we zoomed in so much on these daily charts. Let's just zoom out a little bit here. So you're finally starting to, look, we took the 50 period there, took it there, and took it there. It all created lower lows after that, right? So you're getting close to the 50 period again. For me, I mean, obviously it's easy to say we should have bought something down here at 170, 180, but I don't know, man. If the future is Internet of Things, semis, all of our cars, our watches, our phones, everything seems to have a chip in it these days, I think you got to buy them on any weakness. We've had that weakness, and today you're getting a little bit of a bump.
Yeah, and I agree with you, AMD. AMD is looking like a long, I've actually got a bid out on AMD in front of that 64 area. And I'm also looking at Micron. I don't want to take both. I do have bids on both, but I haven't been filled yet, right? So if I get whichever one gets filled first, I'm canceling the other. Because the last thing I want to do is I don't want to overweight into two names that are going to move together. So for me, it's either going to be Micron against 56 even, or so 57-ish against 56 even, so $1 risk, or it's going to be AMD, which is going to be 64 and change in front of that 62. It's one or the other. We'll see which one gets filled first, and as soon as I get that fill, we're going to cancel the other.
Let's bring in Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets, to have a chat about some opportunities that have been popping up. It's been actually a pretty busy month so far, Jeff. Great to see you. As always, welcome back. Busy month as far as opportunities on OTC. I got a ton of questions over the past, I want to say, week or so about MMTLP, which is Metamaterials. So MMAT trades on the NASDAQ, MMTLP on the OTC markets. And from what I can see, Jeff, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, it's just different class of shares. Great to see you as always. Welcome back.
Brendan, thank you. Thank you. It's actually funny. I had that up on my screen, ready to go. MMTLP is a preferred share of the listed symbol. And so, take a step back, this is not MMTLP specific, but a lot of times we'll actually see some of these preferred shares come to the over-the-counter market and trade over-the-counter for a period of time. It could be a day, 2 days, a week, a couple months before they actually then go up to the listed exchange, right? And so these can be preferreds of any share on NASDAQ, but MMTLP has been around on our marketplace. I know it's been around for a little bit, but it trades it's very liquid. It trades a decent amount. I think yesterday, from what I'm seeing alone, there were a couple thousand trades on it. It's a great name to look at, MMTLP, and you can also trade it using OTCX as well too.
Yeah, one of I guess a stock that has got a lot of retail attention specifically surrounding the company. So I just wanted to clear that up. There was, as I said, a ton of questions on that MMTLP in regards to the difference between MMAT and metamaterials on OTC. Tell us what else is been exciting over the past few days here on OTC markets.
So just taking a look back at yesterday, right? I mean, we won't even bother talking too much about GBTC and ETHE. Everyone has heard me talk about those two grayscale names for years. on here, but lots of liquidity in there, lots of activity. But then also I'm seeing a decent amount of 10-cent TCEHY yesterday. Also Luckin Coffee, LKNCY, and DD DIDIY. The last two being formerly listed names that now trade a lot on the over-the-counter market. So seeing a lot of activity in the usual names this week. Also Nintendo NTDOY popped up yesterday. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but a little bit of extra activity in there. So Nintendo, everyone knows that. That's NTDOY.
Thought they were changing some pricing models on the Switch, or talking about it anyways, going forward. As we head into the final few months here of the year, Jeff, anything exciting or changes, updates coming from OTC before the end of the year?
For the active trader community, we are adding a depth of book. I know I've talked about it here sporadically throughout the past year, but we're looking to get that added for the Day Trade the World group, hopefully in the next couple months here, and then also it'll start showing up on other platforms as well. And so what that means is, just like in the listed space, you're going to see more levels of liquidity. They're there right now, except they aren't in a market data for you to see. And so by firms and traders getting the ability to actually see that liquidity there on their level too, you're going to actually be able to see those different levels and know, kind of pick your spots and see where other people are posting bids and offers, and kind of use that to, as another tool, as another advantage for trading.
Yeah, invaluable when it comes to active trading, as you mentioned. There was it was a big move, obviously, that happened over the past couple of weeks with Bitcoin.
Price of Bitcoin. So that's GBTC. And so if you want exposure, and you don't have a Coinbase account, or you don't have a way to easily trade crypto, it is the best way to actually partake in the volatility in Bitcoin. That's GBTC. We also have the same thing for Ethereum. That's ETHE, and so that is the Grayscale Ethereum Trust. So along the same lines as GBTC, it allows you to track the volatility and trade and jump in and out and a security on your trading platform.
Jeff Mendel, OTC Markets, fantastic information as always.
So real quick, I hate to do this to Neil in his absence, but that's all I got to say. Jets, baby. So Neil, wherever you are, I'm sorry, buddy. That was a rough one.
We'll pass that along. I know he might even be watching right now. I know he's at home taking care of his daughter, who is under the weather. So appreciate it as always, Mr. Mendel. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Ouch.
The real reason why Neil's not here is because what's happening with the Jets.
As if the guy makes
the
a Jets, Jets poster. I like that one. The problem is the Jets also beat my Packers, so it's not even like
forget about your Packers.
I can say anything about this. But the difference between the Packers and the Bills, of course, is the expectations. So the Bills have been anointed, basically, Super Bowl champs already, it seems like. Although Kansas City's going to have something to say about that one. And then maybe Jeff Mendel's Dallas Cowboys. We have a lot of Dallas Cowboy fans in the chat as well. So shout out to Jeff, and thanks for all those names, man. To me, some of the important names there on the OTC continue to be GBTC, ETHE. That's awesome about that MMTLP. I've seen that as well. And it's good to have Jeff come on and talk about share structure, things like that, so on and so forth. So I think that's important that we understand how pink sheets work. And the fact of the matter, there is liquidity there when you're trading a 10-cent or a Nintendo. Adidas is on there as well, Roche Holdings. There's a couple good names there that give you access to be able to buy them with US dollars, although they are multinational companies listed elsewhere, so ADRs. So thanks a lot for Jeff for that one. A lot of interesting names to talk about on every exchange today. But you don't have a favorite football team, do you? Or
no. I just watch the game for the sake of watching the game. Right now, I mean, I think the Eagles are doing pretty well. I mean, they're undefeated right now.
Yeah, they're 8-0, but they haven't really beat any good teams, and they have a cupcake schedule looking forward. But hey, you are what your record is, right? I mean, and the fact is that, good teams on any given Sunday can show up, and the Eagles have definitely taken care of business. So yeah, it's looking like Eagles and Minnesota. Minnesota's also 7-1. So So the NFC's looking like that. San Francisco is there as well. Unfortunately, the Packers are not, and the Rams appear not to be the same team they were last year as well. And then TB12, Tom Brady there.
You think he's going to make a comeback?
I don't know,
Enough
man.
to
I mean,
push
they're in
towards the end?
first again, I think. Even though they're like 4-5 or something like, is it? No, it's not 9 weeks.
Wow.
Anyways, they're getting up there. I think, so the thing about, I was actually thinking about this. The thing about Tom Brady is that all they need to do is get one home game for the playoffs, because then anything can happen. And then, you know, unfortunately for everybody else, Tom Brady seems to be built for big games and high pressure situations. So I don't want to play the Bucs in the playoffs, but hey, the Eagles or the Vikings may just have to do that. So, all right, thanks to Jeff Mendo for all that. That was fun. And we'll remind Neil of that. Maybe we'll clip that and send him that JETS, Jets. He is pretty distraught, Brendo.
Let's get some analyst moves here for you to kick things off before we get into the market. A few notable names on here. Huge moves for both of these, obviously. Lyft downside. There's multiple downgrades on this and multiple price target cuts. Just one here from Morgan Stanley. Trip as well. Yeah, ugly. 24% on Trip. Multiple downgrades on that one as well. Williams-Sonoma, I noticed. Not a lot of volume there, but also red on the day. There's Play, top of the upgrades list. Nothing else really. That SEDG here as well.
Take-Two? Oh, yeah.
They got killed. There was some bad mobile gaming numbers coming through from Take-Two there yesterday. I think they were 70% worse on their mobile gaming, so that was a bad one. DTTW, that's going to come into play. We've also talked about Lyft a little bit. We're going to get to them all. They're all on our watch list here today. World Cup, I was just noting, that's starting up in a couple weeks as well. That should be super exciting, man. Really pumped up for Canada finally making an appearance there. It's our first time in 30 years or more than that. More than that, I guess, that we've made an appearance there in the World Cup. So that should be really exciting. And the U.S. is there as well, so that's nice. Should be a fun time to watch some of these World Cup games go through. But it's not a fun time if you're a Lyft shareholder today, as that's been getting hit to the downside, down now 17%. And again, bookings, bad guide, less action on their app. I don't know, man. I mean, Lyft continues to get killed. I mean, congratulations to the shorts, again, that seem to be winning this. Let's just check out, we'll use FinViz here again, LYFT. Let's just see what the short percentage is here on Lyft. Shorts, where? I haven't looked on this in a while. Short, where does it say short ratio? There it is. Oh, it's nothing. Oh, 12%. So 12% right there for the short float. I guess it's something for Lyft. The shorts have definitely won here again today on this name. As we crack lower, I did want to make a note that its 52-week low is not even this. Its 52-week low is 1082 that we made back, I guess it was back here on those doldrums of October 13th. There was the low. So we'll see if it takes down $11 and continues to go lower. Look, some of these trades have been good trades off open. I think that's what we'll kind of look for. I see 12 here. I still think 12 is a fade. So, you know, if you get back up to that $12 mark, I think that's where we start to go short here on Lyft. So I'm looking for Lyft out of all the names that have reported to the downside today. TripAdvisor also pretty nasty. And TTWO, I can call that up quickly for you guys as well. Take-Two again on a bad mobile number. We saw EA Sports come in basically the same percent. Is that right? 17? Yeah. Okay. The same percent down again here today. Though problem is these guys are already $100 in stock, so you take that down. And if I remember correctly, yes, exactly. It's broken this level here on the daily. So you break through that 107 mark. Then you take down the past low there of 101, and now you're all the way down to 89. So Take-Two continues to get absolutely destroyed here in the pre-market. Was a $180 stock just back in January. Take $100 off that, and you're where you are today. So Take-Two, nice move to the downside. Again, you know, 91 maybe to the long, but I don't know. I'm not super excited to take any breakouts on any of these earnings plays right now. So let's just continue with what we're doing. Robinhood gave its customers access to IPOs that all flopped. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a Bloomberg report there from Robinhood. I mean, if you're in any, sometimes it's like picking on companies. I feel like if you were, we can see if anything's happened to Robinhood, but you know, if you were given access to an early IPO, I feel like that's a good thing that the company gave you early access to an IPO. You're the one that sort of pushed the trigger and bought some of those shares. Look, I'm caught in it as well, whether or not it be Clover, DraftKings. I mean, some of these were SPACs, so I guess maybe that's not what they're referring to. But some of these IPOs that really haven't gone well over the last little while. This is just a note that came out from Bloomberg. Robinhood's actually one of the more successful stocks over the last 2 months, I guess, making a bottom there. I guess if we go all the way back to the summer, it was $6. Now you're up to 12, so that's a double since the summer. There's not too many names that are going to give you that one. But even recently, man, $9 bottom up to 12. We talked about that. I saw FTX coin last night, guys, got absolutely obliterated. Hold on a second here. I just want to check this out because I don't actually follow it. FTX, yeah. Did anybody know what happened? Yeah, there it is. Down 25% here. I don't know. I got to figure out what that story was, but $22 yesterday, all the way down to 14 there. So the reason why this comes up is FTX, of course, is Sam Bankman-Fried. They don't have a stock, but they have a coin, and that was a pretty disastrous move there. Those of you in the chat will know exactly what this is about. For me, I just saw it, came up on my radar, and I actually got lazy and didn't really look at it. I don't own it, but that's a nice move down there for FTX yesterday. Interesting price movement on that one. So I don't know if there's going to be anything coming from Robinhood or anything there, but that's FTX getting to the downside. What's up, Brendo?
There was actually some liquidity rumors floating around regarding FTX yesterday. SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, came out and said, not an issue, everything's fine. But, guys, the block is reporting right now that FTX appears to have stopped processing withdrawals. And that's according to, quote-unquote, on-chain data. So again, FTX appears to have stopped processing withdrawals currently as well. So it could have something to do with that.
There's no problem. You just can't take your money out right now, guys.
Yeah.
You know.
No problem.
No
Just
problem
don't look
at all.
over
You're
here.
fine.
Don't look over here right now. Yeah, that's right. I did see that with Binance. So yeah, interesting stuff, man. Someone said the black swan. Look, man, you have Tether, you have some of those USDC coins, those stable coins. Now you're getting a name like FTX that people thought their money was pretty safe with, I guess. And then that's down that 28% right now and still moving. Well, I don't know if it's going to move lower or not from there, but yeah, so crypto space in a little bit of worry. And even if you look at crypto as a whole right now, man, this is really the story of like what goes up must come down and then back up again. Like Bitcoin is now back down to 19.6 again. Ethereum 14. I mean, Brendan ran over this a little bit off the open there. Your famous Dogecoin right there, down 20% over the last 7 days, right? We had a monster run. We were up 170% off the Twitter news there in the 7-day period last time we did this little check. Solana, just look at the last 24 hours. I guess that's where you look. Everybody gets nervous whenever you hear stories about withdrawals not happening, liquidity problems, funding problems, black swans, like what I saw someone put in the chat there. Yeah, most of these names, man, down 7, 5, 12. My Cardano down 5. I don't know why I say my Cardano. I don't have as much in it as people may think. Solana down. I also own Solana. I really like that. Down 11%. Matic down here. There's people still trading Shiba Inu. If you are, that's down as well. So everything right now to the downside. It's been a pretty nasty little move here for crypto. So that always makes us think about one name and one name only. And if you said Coinbase, Arun, you are right. Coinbase continues to be one of those nasty stocks, man, just getting hit on negativity in the sector. And like I said, again, today you're getting Coinbase down 4%, you're getting Bitcoin down 5%. It's just a matter of they're very connected at the hip still, and that's scary for me for Coinbase because to be quite frank with you, I'd rather have my money in the coin than in the stock. So I'd rather hold off on Coinbase, but you are coming up to that 50 level. We take that. That's always interesting. So for me, there's a couple good plays here coming through here. TikTok asked to pay higher music royalties. So maybe Warner Brothers Music could be going, must be a New York stock, maybe going to the upside on that as well. But what about TikTok, man? I thought TikTok was possibly getting banned. We saw some nice flow-throughs on Meta, on Snapchat when that was happening. Look at Warner Brothers, though. A nice little move to the upside here over the last couple of days. That's ticking now. No news there. That was just a source that came through. Again, looks like just a report. Nothing happening with Warner Brothers Music there. But you're not a big crypto guy, are you, Arun?
No, it was funny as you were saying that, I was like, oh yeah, the paper that my Monopoly money is worth is also going up. So I guess we might as well trade that
Paper,
too.
your money, Monopoly. Is it though? I don't know.
I'm just kidding. It's just I'm just saying that it's like
That's your
there's
opinion of crypto, yeah.
No, it's not that my opinion of crypto as a whole. It's just of all the offshoots of crypto. I get this. I get the idea. And that makes perfect sense to me. It's just all the other crazy things that are attached to it because it's cool or whatever. I'm just like, why do we have a coin named after a dog? Like, could someone explain that to me and why that matters? But anyways.
Why? What's wrong? You don't like the Shiba Inu?
No, I'm just saying, like, where's the? I'm all about logic and making sense of things, and Bitcoin and Ethereum and the central coins make sense to me. All these offshoots, I'm just so lost on them. So. Whatever. Anyways, futures. It's 9 o'clock. We'll just get right
I just
into
want to say
futures.
quickly here, thank
Yeah.
you to Cybers, just because we got a super chat, I just don't want it to disappear. Thank you so much to Cyberspeed. Loves talking about crypto, loves the crypto news, and we love that super chat. So thank you so much for that. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Arun. Just wanted to get to that. That's a big super chat for us, so thank you so much. We do plan on having more crypto, and there's more to come on that. I'm actually sending a note right now to our producers about how much love there was in the chat and for that crypto segment, because I feel like it's a 24-hour market. People love to trade it, so definitely well done. But your market is also an active one, so let's talk about the futures.
Yeah, let's talk about futures market. That's going to be, for the most part, today. I wouldn't expect too much. Maybe temper your expectations a little bit on the market, because it's after the close when things are going to get hot. After the 6 p.m. reopen. For the following session where we get closer to the results and whatnot, and that's going to really matter. So here we are in the market right now, good trend. This is the level I was working with yesterday, 37.70. That's still going to be in play. So what I'm looking for right now, the way it's going to, given where it's trading at, there isn't a whole lot I'd like to do up here at 38.30 and change. If we do get into the 40s, right? I do have a 38.70 up here. So if we do get into the 40s and we start to kind of taper off a little bit, I would look to fade this. Once I get a setup and a reason to fade it, I would like to take a short against the current trend using 38.70 as the stop. Flip side of that is, let's just say this market, just kind of goes sideways for a little bit at 30 and then starts dipping into the 10s and evens. I'd like to look for a long. I've got that 37.70 down there that I like to work with. So you're kind of just like waiting for either something below here for a long, or you're going to look for something up here for a short, preferably somewhere around here. So as you can see, this chart is right now, right in the middle of both of these zones. So I'm not going to do a whole lot here. I am still trying to get my hands on Micron and AMD. They are popping and then slowly taking their time by going sideways a little bit. So I would rather focus there on the futures for the time being. I don't see a setup coming in anytime soon. We might get something after the open, maybe closer to 10 o'clock once I get enough info. But for the time being, market's going up in the middle of a dead zone. If we go higher, we're in a possible area that I can short. If we go lower, in a possible area I can work with long. But for the time being, we're just going to work these two levels, trade accordingly, temper your expectations given the type of day you're going to be getting, right? So just be patient, because the next 2 days are going to be interesting for sure, right? The results, that's going to be traded tomorrow. And then you got CPI data, and given how sensitive we were already to the jobs data on Friday, CPI, is going to be hot. So at least the next 2 days you have coming. You don't have to trade every single day. Just be smart about when you do trade. So for today, I would say just temper your expectations. And if you guys have symbols that are setting up for potential trades, individual symbols that are setting up, throw them in the chat. Because right now, I've got only Micron and AMD, and I really don't have anything else that's set up that I want to work with. So throw them in the chat. I'll take a look at the chart, see if I can't find a trade there. If there is a trade, I'll join you guys. If not, I'll just move on and find something else. But it doesn't look, for me, at least for now, it doesn't look like there's too many candidates involved in terms of potential trades.
Let's get Arun some more symbols to trade. Let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open here. We're running behind, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. All you need is your email address. We send it absolutely free right to your inbox. Just hit that link on screen and you can have that for free. Let's go Lyft. First off, downside huge on slowing rider growth. I want to show you this chart because this chart is pretty interesting, guys. The pink on this chart, of course, it's not going to work now, but there we go. So the pink on this chart is rider growth, quarter over quarter rider growth. The gray is revenue from rider growth. So you can see active riders, falling off a cliff essentially, but revenue, notably a little bit of an uptick there in the latest quarter.
This shouldn't even be a surprise, to be fair, because my wife uses this a lot, and I remember she would always only go with whichever one was giving the discounts. So the fact that people are, the rider growth is going down as the discounts aren't being given out as much anymore, I mean, it's not a surprise, I guess.
Sorry about that. I thought you were going to go on a little
No,
rant
I got
there.
nothing else to say. What am I going to say about that?
Yeah, no. I agree with you, man. I mean, I'm kind of the same way. I've tended to only use Uber now, to be honest with you. I mean, I feel like Uber has a better environment, kind of like Apple there. Like, you want to do anything with Uber, you can get food, whatever. I mean, really, I only used Uber Eats and we haven't used Uber Eats in a long time. Or I actually haven't even used Uber in a long time either. But as the world reopens, I feel like there is some love for some of these names. The problem is, it's just exactly what Brendan said. Down sharply on growth concerns, right? Active riders just rose 7.2%. That's worse than expected. 22% in revenues, not bad, record high for them. But they did forecast a downside revision to their next quarter. So that's never good whenever you're sort of downgrading your forecast. But again, down 16%. That 52-week low is 10. What did I say? It was 1080, I believe it was, 52-week low. Yeah, there it is, 1082. So you're well off that. You're starting to take 12 right here. It's a 13% short float. There's a chance that it can go back to the upside. For me, I believe the shorting should start around here, around 13. If we're going to look at it from a daily chart, you know, it's been it's been 4 days to the downside. We were just 15, you're now 11. But I wonder, you know, you might be more accurate than you think there, Arun, just saying, like, was this not expected? Like, they're already down there. It might be a little bit too much. Like I said, the company reported, oh, thank you so much. I asked Randy for a tea and he brought it. Thank you so much, Randy, for that one. The company reported, I said it was record, Q3 revenue that rose, 22% to a record 1.05 billion. But the problem was the estimate was 1.06 billion. So they're still producing. They still have got, you know, revenues coming through, record revenues. So I just feel like, you know, maybe as the weather gets worse, people maybe start to take, you know, less public transportation, more private, like a Lyft. So I'm, you know, wondering if that might rally the stock up a little bit, but they did downward revise, so that's never a good thing. Stock's getting hit down 16%. You may have to pay for shorts for this one. Remember, it is SSR, meaning it's down more than 10%, so you got to be really careful to see where this name goes from here.
All right, let's go on to NVIDIA here. We'll talk about the chips in general because a ton of strength, as we said, coming through. But here's NVIDIA, not one but two upgrades this morning. One from Bank of America. There's also this note. So they're coming out with a new chipset specifically designed to and that meets these new regulations that have been put in place for products that are going to or to be used by China. So NVIDIA, the first of the chip makers to come out with a line of chips specifically that meet that criteria.
NVIDIA, yeah, that was a great setup if you were able to catch anything that broke out late session yesterday, overnight session. 144 would have been the breakout, the easy trade. Now we're in the 148s. You got to worry about the 150. We're too far away from any close supports. This is the 60-minute chart. I just like to look at this, just see where the risk on a trade would be and what the structure would look like. I would use underneath 140 into 139 as my stop. Am I really going to go long at 148? No. But the flip side of looking at this from this structure is that it opens a momentum trade up because there's a lot of space, right? So for anyone who's trying to play 150, you can get a momentum move there, or even an opening move down towards that 145, 144 that could easily bounce back up. I prefer to go for structure over momentum, so I'm just gonna wait for NVIDIA to kind of settle up a little bit before getting involved. I would prefer to, like I said, south of 145 into that 144-ish. That makes more sense to me, but momentum, hot runner, sitting not too far away from 150, and you know 150 is going to be a target, especially given how big the round numbers are with stops. So keep an eye on that going into the open. Chips are running, coming back a little bit now, but chips are running, so keep an eye on that at the open. You know 925 is when NASDAQ imbalances come out. So everyone's going to be looking at that and see if these imbalances are going to come out in a big way for any of these chip names.
Yeah, it was just, you know, we have AMD as the #1 name here on the sticky note today, and we traded it really you know, it was a good trade yesterday off that bottom. How many times did we see that bottom yesterday? 61.50, boom, 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 and then it absolutely took off. We actually had this long on that break right there of 62.50. We had this into the closing show, into the rest of the day. So that was a great trade for us yesterday, and now it's taking off. It's crazy because I wrote down 64. I should be long 64. My order went out and I only crossed up 5 cents. So I missed, it must have been right here when it broke. There's a little bit of a gap there. It broke to the high side. So I missed the trade. We should still be long. That's fine. I'm like Arun. I'm waiting for a dip buy in for AMD down here to 64. And if you're looking here, it's breaking out on the daily, I think. I think we broke out yesterday. When we took down that 62.50 right here, that's the breakout to the high side. On a 20-minute, it looks very, very similar here for AMD. You're above all this garbage here. So for me, get that out of here. We're going to go to the upside on NVIDIA as well as AMD. NVIDIA's again, cleared out, man. Cleared out that 144. Would much rather it be down here and let it rip through, but that's already happened. It happened overnight. Look at AMD, guys. This just a week ago was 120. Like, let that sink in, guys. Like that down here on the 25th, I don't want to say, maybe it wasn't a week ago, but on the 25th down here, we were a $120 name. Now you're up to 148. So, you know, to get that 20% in just in a week and a half is a great move up for NVIDIA, and it looks like there has more to go here. So for me, always watching out for key levels, and there's no more key one than 150. So we'll wait to see what happens to NVIDIA near 150. But for me, man, we stay long these stocks today. We have the ability to flip it over, man. We can go short or long at the drop of a hat. So for me, though, for right now, as long as the market stays positive here today, we're going to try to go long all the chip names.
Take two, DTTW, another earnings name getting crushed here in the pre-market. They pointed to U.S. dollar strength as a problem going forward, not only for the current quarter, but also probably into next year as well. So, yeah, not a good forecast here for TTWO, down huge, guys, 17%.
That's a rough one. Given how fast it's moving, how fast it's moved already, I'm gonna just box this in because the way it's trading, there could be a slight bounce here. So I'm gonna try to protect against that. So 93 up top. If we break above 93, I consider the possibility of strength coming in. Below 87, I'm just going to look for an extension, right? That's it. I don't want to trade here. I don't want to assume that because we dropped this much, we're not going to, or we are going to continue on down. So I'd rather not do that unless we actually extend through 87. So that's all it is, 87 or 93. Whichever price triggers, that's the direction I'd like to look in. It's interesting that Take-Two is down. Just the other day, I was actually reading that the new Call of Duty made $1 billion.
Yes.
And it's been out for a week.
Yeah, it's the largest,
most
downloaded game or something in history.
That is ridiculous.
But that's Activision.
Yeah, that's Activision. But I'm just saying, it's just like there are games out there that produce that kind of revenue. It's just a matter of, I also don't know what Take-Two makes. I'm just looking at the chart.
Grand Theft Auto.
Take-Two's Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised as well.
I mean,
but wasn't there a leak of Grand Theft Auto or something?
If they are going to release that new Grand Theft Auto, I thought it was Rockstar, but I guess so many companies own other companies.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
Anyways, if they do come out with that new Grand Theft Auto, I think Take-Two could be a value buy today if that game comes out soon.
They also closed Zynga back out. That was $1 billion they bought Zynga, and they're huge for mobile, and then mobile fell flat on their face. The mobile was disastrous. It was 70% lower than expected on their mobile buys. And when you're giving away games for free, like they do, and that's like Farmville and all that, where you just Candy Crush, you download the game, and then it's all free. You can play it until you go blue in the face for free. But then if you want to buy something, that's how they make their money. So buying coins or whatever they're buying out of those games. But what? It's like just as we're talking, Take-Two is at 93 right now. So we just talked about that. Arun just talked about it, and it just ripped up $3. So, okay. Maybe there's a little more power in these lungs than we thought. Take-Two just ripped up there, right to that 93 level. So be careful. This is why I'm not into anything like this in the pre-market, especially on names that we're not comfortable with or familiar with, I should say. Hard to know the liquidity. Like, that just literally ripped to 93. It touched 92.80, and now you got 91.70 on the offers. So, yeah, liquidity pretty light on all these names. We haven't looked at I'm excited for the next name, Tesla. We're going to go over Tesla in a minute. I know there's some talk here on the chat, but I just want to show everybody on election day here, I don't expect it to be a really wild day in the market. Like Arun said, maybe as things get leaked and as numbers come out, maybe then we could start to see some movement. But for right now, even the imbalance locator is really putting people to sleep. Palantir yesterday was down 11% on earnings. That's only 171 right now. And I think you're down again today and you're bouncing off 7. So maybe that's nice. Ford is on there. Other than that, man, we have some Norwegian love on there as well and Alibaba. But other than that, not much. Palantir's actually up today. My bad on that. We'll see if it can hold some of these gains here today off of what was yesterday a pretty disastrous move to the downside here for Palantir, ending the day down about 11 or 12%, trying to take out some of these highs from yesterday, or highs from the midday. They're at 710. Maybe that's a decent long for Palantir. That's right where we are right now, though. Wait till the market opens for some of these, Brendo. Let's go Tesla.
All right, I want to mention this real quick before we get to Tesla. Global Foundries actually reported as well. Very light on volume, but up nicely here. In fact, 9% here for GFS, back to 62. So worth a note, that high right there on the daily chart coming into play. You got to go back a few months to get into other levels, but 10% almost for GFS on a good report. Couple of things to know on Tesla. This came out mid pre-market there, 40,000 recall in the US on power steering issues for Tesla. They're also supposed to come out with China numbers sometime today as far as manufacturing and delivery from last month, guys. So Tesla back on watch.
I mean, if you look at the Tesla daily, I mean, they've been working this 200. They tried to get underneath not too long ago in October, late October, and then we finally got underneath. Closed yesterday, and then a nice little move today in the pre-market, in the pre-market. And here we are trading at 194 and change. And it's going to be interesting to see how this market bounces back on Tesla, right? Because we know that 200 has been looked at for a while. So even if we bounce back through these 196s and 197s, I think the real test is going to be through 200. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to short a bounce on Tesla, see if I can't get a move closer to that 200. If not, I'll pay down actually to get the short and see if we can't get an extension on this move, because this 200 has been in play for like this daily chart says, it's been in play for a while now since they did that split. So even a split adjusted price, the 200 has been in play. So let's keep an eye on that. Potential shorts. Of course, China numbers could come out and they could rip our faces off and rip right back through, trapping everyone who's shorting below 200, and it goes right back to 300. That's a possibility as well if these China numbers, not in one shot, but it's a possibility as well. Once you get shorts trapped underneath, obviously the acceleration to the upside is that much faster, but keep an eye on that. We don't know when those numbers are coming out, so you got to trade it accordingly, right? So you can't position into a trade, it's deep in the money, and then all of a sudden this number gets released at 12 o'clock or around lunchtime, and this thing pops straight up. So you could get run over in that situation. If you are going to trade Tesla, I would be careful with it. I'm going to try to trade it, but I don't want to stay too long in my position when I do get the trade.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those China numbers coming through. But yeah, like you just mentioned, they're pretty disastrous. Is it getting? You have a sweater on. I feel like it's getting cold in here. Okay, so Tesla. Look, I have an offer right now at 196. It's funny because we were so close to getting filled. I actually had my offer here from a while. We were we were 20 cents away from getting that fill, and we'd be short right now at 196. I think you go short Tesla there. You go short here again, 197 into this problem area where we kind of ended the day yesterday down there at 196.70 or so. And then the only spot that I'm worried about is a 198. So although, like Arun said, maybe you wait for 200. I'd rather get out at 198, see what happens. If it gets to 200, I could get out at 198 and then the stock completely falls. But again, we'll be out of the money at that point, like close to $2. So hopefully I'm just making sure that I do have those offers out. I do. So right now we have AMD, DWAC, and Tesla right now are the offers that we have out. So yeah, my first one's going to be at 196, average into 197.50 or so, and see what happens at this 198. But for me, it's a short on Tesla. It's been an absolute disaster the last couple of days. And I was saying this to Arun just in giving him some prep for coming here. I know he looks at the futures a lot. I was just telling him that, like, you know, what's happened to Tesla here in the last 5 days. It's basically made these tops and then now is trying to make bottoms. And I don't know if that 200 holds or not, but that would be an awesome trade if we did get back up there to see what happens. So right now, Tesla on any kind of bump up, I think we fade it, and I think we're both in the same camp there.
All right, let's go to Block here to end things off. Square looking pretty good for the third straight day, coming off earnings last week, 0.8 to the upside. This obviously going to be affected somewhat by the negative price action in cryptocurrencies this morning, but still obviously positive when Bitcoin, Ethereum down big time so far. But holding these levels from yesterday, there was multiple upgrades on this one today as well, including note from Macquarie agents that talked about possible 60% upside still to come for SQ.
I mean, they got the upgrade, but this chart, this is one of my least favorite types of charts. The reason I say this is because it's a resistance level that's moving up. Like the way it keeps going towards 63, backing away, and keeps attempting 63, but yet they keep selling it. At some point, that's going to crack. But going long with any sort of breakout is a tough thing to do. So the only thing I can think of on this chart is 57 on a stop, let it actually dip back down through 60, stabilize, and then maybe a trade. I'm not going to take, to be fair, I'm not going to look at Square at all. This is not the chart that I want to work with. You got to be selective, right? And sometimes charts aren't exactly set up the way you want them to. And in this case, Square is acting like that. So it might be a great trade for momentum, but for me, in terms of structure, I'm not a fan of this, especially the way the resistance levels are moving up. So you could argue that it's an uptrend, but at the same time, given how fast they come down, you might as well just wait for the dip buy if there's a dip buy to be done. If not, let it go, right? So I'm just going to let Square go and see if I can't find something else. As I say that, futures market coming down, maybe I get some AMD fills. Micron, we got some Apple. And see if I can't get some AMD as well on this dip down.
Yeah, I'm gonna punch a little bit. Ooh, I just missed it. I tried to punch some AMD there as well. I'm gonna take the other side of it. I mean, it's kind of the same side. Yeah, breakouts are real super tough for sure to get those. I just think that if we do get one up to 65, then I'm going to take it for a small amount of shares, kind of like we did on AMD the first time. It broke higher, so we're going to try it here at 65. But I mean, I definitely respect and understand what Arun's saying there. The fact that, you know, A, there's not too much volume right here. B, it can easily just, like, the way this stock can fall here. I mean, this is right at the close. 64, like down to 62. Like, you know, it has dollar moves. This bottom yesterday was 61. It ripped all the way to 64. So, you know, the fact that this name has a lot of juice behind it, yes, sure, fine. There were some nice upgrades. And then I did also, you know, get a whiff of what Brendan was saying there as well, where you did have a possibility of crypto news hitting Square today. So I'm going to wait out for it. I do have a break of that level there of 65. So we'll see if it does take that out. My other couple break trades I do have on board. I had Microsoft, but now that the futures are coming down, again, there's better dip buy opportunities. But Microsoft at this 230 looked pretty juicy. We were just near there. So now that we're back down to 228, that could be also something here for Microsoft. But I'm going to try to be as patient as I can heading into these numbers, right? I mean, we've been talking about making trades, giving it some time, letting the stock sort of come to us. And I think that we have the ability to do that. That's what's been sort of working for me over the last couple weeks, waiting, being patient for some of these names to come in. All right, so there's AMD. AMD just takes 64. We're long. So position alert right now, long AMD. Let's just go over quickly to see the imbalance locator. Obviously, the NASDAQ started to get hit a little bit here. I don't see any big NASDAQ names on here unless I'm just not seeing it properly. So that's a little strange. We don't have a market on open numbers similar to how we do on the close. So I don't know how many billions it is to buy or sell. But right now we are long. Look at this. There's a huge reserve order right now at 64. Look at this happening right now on AMD. They keep trying to break it. All these green prints. Look, they're trying to take it out. Oh, there it goes. Now it's gone. The guy took there, I don't know how many thousands of shares at 64. You're at 1.5 million right now. We're long right now to start the day at 64.09. So let's see what happens here. I know you got a couple fills there as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen around numbers. It's kind of a reason why I like the long, but I also know that's coming. So I just kind of stepped in front, took some shares, and see if I can. I like the long anyway. So even if it's 64 breaks, I don't mind it. It's just easier to play those specific levels than to price it somewhere else. AMD and Apple is what I'm going to ride with. The only other offer that I've got out is Tesla. But again, given the type of day you're going to get, I'm not going to push this too hard. It's just going to be these two positions and maybe a third one in Tesla. And if you guys, I'm looking at the names you guys are putting out there, so maybe one of those names as well if something pops up. But I'm not going to get too aggressive with any positions. But, you know, opportunities present themselves. And when they do, we'll take it.
Yeah, we had a good Amazon opportunity yesterday right off the open as that short started to come in as well. So, again, Microsoft looking for some longs down there. We could check out Block. We could check out Tesla as well as we get ready to rock and roll. And we got to hit this countdown because Neil's not here, so I'll hit it. There we go. We got that countdown going right now. And it's Tony on the ones and twos over there getting ready to ring this bell with my favorite shirt of his, the Polaroid shirt on with only 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. All right, there it is. It is Toronto Tony. All right, we'll take a quick little play out there. Wow, okay, AMD. All right, Arun, I know this is not like what you do, but I'm scalping the living crap out of this one. That was a good idea. AMD out at 50 right there for a nice little 40-cent win. Let's see where we go, though. We're not done. I mean, we only got out of 2/3 of that trade. Half of the trade. Now we'll wait to see where it goes from here. Maybe more downside coming through. But so far, so good here. Let's see if any other levels get breached. What's Tesla doing?
Tesla's falling off, which is not helping my case because I wanted to short the bounce, but this is not going to work for me. I'm going to cancel the order. It's already at 192 on Tesla. So it is, yeah, okay, we're going to cancel this order. I got to find better trades.
Tesla's starting to go to the downside. NIO maybe as well. Some of these Chinese names starting to go to the downside. I'm waiting to see what's going to hit for us right now. Market's starting to go down. Okay, so it's a good take for us on AMD. We're now just going to hold out on this, see how low we can get, man. The futures are starting to fade out right now. We're looking for levels to start to develop themselves. So AMD down here, 63, 63.50. Maybe there's something there. I did want to look at, it's too bad about Tesla, man. I'm with you on that one. That sucks. Microsoft still positive, not really dipping down too much here for Softy. Are we right? Is this right here? I feel like my charts aren't working right now, but Microsoft, I guess, is not really doing too much. So that's that. Let me see if my charts are working with Tesla. Yeah, okay. So Tesla, wow, 191, Arun. I think we missed the boat on that one. I don't have any short ideas other than that, so we'll have to look at that in a minute. But yeah, market's starting to fall down here, as well as Coinbase might be the good short, guys.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that I was like, oh.
Look at Coinbase, wow.
Oh, Coinbase, yeah. I was looking at the futures. I'm like, man, this could actually fall down a little bit, but here I am still looking for longs regardless. So as this market comes down, I am still looking for longs. Am I going to give up on the idea of longs? Not yet. But we're going to stick with Apple. We're going to stick with AMD. Obviously, they're both out of the money. I'm still looking for more. If I can find a short as well, futures market now through 20. Okay, we should get some action around 10 to 15 in terms of support.
Wow,
so potential longs on the futures as well. I'm not fully committed on the idea of futures longs. That's the one that really matters for me. So for now, I'm going to back off a little bit, let the market do its thing. We'll ride the two longs and see if the futures market bounces off these 15s and 10s. If it does, there could be a trade there on the long side on the futures. But for the time being, let's just see what Apple wants to do. That's a big index name, and let's see what AMD is going to do, because AMD, again, has been strong. It hasn't been able to carry that strength after the open now. We'll see if Sean's 64.50 exit was where we should have gotten out as well.
Yeah, apparently that's definitely where we all should have got out, apparently, because we could reload right now. So we actually did take another bid right there. So that's early. We got out some there. We did reload this now at 63.80. Nice little dip down there for AMD on the low side of things. How far? I mean, I'm not really seeing anything until 63. So 63 is sort of where I want to put some more shares downside, just making sure we do already have them there. So we'll hold out on that. Let's check out DWAC. Why not? DWAC's another name that a lot of traders like. Not much happening on DWAC. 25 bottom, trying to get back up to the upside through 26. Not much there on DWAC. What else do we want to look at? Square, Block, that was another name that we had on board. If there's anything you guys want to watch here, thanks there, Comp SRX there. He did good on AMD, so that's good. Square to the downside, continue downside pressure, so good look on that one, Arun. You mentioned Square could be in a little bit of trouble making new highs and keeps pulling back. So Square back down to 61.50 right now. Wondering if that's a buy on good news, but we got to wait to see what this market wants to do. Square, yeah, 60. We've already broken lower there, so 61.50 for Square, a problem area, but AMD is starting to get back to the upside, so that may work out good for us. Microsoft, maybe some dip buy opportunities there as well. Still trying to watch out for Tesla.
Yeah, I see you guys putting out Ride and also FSLR. Ride is moving down. Damn.
Some of these stocks, maybe
That's
it's a short man today.
No, that's not the right chart. What is this? What's going on
Ride
here?
is fine.
No. I had the Coinbase chart. I was like, when I pulled up Ride. Anyways, AMD, yeah, flirting with 64 and change, bouncing back and underneath. Apple falling off, following the index makes sense to me. Obviously, not the greatest of timing. I was trying to play the 140 break, but I still like the trade for the time being. If we break through that 138, then I'm out. I put up $2 in risk, see if we can get an extension. If I can't get the extension, I'll pay the cost and move on. But I am looking for strength here through 10 and 15 on the future. So we'll see if we get that bounce. And Trip is not going down after having a rough go of it in the aftermarket and the pre-market. It's starting to stabilize here around this 19. Let's see if it gets some more stability. I think back above 20 would probably help Trip get back up to 22. So I'm going to put the alert out. You see that alert out there. That's the arrow. So if we get back above 20 there, I'll see if I can't grab a long on Trip and join that direction. Futures-wise, still waiting. Nothing yet for me to make a move on the futures, but AMD's back in the money. Apple starting to somewhat find stability at 139. All good signs. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, so we hit the alert because we got a couple new positions on board. We got Meta on board right now. They're all longs, by the way. Meta long. We got AMD long. You guys saw me taking some profits here. Good reload down there on AMD. We don't have the best reload, but we have 63.80, and that's starting to go. And the new position alert, the biggest and the baddest of them all, Apple. We have longs on Apple as well. We're long at 16. Let's see if we get back into the 50s or so here for Apple. It's a nice climb starting to happen. Yeah, buddy, there goes Meta. Let's go Meta. Meta to the upside right now. Big time trading. There for Meta. So we got some decent shares on board. Oh, damn you, Meta. Yes, good Meta. Meta just went, this is hilarious, man. I think I'm going to have this is the problem when I go home. It's like I have no idea even where I am some days. Look at Meta now. There it is. Nice little upside move. We're long Meta 96.20. Just taking out some profit here. We got a nice amount of shares on META. And a good out there at 20 on AMD. And again, the market, we just played the bump. I don't know if this bump's going to last, but Meta we saw yesterday was our trade of the day, was super strong. We sat there and took the long here on Meta. So good trading there. Let's go Meta. Meta really getting elevated right now. And again, it's about staying in your lane. And we talked about that over and over again, especially with Neil. And I know Arun's, more a futures guy, but it's like yesterday's trade of the day was Meta. We went right back over to Meta again today on that dip. We knew we wanted the longs. So right now, let's go throw some money around and let's go over to Brendan. He has more ideas.
We didn't get to it in the pre-market, guys. Nice move for Ride here. Lordstown higher on this. Foxconn going to be the majority shareholder in Ride going forward. $170 million deal, an investment into this one. Big time, 25%. Just took out the highs there for Ride.
All right. People talking about Mullen on the chat, so let's all bite and let's go. Wow, Mullen's 28 cents. Okay. We could definitely have a look at Mullen right now. Big time movement to the upside now, taking out 28, looking like it wants to take down 30 there for Mullen. So I look at 30 and I say maybe there, right there. So yesterday's top. In the afternoon anyways, or that's not yesterday, sorry, we're at yesterday's top right now. You go back to the 4th and the 7th, that $30 level on Mullen. Maybe it's time to moon now for this name. It's been absolutely destroyed, coming back down to the downside. Remind us, Brendan, if there's any news here on Mullen. Mullen, 22 million shares, making a nice little move to the upside, almost straight up, but just watch out for that 30. I think it's a fade in and around that 30 mark, so watch out for Mullen. It looks like Meta is working a lot, back up to the day's high, but our AMD, are you in AMD?
Yeah, I'm still
in AMD not really working out. Give me your opinion on it, unless you have something else. I want to know about AMD because I might just get out of this one.
Well, the way I trade is obviously, it's not as exciting. I just get into a position and I have a target in mind, I have a stop in mind, and anything in between, I just let the stock do its thing. So if AMD wants to back off, fine. I have a stop. Get me out at the stop. If it's not going to work, let the stock tell me it's not going to work, right? So as AMD is coming off, I'm not reacting to the fact that it's coming off. I'm just going to let it go to the stop. And one thing I do want to point to everybody that's watching, PayPal on fire here. Up $2 off the open here, straight up. Hasn't really slowed down. Maybe a little slow down once they get to 80, but going very, very strong here on PayPal to the upside. So that's what I'm doing with my positions here on Apple. Yes, it's not working. AMD, yes, it's not working. But again, they have stops in place. This is why when you get into a trade, you have your entry price, you have a stop price where if things don't work out, you get out, and you have targets in mind. And you'll adjust as the market goes. But if it's not going well right off the open, don't interfere with the trade. You did the analysis for a reason. So in this case, as the market comes off and goes into 10, 38, 12 now, as it comes off, this market is bringing the stocks with it, and I'm just gonna, figure out what I'm gonna do in terms of other stocks. I'm not gonna interfere with these two. Let them do their thing. At some point, I'll get the answer. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, so we actually have another position right now. We shorted Tesla, and we're into more Apple right now. So we got some Apple on a dip into 139.80. Like, we don't want to be. I'm not trying to be too cheeky with these names, man. Like, I don't want to be in these names for too long. Long Apple, we just put a short on through 190 for Tesla. So that's 50 cents of the money right now for Tesla. Let's go over to Brendo.
Another one that reported earnings, guys, Five9, FIVN is the ticker. Better than expected results here for their current quarter. Q3, look at this ramp to the upside, 12%, up to 54 once again for FIVN.
Okay, we got some out there. Again, I'm going to look at more of these names when we get a chance, but right now I'm in 4 positions. Long Apple, AMD, Meta, short Tesla. Yeah, okay, so Meta, good outs up near 97. A couple more outs up there. As the futures start to fade out, we will look to get more long Meta, but again, not for very long, man. If we start to break lower against us on some of these positions, then we're getting out ASAP. Nice little move upside here for Apple as well, and we're just in scalp mode right now. Meta's been a nice scalp. Apple's been a nice scalp, and then AMD is really the only one that we're waiting for. See if there's more damage to be done here. But we're approaching some nasty levels. Like I said, man, you've already down. We were at 11,100. Now you're already down to 11,000 flat. So we're going to test that level, see if we can hold that on the NASDAQ. Hopefully we do, because right now we're long everything. Short. Oh, there it is. Yes, sir. $1. We just made $1 on Tesla there, Arun. Short, exactly $1. 190.06 short, out 189.05. Little better than $1 on that short. As we hold Tesla, let's see how far this one can go down. Kind of a proxy against my other positions, but again, we have more shares in Apple and AMD, so not going well. We prefer the market to go up here. It looks like Apple's about to come out. Like I said, if we take down that low of the day, which is 80, then we're going to get out of that right now. So here comes Apple. Bye-bye, Apple. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet. Not a great trade, but we were able to take something out on the upside, as you saw. As long as this market keeps going down, man, we just got to hold these shorts.
Yeah, as the market's coming down, I'm just like, okay, where can I find some shorts if I can get any? Amazon. Yep. Amazon is has broken through 90, showing some weakness. There could be potential shorts here on Amazon, just in the event that this market does continue and I get stopped out of both of those shorts. Potential shorts here. So I want to kind of fade Amazon around 89. Well, not fade. I'm going to join in on the short side here around 90 and see if I can't put 91.50 as a stop, $1.15 risk. I should have enough upside here on, or downside here on Amazon. Another name that we were talking about earlier is like, oh, I don't want to, just because it's down a lot, I don't want to get caught in the idea of that it's going to just keep on going down. Take two. Look at that. Snap right through that 93. You were when we were looking at it, it jumped right to 93 and change, flirting around, and after the open, there it goes. Now it's at 98 and change. Now, okay, this gets me interested in the long idea right through here. Now we've put in a nice base around this 93, 94. See if I can't pick up a long here in the event that it actually dips back down. Given that Take-Two is doing its own thing outside of what the market's doing, I'm not too worried about the market, even if the market were to continue. I think Take-Two can handle its business because it's got its own catalyst, right? So even if it falls back down, I think I'll be okay on Take-Two given the read that I'm going to make here. So Take-Two potential longs around that 93 to 94 area. Brendan.
There's a note on Robinhood, guys, down big time here. Looks like they've cut their full year projections for this one. Hood, just absolutely getting crushed here. 10% already, no bid in sight yet.
I don't know. I have any love for Robinhood there. I don't know why I missed that one. Okay, nice little move. I mean, look, guys, I've averaged in here to a lot of positions. I mean, Apple, good. We rebought Apple. I wonder if we got stopped out there and made that bottom. So we did rebuy back in on Apple, and that's been working out so far so good as well. Our AMD on a reload has been okay for the upside. So we did take that as a low trade there on AMD. Let's see if it continues to work now. There's that 63 3 bottom we talked about as it starts to float back to the upside. Let's go on this one, man. We're making some cash now. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, actually, right now. On that note, let's take out some more Meta. Meta could be the name here that I'm pretty nervous about. We floated down here 296. We do have the long on board. I am getting nervous about it. I'm trying to take a little bit out here on Meta as we go. But this one, yeah, too aggressive to the downside. But we do want to take some more profit here on AMD as that's ripped off that level for us. So let's not look too many gift horses in the mouth and make sure that we get some out here as we start. There goes Meta. So we were nervous about that name, and it looks like in good on us because there's the flush back down. So we'll stay positive on Meta, but not by much. We take a 96 out, 95.80. Quick outs when we're wrong, trying to hold when we're right. I mean, Tesla's $1.50 in the money.
I was actually just looking at Tesla's chart. I was like,
yeah,
really?
That was the one we missed.
Are we at 188? Like, I had an offer and I had to cancel that. I was like, okay, I can probably get filled. Given the volatility in Tesla, I can probably get filled. No, they just went straight in one direction and cracked 190, and now they're still going through 188 and change. Good strength to the downside. Keep in mind, though, Tesla is the number three or four name in terms of index weighting in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So if Tesla decides to do what it's doing right now and continue, NASDAQ is going to have a big weight dragging it down, and that's going to be an issue going rest of the day. So, I mean, NASDAQ is only, 0.19? It's actually still relatively strong compared to the S&P. But for now, Tesla helping drag the NASDAQ down. Brendan.
Big pop there on DWAC. Guys, back to the upside. 27.25 was that last level for pre-market trading, and over here as well. Huge volume. You can see to the upside now for DWAC.
Ooh, all right, I'll look at DWAC in a minute, but look at Tesla. That was a good idea, eh? One of our #1 names that we talked about earlier on here today, short 190. We didn't even short the pop. We shorted it before it went there. We have 190.06. It's not like it's crazy trade, but there it is to the downside. Bye-bye Tesla, bye-bye Apple as well. Again, like, I just want you guys to see, like, we have the ability to scalp in and out. So when I re-engage that long there at 90, we have outs here in the 20s and then the teens. So that when I get out here on a break of 70, it still sucks. It's still a loser, but, well in the realm of, trading for me there. What did just come back in, and the same story is true of AMD. We're actually positive on AMD today because we were able to get a bunch out there on the top side. We still have our downside ticks here coming. Like, see, watch, if this ticks upside. So we just got long there at 16. And where's my out? 27 I put it. Just went to 26. I don't know why we did that. Let's get an out here at 24, 25 if we can. But yeah, we're just trying to rinse and repeat some of these trades, but while looking for new trades as well. Brendan brought up Robinhood. Yeah, big time movement to the downside there. And I feel like, although I was listening for Brendan to talk about, FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and all that coming into play here for Robinhood. But again, it's a nice move to the downside. That story was not FTX related, right, Brendo? No, right. So big time movement to the downside here for Robinhood. Now down 11%, looking to take down that 50 period. I think we have to pay for shorts, but look, there's some nice size here. Let's see if it takes down that 68. Then it's probably a short from there. Yeah, there it goes. 68 done, now down to 64. But we're really rallying. AMD, nice rally to the upside again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some names that are really moving around. Amgen, anyone? Amgen, absolutely nuts here, up 4.5% straight up from the open, $12, and now sitting at 290. So momentum players, there you guys go. Amgen running strong, and that's a 60. But take a look at the 5-minute chart; hasn't really stopped at all, straight to 290. So another name that was running strong earlier, PayPal. Remember we were talking about PayPal when it was at that 80 mark? Yes, yeah, it's coming off in a good way here. This could be my only issue with going long is that my two longs are not working. And this market is not finding enough stability for me to be comfortable going for another long here on PayPal. So I'm kind of looking at this going, yeah, it's coming back. There could be an opportunity, but at the same time, I'm going to pass up on this opportunity just because of what the indexes are doing. I'm not a fan of that action. So we'll just stick with the risk that I've got on for now. I mean, they're finding stability in the area that I want, which is 10 to 15. But we don't have enough juice to actually, it doesn't seem like, at least yet, it doesn't seem like we have enough juice to get going. So if we do get to that point, then I think longs make sense. But for the time being, market's doing exactly what we would have expected on election day, which is tepid movement at the best. So here we are just kind of being patient with the positions that we've got and seeing if this market actually gets us something at some point during the day.
All right. Man, Tesla made that bottom at 187 and seems to want to drop off a little bit from there. I'm just going to hold on to this short. It's the only short that I'm working with. So I do understand that 187 there, 187 held. So we'll wait. All right. So I got back into Apple because, now I got average in. I was going to say because we went down to that 50 level and bounced off there. We just went there again for Apple. So I want to give this one a little bit of room. I feel like the NASDAQ is starting to bounce back up to the upside. I've gotten out of Apple a little too quickly here for sure, but it's not working. It's relatively weak, so I got to find a name that's a little bit stronger. 187 is bottom. Okay, what's up, Whimsical? Yeah, I understand that. Huddy's about to halt. Again, is that what's happening right now? Huddy does halt at $17. This is where I need my man Luca over here to see what he's doing on Huddy. But AMD, a nice move to the upside as well. That's 50 cents in the money. What's up, Brendo?
More negativity on Open Door this morning, guys. Multiple negative analyst moves, including this one from Truist with a price target cut on this. Straight downside today for Open Door off earnings last week, guys.
Yeah, never good, never good. I don't like to hear the word straight down, especially if you are a shareholder. Bad news on that one. All right, AMD, we'll look at Open Door though. Some of these, thanks a lot, Chamath, for everything that you've done for all the retail traders out there, including giving us such great, SPACs like Open Door, like Clover, and you guys can probably put a few other ones there in the chat as well. Shout out to you, Chamath. Good job there. Another one of those Waterloo graduates, Neil. But okay, AMD, Apple, and Tesla. That's what we've got on board.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the two positions that I've got on board, Apple and AMD. That's it. We've had that since the pre-market, actually. And they're starting to go sideways. The market's, I guess, trying its best. Let's just go right into the futures market. This is what you're getting on the futures here. This is a 5-minute chart. Obviously, 10 to 15, I'm looking for support. We're starting to find something. I don't know. And not enough to get going, but we are starting to find something that's keeping us here. So let's see if this is enough to get us back towards these high 20s. And if it is enough to get us back to high 20s, there's a chance that all of a sudden, all these index names start to shift here. And that's going to be very helpful for Apple, which is a lead index name. So as this market bounces back up, Apple should be the one that's helping. Tesla definitely won't be helping, given that it's still going well, right? That Tesla
not
short?
really.
No, it's come back now?
Yeah, it's come back pretty decently, to be honest.
That could be helpful for the futures long,
Yes,
or the
sir.
index long. But again, Tesla's been a weight in these indexes. So let's see if Tesla turns around, and if Apple picks up strength and Tesla turns around, it doesn't have to be bad. It just has to be less bad, or it doesn't have to be good. It just has to be less bad in terms of price action, and you might actually start to see these indexes start to rally a bit more.
Yeah, 191.30. I'm going to, all right, let's go over to Brendan and we'll talk about Tesla. What's up?
A cannabis-related name, Grow Generations, guys, to the upside this morning. They reported aftermarket yesterday, better than expected results here for GRWG, having a good day.
Okay, yeah, Grow Generation brands there. I just wanted to look, so it's a big runner for us on AMD right now for sure. So that's really starting to go to the upside right now. I just want to double check on my Tesla. All right, so we're coming back in. We're short at 190. I have an out now breaking through 191. Sorry, I'm not even on Tesla right there. So we already took $1 clean. Whoever told me Whimsical Solid, man, that's solid one right there for that out, because you appear to be completely right right now about that, as that bottom of 187 seems to be coming into play right now. So we'll get a short again right here at 190. So we just averaged into that. We're going to try to hold this one up to 191, included getting something in the middle, like around 190.70, something like that, to give us a little bit of a better average. But there it is right there. Good take on that one. I want to talk about AMD because it's starting to go back up to the upside, as is Apple. So Apple's working. We're long. Let's take a 99. We'll take a 99 out there. We're long Apple 65 right now. We're long AMD 14s. Wow, that's really working. And we just reloaded that Tesla short, which appears to be working again. I'm going to put a bid at 188, 188.50, something like that. But it seems like this market is really starting to take off to the upside. So here we go, man. I don't know if there's just something just came out on Tesla or what, but that's a huge move up there for Tesla. Just gave us that short. Watch out for that 191 break, guys. Tesla acting like the longs, like the bulls wanted to, man. Nice little move up there from that bottom. Great call on that bottom. There goes Tesla to the upside. The reason why I'm not upset is I've got a Apple long, and like Brendan over here to my side here, of course, Arun, was mentioning that Apple AMD. If the market starts to go up, we have some good beta here against the market, so all is well. But yeah, this Tesla short starting to get cracked a little bit. We're short at 190.60, guys. It's not the end of the world. Microsoft as well just takes 230. Wow, where did that come from? Long softy, now 230, new position.
Yeah, AMD coming back into that 64 area. I'm actually very interested in this Tesla play. The reason why I care is because there's a lot of people short. Oh man, there's a lot of people
Yeah,
short.
they're gonna get blown
and you
out.
just need to figure out the trigger point, at which point everyone decides to hit the exit door. And if you get that, if you can figure out how, I guess, trade is flowing, that might be a quick win. That might be a momentum trade that actually I would take, because it's going to be a fairly easy one once you get that going. Right now it's still resisting at that 190.5. So it looks like sellers still want to sell some more. So maybe not just yet. We'll just wait on that one. Another position I want to keep an eye on here is, well, not a position, a stock that I want to keep an eye on is ENPH, Enphase. Enphase got above this 276. Which is where my trigger went off, but it moved very, very quickly. And this is the 60s. Let me go to the 5. And this is how fast it moved, right through that 276. So now we're clear to the upside. I just don't want to pay 278. So I'm just going to kind of wait to see where it starts to stall out, and then I'll put a bid in. It might be somewhere in the 277s, might be somewhere in the 276s, but I do want to pay attention to Enphase and see if we can actually get a long going there. Futures market has bounced from that 10 to 15 area. We were looking at support potential, and now we're into the 20s. I need a dip. I don't want to pay into stocks when we're trading in the 20s on the futures. I want to pay into the high teens on the futures, so I'd rather a dip back down and potential longs then. But for now, I'm looking at Enphase, and then of course Tesla. Tesla coming back into that 190.5 area. Let's see how they do it this time around.
All right, so let's just go, man. It's been big trading here for sure. Look at this out. So we got out at 190 flat on Tesla when it came back in. Remember, our average price was 190.20. So here it goes back up to the upside. That's why I took out a third, man. I took out a third there. I'm not going to reload it. We have our 191 break. We're going to give it a little bit higher than that to see where we go. But 191 on a breaker here for Tesla is where we're going to be waiting out for. And I do, you know, part of what Arun was saying there made a lot of sense, right? There's going to be a lot of people caught short. So watch out for a blow up there. And you want to talk about a blow up right now. There goes Apple trading to the upside, right back to the VWAP again. So let's put an offer at 39, and we get it right there at 39. We pay to get that fill. Nice trade. 80 cents. Look what we're doing right now. Let's go. Awesome. 80 cents in the money on Apple. 80 cents in the money on AMD. We already took 50 cents or so on Microsoft on that 230 break, but we still are long that name. And then we're flat here on Tesla. So the only name that's really left to be damaged was Meta. Meta, though, this is another thing, like how I'm still positive on this name is funny. We need to go longer though on Meta right now. It's down to 9, well, do we? I don't know. It's down to 95 right now, Meta. We're gonna wait to see what's happening on that one. AMD trying to go upside as well again. But yeah, Meta's still going lower. AMD just broke, look at these outs. 64.10, 64.12s, but here's the pullback down. Good out for us on, I don't know if it's a good out or not, but we got a nice out there for Apple, like right up there at 40 as it's pulling back down again. And there is Tesla one more time. So Tesla on the move down through 190 again and stopped. So maybe we got a good out there at 190. I'm holding this in case the market does fail, right? So I'm going to see here Tesla. We've already gotten out of AMD. Probably going to get out of another piece of AMD, but I don't know, man. This has reloaded us a couple times down there. Let's just try to hold for a little bit of a blow to the upside right now. Microsoft fading out a little bit. Still positive on this name. I'm not happy getting into trades when they come from here and then we're punching the top. So, you know, that's one of those things that we sort of forgot that we had that Microsoft trade, but it's on the sticky note, Microsoft, and hey, we're trying to respect that as well. Bye-bye, Tesla, on the reload. There goes Tesla, down to 189. Good trading here, man. We got another dollar in the money on TSLA. I'm actually waiting for 188.50 here for Tesla.
Yeah, I think the fact that they couldn't get to that point where you can get the shorts out means that, you know, the shorts are strong enough that this probably would take another look at the lows. And if that's the case, then I got to worry about how these futures are going to fare once we get into the
I'm taking one out at 189.
20s.
Sorry there.
You're getting more outs at 189?
Yeah, I'm just going to take it out at 189.
Okay.
I just want to tell everybody, because I did say I was going to wait for a little bit longer, but sorry, go ahead. I'm not out yet, but 189 low, I want to get out.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have a lot going on. I mean, you see my two positions on the board, AMD, Apple, both out of the money, barely. And then ENPH, I'm waiting for a dip down into the, I'm paying attention to the 277, mid 277s, preferably into the 276s for the long there. And then also one I'm looking at is Boeing. Could Boeing be a potential play on the long side, which just happens to be all I seem to be looking at? Boeing, it just needs to find some more stability. Right now, above this 166 and change, we've been up here a few times, we broke up, took some stops out north of 127, but yet we can't stay up here. So there's two trades coming on Boeing here. It's either gonna be a failed short, which I'd be comfortable taking, or flip side of that is going to be confirmation of this breakout with some decent strength, and then back to the long we go. So potential trades here on Boeing. I'm trying to play both sides, either the short or the long. It's going to pretty much happen around here, around that 167. See how this market handles the next 50 cents on Boeing through 166. I think if we get through 166, odds are that was just a trap. It's probably cheaper to look for the short than the long. Of course, if we find a bounce here, the longs are going to be a much better deal. So for now, we're going to ride these two out. Hopefully I get that ENPH fill, and then maybe a Boeing trade. I don't know just yet.
Enphase, I like that solar name there. Watch out there. That's going to be another name that will obviously move with elections because Enphase into the solar spot. Wow. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Lots of trading opportunities. Look at Tesla right now, 188, guys. We're $2 in the money on Tesla short. So boom, boom, boom. We did take that out at 189, but there's the reload. We're reloaded. So we go bearish here on Tesla as that move has definitely come back in a little bit here for the market and for Tesla shareholders. So not a great run here for Tesla. Who just put that and said that in my ear? That was pretty unique. It is time now. Whoa, wait a second. Microsoft. I thought I got out of this name. I did not. Microsoft really making a move downside here as the market collapses a bit. All right, we'll look to average into Microsoft. We've got to figure this out. Wow, good trading on Tesla. Tesla re-looking at the lows maybe. I should have waited for that 188.50. So, oh man, my initial take was good. We did suffer 10 cents, sorry. 50 cents worse than that, getting out at 189. Let's see how far we go down. But there's Microsoft on the dip. We do have time with Brendan, and it's happening now. Let's go find out what's happening now.
Hey guys, chat brought to you by Chart Prime. As always, they offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivots points, and so much more. Check them out today. Use that code at the bottom there, TLIVE on checkout. We'll get you 20% off. We had a minor number that just came out there. U.S. November IBD Economic Optimism Index, lower than expected, 40.4 versus 41.6. So it could have had something to do with that. Move to the downside, nevertheless, still green. Just 0.22 right now for the S&P, 0.5% for the Dow. You can see small caps here. The Russell 1, 2, 3,000 all struggling today in the red. NASDAQ's green, 0.24, 0.5 for the composite and the 100. If you joined us pre-market, we were discussing Lyft, NVIDIA, and Norwegian as well was on the watch list this morning. NCLH with earnings. A little better than expected, up 7%. This one dragging all of the cruise lines along with it as well. So a decent report. They also said demand record high levels right now for Norwegian. So nice look there. TTWO, I want to mention this as well. 98 here, a wall so far for TTWO, but it's tested it multiple times. Nice looking chart anyways. TTWO still down big time, but looking pretty good on the chart.
That's right. You hear that, TTWO? You hear what Brendan said? 98, that's a wall. You better come down and give me that fill before you break that wall. So it refuses to come down. I'm sitting underneath 95, and this thing does not want to get below 96 and change. So, I mean, here we are, we're still waiting. But TTWO taking its time. I wanted to play for the long. We'll see if we get that fill. I do have 3 longs already. We've got Enphase all over the place. We've got AMD stalling at 64, and Apple has chosen 39 as where it's going to take its break. So both of them, all 3 of them out of the money. But hey, market, what's the market doing? Trying to see what we can do up in these high 20s. And like I said, expectations for the market was 10 to 15 in terms of support. If we get into the high 20s, then there's a potential for that upside break. But again, the volume is going to be somewhat light, and you can start to see it now. They're really stalling above 25 here. We're not getting much action. You're not getting help from any of these index names. Is Tesla starting to move back down? Probably. yeah, Tesla's starting to move back down. So Tesla's dragging on the index as well on top of Apple going sideways. So you're not getting a whole lot of help for any of these upside moves. And here we are with 3 longs, right? That's the situation. But again, expectations on a day like today when you have elections coming out, not a surprise. Patience. And then don't burn all your cash on a day like today. It's too easy to lose a ton of money doing very dumb things because there's too much, you can see too many things, or you can see a lot of trades that end up going nowhere because of the type of market you're dealing with. So for now, I'm happy with the 3. I can take the hits on the 3 of them, still be okay. So we'll just kind of trade this out, let them play out. Maybe if Boeing stabilizes, which Boeing is not doing, maybe if Boeing stabilizes, maybe there's another long there I can add. But for the time being, looks like we're probably going to have to play shorts on Boeing here on the bounces after that trap above 167.
Okay, yeah, we're getting trapped a little bit here as well with some of these positions. Microsoft right there. Okay, so Microsoft down. That sucks. It's okay. We are going to be down on this stock because we only took 40 cents, and then there's the hit. We did try to average it into that 228 level. No working out on that one. And then Apple we tried to average into that as well. That just came down, but we got out. Like we got out of 80% of our Apple on the upside as we were talking about that. That last out at 139.40. We just put an average on there, and then it came back down. So Apple's still fine, but yeah, definitely not working out right now to that downside there for Apple. So watch out for that play as this market is bleeding out right now to the downside. So not a great little run here for the market, but what's really been sort of saying hold my beer has been Tesla. Tesla making that move again to the downside, so all good on that one. Microsoft, okay, hold on a second. I did like the long on soft. I'm sorry about these charts. I do like the long. Here's our E-signal chart. If you come back down here, that's the 50 period. Sorry, the 50 period's right there. That's the 200. If we can come into 227.50 or so, that's a good long. Down to 228, something like that. You are bouncing off the 50 period right now, which is giving me a little bit of I kind of want to get back in to the Microsoft long, so I think we'll probably try that right now into the Microsoft long. Unfortunately, maybe it just bounced a little too far there for that. We'll try it small and then average in. So there it is, a new position on Microsoft. We just took a 29 flat there. Tesla bounced again, guys, this time off 88. So I'm going to get out at 190. I'm just going to keep respecting this 50 period. That's 190.50 we're going to get out of Tesla if it takes that, guys. We tried to hold for that dream. It doesn't look like dream turned to nightmares there. But we still, look, Tesla's one of my top stocks today. We've been really hitting that well. So no nightmare, but we should have got out a little bit lower. 190.50 new out for Tesla. Just got to put that order in.
Yeah, I'm just going through it. Market looking like it wants to take another look at these high 20s. Okay, that's helpful. If we can get some acceleration, I mean, that's helping end phase right now. It was down at 273.5. Now it's at 277. This is what happens when you start playing names that look like this. Liquidity looks like this. I mean, expect something that aggressive when you start playing things with 70-cent spreads and only have done 670,000 shares on the day. Yeah, that's what you're expecting. But here we go, end phase, maybe an upswing now. If we can hold this up, maybe we get a shot at those 280. Target on end phase, let's just say that this does keep going and this ends up working out. My target on end phase is going to be about 284 to 285. So the risk reward here is about 3 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1. No, not even 3 to 1. The payout here, so the first expectation is 284. We'll see if we get that. We may not get that. I may have to adjust as we go. But for now, end phase going well. Apple underneath that 139. Apple not helping. We need Apple to get going as well to the upside if we get these futures going. We're going to need Apple. We're going to need Tesla for sure. Amazon, I noticed that Amazon, another index name, has kind of found some stability, which is very helpful for the indexes. So underneath 90, now we're back above, starting to find some sort of traction here underneath 90. So Amazon's starting to solidify. And the other one that we need help from for these indexes to get going, Microsoft. And Microsoft has done nothing. Yeah. So if Microsoft can get back to 230, we really have a chance on these indexes. Until that happens, we're probably going to get more of this, which is, oh, we're going to go up. No, we're not. Well, we're going to go up. No, we're not. So let's just, wait for them to kind of work themselves in. Brennan.
Just saw a couple things here. AMGN, all-time highs today on decent volume. I'll have a look at that. Wanted to mention this one, though. NVAX, just saw it pop up on a volume scanner. There was some late-stage data from their Omicron booster shot that came out that was better than expected. So initially it was down on that, but a nice bounce there in the last few minutes here for NVAX.
Yeah, some nice. We saw Eli Lilly yesterday making a brand new 52-week highs. Nice to see Amgen and some of those names going there as well. Nice fade on. We should have maybe taken the short as we got up to 190.20. If our right was going to be 50, we could have taken that for sure. And now we would be much better on the ratio here for that trade. But yeah, good little hold there for me. We almost got out at 190, but again, you know, we're short at 190.70 there on Tesla. It's been a good trade. We've only been looking one way on that name, and it's been to the downside. Let's see if it, I just want to wait for 187. Shout out to Whimsical. Shout out to Dave as well. Happy birthday, Dave. Remember that from the pre-market there as we go. So Microsoft, you might have just, we went long at 228, 229 flat. We got out half at 30 right there. Just trying to watch out for this 200 period. We bounced off there a couple times. We'll try it one more time, but that's, you know, we're going to average into that position down here, 228.60. That's sort of where we've been bouncing. So I'm going to take that trade and average in. So now that we're coming back, we'll take something here like in the 90s, and then this out is 60 flat. So I'm just going to respect that. I'm not even going to hold it much lower than that. So, you know, we're going to watch out for that 60 flat mark. Hopefully that can hold out. We're going to average in into the 80s and then again into the 70s if we have to, and then just put our stop right now for that spot breaking. So that's what we're looking at right now for Microsoft. Here it goes back up to the upside. A nice 20-cent winner, but we are looking for more as Tesla. There it goes, making some more moves down here. Yes, sir. Let's go. Good call on Tesla today. Guys, I want to talk about hitting the like button. Please hit the like or the subscribe, man. Let's go. We're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day here. Let's go Tesla to the downside. Now $3 in the money. Here we go. We're screaming to the downside now for Tesla. Why the hell am I throwing my voice like that? I don't know, because I guess it's just passion, but I got to take a drink of water here in a minute.
Yeah, Tesla dragging, still going down. What is going on? Why can't we just stabilize here a little bit? Because all I'm seeing in these index names is Apple trending down, Microsoft doing nothing, Tesla going down, and then S&P just like, you know what? We're going to take a look to the upside towards the high 20s. Okay, great. I mean, that doesn't make sense. Something's off here. Something's got to turn very quickly. Either futures are going to fall off very quickly based on the index action in the individual names, or those individual names are going to turn on a dime at some point, because something's off about how things are moving around. So we'll go to Brendan.
I didn't even realize this was a public company, but better than expected results, guys, for Rover Group. If you're a pet owner, you might know what Rover is. They essentially have pet care and daycare and pet sitting all on demand on their app. I've used it in the past. It's great. 25% here, guys, for Rover.
It almost sounded like Brendan was doing a promo there. It's like, Rover, this great company. If you are a dog owner, and I've used it myself, so good job there. I've never heard of Rover, and I'm a dog guy, but I've heard of Chewy. That's for sure. But yeah, Rover, good look there. Tesla bounced a little bit, but not for very long. Went up to 189 again. Now we're going to, thanks for smashing the like button. Let me have a quick little look here to see what our likes are at right now on the day, because we need to get to 2K. So let me see what we're at right now. 1.4K. Good job, guys. Thank you so much. Hit the like button, man. Arun is in the building. We had Tony earlier. We have a big midday show. Sharif is back as well. So that's always great. We're glad to have Sharif back here. So yeah, hit the like button and let's get going on this. Again, I am debating right now, just watching out for this Tesla. I mean, I don't know, man. Does it really want to go down? I mean, we just keep bouncing off 188 right now. So let's try to be patient. I don't want to throw money away, but at the same time, I still feel like we could take this down. I mean, like Arun said, if the markets ever turn on its head a little bit here, some of these shorts should go down. The market's being held up. Let's see if it does have a little bit of a weak look here. We didn't get longer on Softy. That kind of sucks. We're waiting at 90. It went to 91. Unbelievable on that one. Okay, there goes Tesla, Arun. Right now, back down to 187. So let's try to have these diamond hands on board right now. I know that's like one of the worst sayings ever, but you know, we got to try to hold on to it. I'm trying my best, man. We're $4 in the money now on Tesla, and it's starting to move. So good trade here so far. Let's see if we can, keep this going. We're out of Meta. We identified that one as weak early for some reason, man. It went up. We really killed the long. Meta's a great stock today, but then we gave it back here, and now we're down a cup of coffee on this name, but it's down to 95 and trying to bounce. So maybe I got to do a little bit of work at that 95 level there on Meta, but that should be worth a long. I mean, I don't like longs, and I'm going to talk a little bit about futures here, but this is just my strategy, not what Arun does. This is more scalping. We're below the 50 period now here on the NASDAQ. That's not a spot that I look long. So I look for shorts when we're below the 50 period, unless we're at a really super key level. So, I mean, Meta down here at 95, doesn't look to be too key. On a 20-minute, I mean, if we were at 92 or 93 down there, then maybe something. But right now, Meta, hard pass on that one. As there it is right now. Oh, Canada, we don't vote today. But there it goes, Tesla taking 187 again. Don't tell me it's going to happen again to me. And 187 is going to be the bottom. And I'm going to stare right in the face and hit a stupid Canadian flag thing, celebrating that trade. And then it goes against me. So let's watch out here. There goes Tesla. Nice move to the downside. We have it. We're on board with this. But you know what, man? I'm going to get out 187.50. I'm getting out. I want to capture this profit. I'm sorry about that. I don't want to hold this forever. But hey, man, everybody trade your own book. Tesla. 187.50 or 188? What do we want to do? Let's do 188. Let's convince ourselves to lose an extra $1 on this. 188.02 here on Tesla. We're going to get out if it takes that. If not, Arun, I'm going to hold it for a little bit longer.
I'm just looking at my chart going, there's nothing else I can do except look at it and just shake my head. Take two. I mean, it heard Brendan at 98 and backs off. And I missed my fill by 3 cents on take two. Okay, we'll see if we get a fill. I may have to move that order actually.
Oh my God.
But take two, finally coming back to that 95 and now bouncing without me. Okay, thank you very much for not helping at all. But AMD, okay, here we go, AMD. Now starting to take a look at that 64 again. Are we finding, the thing with AMD when it takes this long after having that build up in the pre-market is that if we take this long to build it up, we might be building a very decent base to work with on the rip to the upside. So if that's the case and we can actually get some strength back through 64, okay, I think the base would be built at that point and we really have a chance to get going. And if they build a base like that, it's probably going to be good for a few days, right? So even if we were to go to say 65 and then come back in, there's probably going to be more strength here again one more time. So I would keep an eye on this, but they have to complete building this whole base out here first, right? Right now we're seeing a lot of 63 halves and 63 even attempts, but we can't seem to get above 64, and that's going to be the critical point there is get back above 64, complete this kind of base building process, and then get the rip going or the rally going. If we can get all that done, there's a real potential for this stock to the upside. Futures market bouncing to 28 now. Again, if we can get back above 30, those highs are in range. We can get a shot going, maybe potentially towards those highs. That should drag some index names that are kind of lagging behind because Apple's not helping. Apple's still trending to the downside, closer to 138. I'm very close to getting stopped out on Apple. Of course, the one long that I was playing on the index seems to be the weakest one, which is Apple.
Don't you hate that?
So here we are, Apple trending to the downside as the market decides that it wants to take a look at the previous, at close to previous highs. So starting to move in the right direction. We just need more time and potentially more trades. I'm still looking at BA. I'm still looking at take two, see if I can't get that fill. ENPH is just messing around, doing a whole lot of nothing. So BA is starting to take a look at that 167 again. Maybe that's back on board on the long side. So some trades starting to come in as the market takes out these 30s, and we'll see if we can get some accelerated movement now that we've got this market back above 30.
All right. Oh, man, Apple's still pretty sick. Microsoft's $1 in the money, so we'll go like that. I'm kind of mocking myself there. I mean, we talked about diamond hands before, and then talked about getting out of Tesla at 188. So we'll wait to see if that comes through or not. Nice trade for us on Microsoft up to 230 there. Good movement back on the futures, like you were just talking about, but that could be something to look at. AMD opening up. Yeah, hopefully that does open up right now. $1 in the money for AMD. Good call on that one on the board. Google's very strong. Boeing. Okay, Cheeky Tax, y'all missing blue again. I'm up 1K in 2 days. That's great. I mean, 1K is a fantastic number. I mean, congratulations on that one. Here's blue. Wow, yeah, good job on that. Is this Blue Nile? Is that the diamonds? Oh, Blue Bird. Oh, this is No, Bird. I don't know what Bluebird is. Oh, Bluebird Bio. Okay, I was gonna say because we had those stocks, those Allbirds, those shoes. Yeah, nice move. I mean, I'm not really sure we're missing this trade, but honestly, I don't know much about it. But it is a nice little play there for Blue. Wow, $8. So I was gonna say, if you're making thousands of dollars on this one, great job. You may want to cash it out a little bit if you get near that $8 mark. Nice little trade there on Blue. But I got some nice trades of my own right here. We're gonna bang it out there for $1 on Microsoft to the upside. That's starting to go. We talked about these indexes maybe starting to go if and when we got some pressure back off some of these names. So right now, Microsoft back to the high of the day, up that 1%. I like it. I like it a lot down there. So we already have that long. And, you know, the biggest and the baddest, Tesla today. Double shorts, man. This probably will be close to the trade of the day for me on this one, as we're right at the bottom right now trying to take down that 187. Looking at that. There goes Microsoft. Oh, yeah, the market's really starting to get going now. Nice little move back for Microsoft. Long $1 now. Long $1 for A. Like, this is what we're doing now. $3.50 in the money on Tesla. $1.25 in the money on Microsoft. $1.10 in the money on AMD. So, I mean, trading is a tough job, but when you sit here and you're patient and you know what you're looking for, you can make that cash. So today, 52-week highs. Again, McDonald's, Gilead, QSR, Amgen, Tesla, new 52-week low. Lots of stocks happening. Lots of movement today, guys. Yeah, I think we'll capture this profit on AMD. We already have a beautiful long from down here. We made it all the way back up here for AMD. 64.17 are out for AMD, and let's put this one to bed.
Yeah, I mean, longs are starting to move, but, you know, you got to pick the right ones. And I'm starting to look for some new ones that can have potential. Obviously, Google, the stronger one of these index names. I'm looking at the index. I'm like, yeah, we're going up on the S&P. Well, where's it coming from? And I can't see where it's coming from. I'm like, yeah, Adobe and AVGO are up. I'm looking at the top index weights, right? So those are going to have more influence in these type of moves. And Adobe and AVGO may be up. Google, obviously, they're at 1% as well. Not a whole lot of strength from a ton of names. I mean, like Microsoft's up 1% apparently, but Microsoft's done nothing after the open, so that's probably all pre-market movement. Yeah, I'm looking at where this potential rally is coming from, because it ain't coming from Apple and it's not coming from Tesla either. So looking for those names that are going to be relative strength, and that's what you got to do. If you are feeling a certain way, whether it's the long or the short, you're going to either play relative strength or relative weakness. That's going to be a much easier road to take than just taking the names that you like, right? It's relative strength is names that are in these indexes that are doing well compared to the broad market as a whole. And right now, it seems like Google and Adobe and AVGO were the way to go. Brendan, with small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Let's jump into some small caps here. Brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. And to date, 6 of 7 Masterworks exits have delivered over 20% returns. Check out masterworks.art/TraderTV.live to learn more. Not a lot to look at if you're talking small caps so far this morning. There's been a few individual runners. Here's DWAC. I was focused on this one this morning, primarily after what happened yesterday. There was 29 and then 30 that came into play yesterday, and then it failed at this support level from the pre-market. 27.75 just before the open. So quick trade that's $1 off the open. Comes all the way back up to 27.75 again, gives you a second opportunity, and then $2 straight to the downside. Hey, we're back here again, but volume kind of dying off for DWAC on a bit of a roller coaster ride so far this morning, still down 6%. The other one I was looking at was Ride. This 220, I don't know, my chart's not loading for some reason, but if you go back to a higher time frame, 220 was a bit of a wall. So this was above it going into the open. So I wanted it back below 220, and then it gave you a quick trade back to $2 right now. Very, very thick stock, so you can take a little more shares, but not a huge move. But 220 was a key level, and then 230 above that, guys, for Ride. Back to you.
Yeah, as the market's now putting in new highs. I remember earlier in the chat, I really liked the what someone said is like, I might just SQQQ myself.
Yes.
I hope you did not, because there it goes to the upside. The market as a whole, so SQQ comes down. So this is going to be important now. Let's just take a quick look at the NASDAQ. This rally, if they can maintain this rally, then it's going to help across the board. Now we're above, or we were above, but we were very close to and working with 11.1 on the NASDAQ. So if we can find strength and maintain above 11.1, you have strength to get going on a rally that's been somewhat building, even without some of these top index names like Tesla and Apple. So 11-1 is going to kind of give you the idea of, is this going to be strong enough to get going or not? And at this point, given that you don't have support from some of these big names, I think is a much clearer indication of the strength that you're going to get in this market if this rally is going to hold up. I know somebody was saying that the bonds weren't helping the case, so they're not following the market as a whole. That's entirely possible that this market is going to show some weakness as we rally up. Makes perfect strength. There could be a ton of hedging going on as well going into the day, especially towards the end of the day. So keep an eye out on how this market's going to handle the next 10 to 20 points on the NASDAQ, especially to the upside. If we don't get the traction, we start failing, the first thing you're going to start see me do is I'm going to start dumping all these longs that are in the money. Take-Two's up 50 cents. And AMD now coming back in, up 13 cents. Obviously, Apple and Enphase have not been very helpful, Apple especially. So Apple's going to be a weak name that I got to work with very delicately. But I got to keep an eye on strength here, especially now that we're at new highs. We need acceleration. If we don't get that, then there's a lot of weakness behind the scenes that I don't want to be a part of, especially with 4 longs.
All right. Yeah, Microsoft ripped all the way to 230.70 there. We didn't get out. I'm going to get it out, though, if we take 229.90 or so. I'd like to take out the high of the day there at 230.70 again, so we'll see that. I just want to slap this on my face, fail, because look what happened, man. Our stop got run exactly, basically to the dollar there. Normally, I give this a little bit more room. I don't know why I didn't give it to like 188.10 or something, but yeah, there it is, man. We'll go idea? I don't know. That was a bad one. Getting out of Tesla there, but you know what? Whatever, it's 50 cents worse right now. Could put it back on if we really did like it. I just saw the market. I didn't see the market do anything. I was watching. What did we just get out of there, by the way? Oh, Softy went to the downside. Okay, so I was just, the market was ripping up there, and it was just like, hey, man, I was kind of happy when we got taken out, but at the same time, it just did fall right back in. There's Microsoft. We just got taken out as well on that break. That's $1, so that's $1 trade right there. So we're going to be happy with it. I'm still flustered a little bit from that Microsoft trade, but that's okay. Or sorry, from that Tesla trade. But there goes Tesla right now, breaking back above. So maybe we're okay. There goes Tesla, just taking that out. Tesla's my number 2 stock today. Number 1, AMD. Number 2, Tesla, right there, followed by Meta, Microsoft, Apple. But there it is right there, starting to go back up to the upside. So maybe we will look back and say that wasn't so bad, but it definitely hit that 187 again. And a shout out to Whimsical, or I think that's what it was, Whimsical Trader. You mentioned there 187 is going to be the bottom. That's 4 or 5 times now. You've banged that perfectly on the head. So good little move there. We did take Meta short. And again, we're playing off relative strength here. And in this case, it'll be relative weakness because Meta's down 0.7. The market is up. And you just came to the north side here, just crazy on that move. So let's go short here. Excuse me. Let's go short here at 96 and then see if we can get a print down here into the 80s for 20 cents for a third and then hold the rest back down here to 95. If this market does get to the downside, we want to be short Meta for sure. So we're going to watch out for that one. Good out so far on Microsoft as well and a good out on AMD. I mean, we got out of AMD right there. It did rip up to the upside. So, hey, man. You've seen some of the trades gone on today. I have 100 fills right now today. So we've made 100 executions, and it's been a pretty good day, man. I mean, I don't know. I hope you're enjoying it. Hit the like button. We're up to 1.7K and 8,000 watching. So let's see if we can get that ramped up a bit. Let's see if we get to 2K. There it is right there. Let's go. I'm not spinning the money thing because I don't like it anymore, but there it is. We'll go bearish right now on Meta. So we'll ride that bear to the downside right now, taking down 95.81. Look, it's only 20 cents, but hey, pays for the losses, right? That's why I scalp out. I feel like scalping something out. And let me ask you that on your futures position. I'm just going to throw out a number here. Let's just say you had 10 contracts, okay? Or it doesn't matter. Is there a spot where you would say, hey, I'm going to take out, like, how does that work for you? Do you level out 10% at a time, half at a time? Is it dependent on the situation? What is your kind of plan of action there, especially if you had maybe a bigger position, like 10 contracts? What would you do if it hit certain, like what?
So I structure my trades, everything's written down. Like for anyone who's wondering how do I execute, I have a trading plan in place and I've also written it down in the event. Sometimes you forget, like, you forget the details of things, and I have it written down. So I already have in mind, regardless of whether it's a futures position or if it's one of these stock positions. Well, stock positions a little differently because I don't take the same kind of risk. But if I were to take a futures positions, I have 2 targets and a trail. So I'm in, regardless of the position. I'm getting out a quarter, so 2 different targets at a quarter of whatever I'm carrying. And then the final half, I'll get out with a proper trailing exit, right? So I'll let the market tell me when to get out. So it's just, and I do that every time. It's not like, oh, this time I have this many contracts and this time I have 5 times as many contracts. It doesn't matter. It just means that my exits are that much larger every time. It's proper execution every single time. That's all I care for, is that I'm taking the trades I need to be taking and I'm getting out the way I need to be getting out. And for me, it's all about the math at the end of the day. So it allows me to kind of just be like, I can compare the math. Right? If I'm exiting 10% this time and next time I'm exiting 30% because I feel like it, you can't compare the two because you're not exiting you don't have the same reasons for exit, you're not approaching it the same way. So for me, I'm very mechanical about how I execute. It's always going to be X% on the first target, X% on the second target, and then X% for the trailing technique or the trailing exit right at the end there. So it's going to be the same every time. If I look over the books, I know exactly what I'm doing. Target, exit, it's going to be the same across all the trades. And for me, given that I write everything down and given that I track everything and make adjustments if I need to for volatility, it's just easier to compare whether you're actually doing the right thing or if you need to make some changes and adjustments. And I think at the end of the day, trading is like one of those things where you're constantly making mistakes and trying to fix them as you go. So why not have something telling you or showing you where your mistakes are so you can slowly work on them? Because you're never going to be perfect from the get-go. So might as well just work on them in bits and pieces, and eventually you get to a point where you're making less and less mistakes. You're never going to be perfect, but less and less mistakes means more and more money, right? That's all. At the end of the day, that's how I look at it. And the market, as it's starting to move to the upside, 2 of our 4 positions are in the money. Perfect. As I say that, one of them's out of the money now. Okay, fine. It's Take Two. Take Two is doing nothing. It's just flirting back and forth. But at least AMD is going strong. And then Enphase is also 10 cents out. But Enphase, we've seen what Enphase looks like, right? Enphase looks like this, 75-cent spread, next to no volume. So that's what you're dealing with. So Enphase, the fact that it's in or out of the money really doesn't matter until it really gets going. So for Enphase, I've got like an $8 target in mind for Enphase. Take Two, flat. Apple's the big one that's not helping at all. If Apple can get going, if Apple can get going back above 139, I think it can join this rally and get going to the upside because Tesla above 191, I believe, would help as well because that's where we stalled out earlier. So another $1.50 on Tesla to the upside and maybe another $1 on Apple to the upside can actually help support this rally. Until that happens, I'm keeping a very close eye on whether this rally has strength, and if it doesn't, like I said, I'm starting to dump my winners immediately. You're going to start to see me clear the board very quickly if I don't like how this rally is moving to the upside, because that just means I'm long in a very weak market. So let's just play this out. Give it a chance, but we'll keep a very close eye on the strength we're going to get from Tesla and Apple to see if this rally is going to get going.
So great. Thanks for the explanation there on the futures, man. It definitely helps a lot of people out for sure. All right, so AMD again, man. We got out of it early, but now we're back in it on a break higher. This is a very, very small trade right now. We just want to see, I mean, it's kind of like what Arun was saying there, but in reverse. It's like, I'm going to just trust that this market might have legs, trying to break through the top. We're only up 0.81, and then I'm going for a stronger name here in AMD. But when you take breakouts like this, you have to not, for me anyways, this is not a high share size situation. So I have like 10% of what I had down here, just as an example, because we told you that we wanted to go long in front of 63. So when this came back into 63, that's where we went long 63, man. This is just a break higher in case there is some momentum. So what's up, Sharif slipping in behind me there, getting ready, locked and loaded for the midday show. Glad to have Sharif back. What was the temperatures there in Egypt?
Like Cairo, mid-20s.
Oh.
South, high, mid-30s.
That's not bad at all.
That's actually what it was in Toronto, actually. It was he said mid-20s in Cairo there. We had a day, I think it was this weekend?
Saturday.
Yeah, it was like
nice.
24 degrees or
It's really
something
nice.
like
but
that.
to be fair, 20s in the desert
Yeah.
is different from 20s here in November.
Slightly different.
Yeah.
Slightly different. Yeah, we're pretty humid up here, but that was a nice little breeze coming through. The winds pushed our way there. Okay, so just that's a small trade there, but we did reload Meta. We already got Meta out for 20 cents, so this is the short that I'm working with right now. And again, I understand that like if the Meta short's going to work, the AMD's not going to work. So, but the difference here is Meta down 0.82, AMD up 2%. Today, and we've been hitting the AMD longs for quite a while. But you know what? I'm going to get out a little piece here on AMD. There we go at 46. Just part of it. Again, we'll take a 13-cent hit there because I don't know, man. The futures, as I look at them, we're right at 11,001, and we failed up here. We failed there. We failed here, and we just failed again. So I do want to. I'm going to take off another piece. I'm going to take. Well, I don't know. Now AMD's going back up to the upside right here. So let's hold out hope for a little bit on this trade. I still like it, of course, but let's give this a little bit more room, AMD. Our Meta trade, just in case you're wondering at home, there's the 200 period, and that's my out. So I'm just double checking that. A break a little bit higher than this of 30. We're going to get out. I don't mind averaging into this trade either for Meta, but hopefully it can come back down. We have done a nice job on this. I'm going to wait for a little bit lower here. 95.60 on Meta. That low wick was 65. Let's see if we can get that again. 95.60 there on Meta. Meanwhile, as this is going down, AMD is starting to go back up to the upside again as well. So far so good. We did get nervous and took a piece out. Let's see if we can take another piece on the high side. That high side is 64, 65 right now. Oh, thank you so much, Sharif, saving the day with another tea in the building. So thank you so much for that one, Sharif. A couple lemon teas, and now we'll try some chai. Arun. But no better day to have a crypto update. Is that what it is right now? Yeah. Then today, as FTX coin getting hit down 25%. Maybe it's recovered. Let's go find out with Brendan.
Yeah, a lot of negativity right across the board, unfortunately, for crypto markets today. All eyes on midterm elections and what that means for cryptocurrency markets. This note actually making the case that a divided Washington, essentially both, would be actually a good thing for crypto markets. Funny, because that's not what this is showing today. Here's Bitcoin on an hourly chart right now. Got absolutely crushed overnight through 20,500, which was that last kind of line in the sand there as far as support goes, and straight through to 19,250 to 500 where it stands right now. So not a great look today, right across the board. 19,300 right now. 6.7%, 1435 right now for Ethereum. That tagged 10% at one point early on this morning. We're back to 9.2% at the currently. Here's ADA down 4.5, 8.6 there for Ripple, 15, then 14 and 11 for Doge, Solana, and Matic, guys. Pretty ugly day right across the board for crypto.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to answer one of the questions with trade that I've had today. A question in the chat, I think is a very helpful one, is that we've got levels, we mark off levels. If you don't get the level that you want, whether it's for your entry, I would imagine, if you don't get the price that you want, do you just let it go, or are you going to be stubborn about it and stick with it, or are you going to make some adjustments? It depends. The answer to that question depends entirely on what the risk profile for the trade is. Example for me would be take two, right? Initially for me, I was looking at mid 94s for a potential entry. I was going to put the stop underneath the 90s. So I was risking about 4.5. I was like, you know what? It makes sense. Can I afford the risk? Yeah, $4.5. See if we can get a move to the upside with decent strength. Is there space for me to
whatever you're comfortable with.
Come up if I need to? Yeah, because I'm looking at 100. So if I'm risking 5 and I'm making 5, or I have the potential to make 5, I can make the adjustment that if I don't get my fill of where I want to get the fill, I can come up just a little bit. But there will be times where you really can't make that adjustment because the upside of the trade isn't there to allow for that, right? So if I were to say this trade only has about $2 to $3 in upside, I don't want to risk more than at least a 1-to-1, right? So for me, this trade allowed me to actually come up just a little bit because I came up from the mid 94s into that 95 area. That 50 cent extra, I had the ability to. So the answer depends entirely on what your risk profile for a trade is. If you have space to come up because you think the expectation of the trade or the space of that move to the upside is there, then you can make that adjustment as you see the markets rejecting certain areas. In this case, it really didn't want to get through 95 in a big way, and definitely not to the price that I was waiting at. So I made the adjustment. But sometimes you don't make that adjustment because it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the extra risk. So it depends, I guess, is the answer. And as I say that, futures market continues now at 40 and change. Okay, we're starting to accelerate. Can we get Apple going? No.
Apple's going, no.
If you call that
bottom,
going.
Apple bottom jeans?
It's
boots with the fur? The whole club is looking at her?
Oh my God, okay.
I mean, come on, man, we hit the floor, didn't we?
Yeah, maybe we did hit the floor, but
all right.
139 to the upside. If we can get above that, we have strength. I'm also looking at GDX. GDX, typical risk play here. GDX running strong. You know, it used to be a very big safety asset, and now it's showing its case on election day that it's actually moving strong to the upside. I'm looking at the gold miners. This is the VanEck Gold Miners ETF, and that's up almost 5% on the day, straight rally to the upside. So good strength here across the board. You'll notice that on at least gold and Take Two, I've actually dumped the position. Going back to what I was saying about risk reward on certain trades and whether you make adjustments or not, I'm starting to notice Brendan was saying 98 was holding up well with resistance. I initially got in long at 95, and then they started really kind of coming down on 96.5 and 96. So it looks like sell side volume is actually moving down a little bit. So I'm not a fan of that long at 95 at this point. So I'll keep an eye on this, but the strength is starting to lose, or we're starting to lose strength on Take Two. So maybe the long isn't there right now. So I'm backing away from Take Two. I took my profit. It was only a few cents just to cover the cost of the trade and maybe a little bit higher than that. But I am gonna walk away from that. Keep the other two. AMD's up 50 cents. Enphase, I mean, Enphase is doing what Enphase does, which is just play the spread. And then Apple, if Apple can get going and join Tesla, then we have a chance to get going to the upside. And Boeing and Caterpillar, I know Caterpillar's been in the conversation in the chat today, and Caterpillar's finally starting to make its move above 230. So let's see if Caterpillar can maintain strength. Futures maintain strength. At that point, you might have a breakout on your hands on Caterpillar as well.
All right, just a quick little update, and yeah, let's hit this for once here today. Thank you for hitting the like button as well today. It's been a good day trading. As we're not going to end the show yet. We still got a little time to go, but we are at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. Why? Meta is in the building. So we're now short Meta 96. It's down to 95.50, so it's going to be a good trade here. We are now over 100 trades. We've talked about that. Meta's coming right in. I thought I had a bid here on Meta. I do, 95.40, so hopefully that can come through. We are looking to reload this as well up there on the upside. Come on, Meta. Down a little bit more. Why the heck do I care about a couple pennies here? Let's just bid this out at 50 if we can get that right there on Meta. I actually just put a 48. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Fail on Meta to the downside. 50-cent winner. Back-to-back jacks right there. We stepped up in the first inning, hit the home run, came back up again in the fourth and hit it again. There it is. Nice little move to the downside right there for Meta, turning our day positive, obviously, on that name. Got that frog in my throat. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Justin here. We put some more honey. Shout out to my gorgeous and very thoughtful wife as well for throwing down some honey for me today. And then there we go. Cheers. I've never seen this.
Oh, I drank before, with that last time.
But don't be a pig in the market, I think, is what we got to do. So we just took some profit there on that spot. I want to thank Arun for filling in for Neil today, who's home sick with his daughter. We've talked about that. But, Arun, we're going to be probably coming in a couple more times. It's all natural Canadian honey.
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
You want to try one? You can.
No, I'm good. I was just looking at it. I've seen these before in coffee shops. I was just curious.
Yeah. I feel like the wife might have got this at a Costco or something, because this is a 20-pack or something like that. And you're 100% Canadian right there, honey, just like the maple syrup, man. Keep it in homegrown. Keep other stuff homegrown as well here in Canada. And I know that's on some ballots as well. But, get out there and vote. I mean, you can't do anything more important, no matter which side you're on or who you want to vote for. I think today, obviously, a very important day. There's a lot of people that obviously, complain about the way elections go. Someone's been phoning me for a while here. That's not a voter because we're here in Canada. But get out and vote. Make your voice count for sure. Before we go to Brendan, I just did see someone in chat there. What's up to Abdi BK? What's up, Abdi? He says, let's check out DWAC, please. So let's go over to DWAC quickly there as we talked about a little bit about voting there. We'll see what happens. So my main fear about DWAC is, and you're still doing good, man. You're still where you were yesterday. Yesterday's high, $29, $30. You're bouncing off that again. Those seem to be good outs. I still have a bid actually down here at $22. That didn't fill. That was yesterday's sort of consolidation there on DWAC. So I'm still waiting for that. The only fear that I have for this name is, and maybe you guys would know this, and it's just what if President Trump does not run and he announces that he's not running, then all the sort of fluff that's in DWAC over the last couple of days, it just bumped up there, Arun, because apparently on the 15th he's going to announce that he's running again. Okay. So DWAC goes right back into $32 there. So, again, a little level there. We were chilling at 15, then that announcement came through. And I think Prado was just talking about, was that on Rumble that he went live? Yeah, so we got a big report, a good following there on Rumble apparently. Was that last night or this morning? Or? So 300,000 people watching yesterday, I guess waiting for that announcement. Didn't come through, but Rumble there now today, down 2%. But again, there's the nice bump up. So, just watch out for that. Again, these names are all about politics, so we don't talk about, who's going to win or lose or what our opinion is. It's just these names are strong names on a Republican win, I would think. So let's wait to see what happens there. But without any further ado, it's Sector Watch. This is important on a day like today. Let's see what sectors are moving.
Pretty strong day so far, guys. We'll show you the board here for the S&P 500. We are up about 0.85, 0.85 right now for the S&P. I want to point out these right away. This is the tech group in the S&P 500. NLOC, basically the only one downside. The rest of the entire sector very positive, including Solar Edge, we talked about in the pre-market there. SEDG on a big report, up 18%. It's a $230, $240 stock. QCOM, NXPI having big days as well, but all of the semiconductors higher so far. Hardware equipment makers, kind of tough to see, but if I highlight it like that, there you go. That's the entire group, all positive right now. And then down here, industrials in pretty good shape as well. Expedia, 6.5%. Remember, Trip, the other direction, off of earnings, but nice day for industrials here. Take two over here, TTWO, we talked about 12% in negative territory. NCLH leading the way as far as cruise lines are concerned. Big report for them. They also said record demand expected in the next quarter. 3.9, Tesla downside. That is some of the auto-related stocks downside as well. That's that Lumen stock. It's been bouncing around the past week or so, up 7.5% again today. But nice day overall, guys. 0.84 right now for the S&P.
0.8 on the S&P side. NASDAQ up 0.91, even with Apple and Tesla being a drag. But you're seeing some strength here, and they were showing some weakness earlier. But this is, it's a decent run to the upside as we get to 38.50, and it's going to be an interesting way to kind of play the rest of the day. Because although the market's going up very, very strong right now, I also am very hesitant to chase anything, because this is the type of day you're dealing with, right? Know what you're getting yourself into on a day like today. So I'm not going to chase anything. I'm going to stick with what I've got. I do want to answer one of the questions in the chat. I'm going to kind of leave the positions. They're going to take care of themselves. I mean, I've got 3 longs. One of them's in the money, 2 of them out. They'll take care of themselves. A question from the chat, I think this is a very good one, especially for new traders, is from D Money asking, how long did it take you to get profitable on ES? You'll have some good days and then getting whacked hard, and it's hard to trade with volatility. Markets are always changing, right? As markets change, you're going to have to tweak your strategy or your approach. And that's why I was saying earlier, I put everything in a book and I make adjustments when necessary. When markets change, you have to adjust the way you're trading, not change your strategy. It's just certain adjustments to factor in for volatility, right? So you do have to tweak a few things. In terms of profitability, I'll tell you this. I've been trading for 16 years now. And I want to say consistent, to get consistent, it took me north of 10 years. And so for anyone wondering whether this is one of those things where you can jump into and quickly trade, yeah, sure. If you've got, you're super smart and you've got all that skill that you can just step into something and you're that amazing, sure, maybe right from the get-go. But it's easy to kind of get into that false sense of security where you step into a market that's just an easy market to trade, because markets come in cycles and some cycles are much easier to trade than other cycles, right? So there'll be hot periods and then cold periods, and then you just go back and forth between them. To get consistency, you have to be aware of that and make adjustments, and then when to go up in size, when to go down in size. And consistency just takes, like we said earlier, it's just constantly making changes and adjustments to the errors that you're going to be making. And sometimes it's not even your errors, it's just the market's changing on you, right? So just as the market changes on you, I'm sure from 2020, it was an easy market to work with, and then 2021 comes and the market's changed, and if everyone's trading the same way as 2020, then you're probably not making the same kind of money, right? So you have to adjust and have a solid strategy, but at the same time, adjust to market conditions and just be aware of it. And it'll take time. Eventually, you'll get an idea of it. It's just how long is it going to take you and how much money is it going to cost you to get there is, I think, the question that you need to answer for yourself, and how much effort you're going to put in. Because at the end of the day, once you learn a skill like trading and being able to process what the market's telling you, I think as long as you keep adjusting, no one's going to take that away from you. You can go into the market as a bank, essentially, and pull out money when you need to. So I would just keep at it and just be aware of the changing conditions and environments, and just keep putting in effort, always trying to learn. You're watching our show, great. Take something from it, make it your own, and then just make adjustments and improve yourself, because that's what trading is. You're constantly making, regardless of what level you get to, you're constantly making adjustments for the new market conditions and also yourself as a trader.
All right, let's go. Yeah, look, hit the like button. I mean, you can't. Great comments there. And I think, you know what, Arun, the one thing that I got to tell you is that's a lot of respect for saying that, because there's a lot of traders out there that, and I even saw in the chat, and I know maybe you were talking so you didn't see it, but there's a lot of people on the same journey, 10 years, 5 years, 6 years, and you do get very frustrated with it all. And I 100% agree. Figure out what your lane is. Don't use real risk and don't get blown out until you figure that out. And yeah, respect to Arun. And I mean, we see each other's numbers a lot, and Arun's a fantastic futures trader. So, let's give some respect out for that. And thank you so much, Arun, for sharing that with all of us. But Arun, one thing I want to tell you is the SPY, I know you're looking at the futures, but what kind of a chart is this? This has just been straight hot fire right now. Shout out to someone in the chat that was like, yo, Sean, check out the SPY. This is the S&P 500. Like, you want to talk about hot fire right now. 379 bottom right there, coinciding with yesterday's bottom. So I've really been focused. Oh, by the way, I have a new position, Starbucks. Talk about that in a minute. I've been really super hyper focused because we've had a great run here over the last month or so, focusing on very few names: AMDs, Apples, Microsofts, Nvidias, stocks that are reporting, Meta, Google, Amazon, which, by the way, I haven't looked at Google or Amazon today. I'm going to say Amazon might be, I'll say close to flat on the day. Let me see what Amazon's doing. Yeah, okay, good call on that. Almost said red, but look at that, Amazon moved back up to the upside. Anyways, focusing on a couple new names, I think I want to put the futures in my bag of tricks as well. All right, Meta, good reload. Hey, we ain't gonna look no gift horses in the mouth right there. Let's go. Look at that reload. Again, like a glove right there, went right back up to 96. We shorted it again. And hey, I'll take 25 cents there on that move to the downside. So there it is again. And guess what I'm going to do again? I'm going to put an offer one more time at 99. Come up and get me. We'll see if that one works. New position, though. We said we'd had a new position on. It's Starbucks. So let's find another position that we like longs in. The market is trying to take out highs. We're up 1% again. And look what I found. It's a bar coding right now. So Starbucks makes a nice move down. Bar coding off 92. So we're light. And just to talk about risk to reward again, we're light in this position right now. But if it gets closer to this 92 bottom, that's 92.20 is the bottom there. We're long at 30, so whatever, we're not taking any profit now. If it does rip up into 50s, something like that, into the 80s or 90s, that would be a good little exit. Looking at 93 as an ultimate exit there for Starbucks as we go long. Let's go Meta. Adios, amigos, for that. Meta, you can tell I mean, you're learning Spanish there. That was probably really bad.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. So here we go. Back down to the downside right now for Meta. Let's just punch a 53 out. That's 110 trades so far today. There's another one, man. I mean, if you're not liking the show, you don't have to hit the like, but I think today's been a pretty darn good one, man. We've had a lot of great longs. I'm literally finishing the day at my highest spot today so far. We've had some banger trades, man. Apple, AMD, Meta, Microsoft, Starbucks. And how about our Tesla trade? We really worked your way through that one with you guys. We were short here, 190, 191. We talked over and over again about that 87 bottom, and then eventually took that out at 188. Looking pretty good right now. Clean up your stop orders if you have any. It's Brendan Wickens, and he's at the big desk.
Hey guys, quick update for you on currency markets today as we head through the midterm elections in the U.S., seeing a little bit of weakness in the U.S. dollar coming back into play. Downside, I mentioned this 110 area yesterday, 110, I think it was 50, 110.50, and then we're kind of breaking through that right now. We'll see if this last support holds on the daily chart here for the DXY, but everything on here pretty much outside of cryptos down here, higher on the day. Including our Canadian dollar back to 74.5, up 0.5% for the CAD. The euro, back above parity there just today. $1 and change for the euro. The pound 115 and change back to the upside as well. But dollar weakness means strength across the board outside of 6% now for Bitcoin downside. Ethereum pushing 8%. Guys, back to you.
This, as Ethereum pushing 8% and whatnot, and they're having their issues, markets pushing trying to get to 1%. Can't really get, SP can't get to 1%. They're backing off the 38.50. Looks like they're stalling out a little bit here. And for somebody was wondering, what's my read on the futures? I'm not touching this. Straight up and simple, I am not touching this. Obviously, this rally is there, but I also think it's going to be a very weak rally. Remember when we started the day, I said if we ever get into this zone, I'm going to look for shorts. That's what I'm doing. For the way it's moving and the fact that we don't get Apple and we don't have Tesla makes me think that this is probably a better short candidate for the futures market as a whole, is a better short candidate than a long one, because you need strength for some of the bigger names, and that's where you're getting here. You're not getting the strength. So I would look for the shorts, but it needs to set up. So for now, strength is there, let it go, but at the same time, I'm keeping my eyes peeled for potential shorts on the S&P. This also ties into a question, do many asking me about limit orders or market orders? Just pay the spread, man. If your read is read, I've been there before, where you're trying to limit how much you're paying on the spread. If your read is accurate, you'd rather be filled than not, right? At the end of the day, you'd participate and give up an extra tick than not participate and have the market go against you. And I've done that many, many times where I've been very stubborn, like I'm not paying the spread, I'm not paying the spread. And then I watch it go without me. And at some point you learn, you're like, you know what, just pay the spread. If your read is good, that extra tick is not going to make a difference at the end of the day when you actually cash out, right? So I think it's just better to pay the spread if you need to. I also prefer aggressive limit orders versus market orders, because even though you are paying the spread, I'd rather pay the one tick and instead of getting marketed out 2 or 3 ticks out. Sometimes that happens when the liquidity gets thin. So I'd rather use an aggressive market order or aggressive limit order versus a market order. At least that way I know the worst possible price I can get versus take what you can get, right? So I think aggressive limit is the way to go and get your fills, get your prices, and just work your reads and trust your reads at the end of the day.
All right, guys. Yeah, great little look there. And thanks, Arun, for going over that one more time. And there it is. Oh, we got out. Yes, sir. We get a nice little trade. Like, we are, I don't know why I hit the diamond hands one. Nice trade on Starbucks, man. Long at 30, out at 50, only out half. We said we'd look at that level. So the level was really 60, but we just ripped up to 50 there pretty quickly. So we take a nice out there. I think it was 48s, to be honest with you. So yeah, 40. 48 half? What did we get there? We got 48. We obviously don't offer half, so 48 right there. And look what's happening right now as the market's starting to go red zone a little bit here. It's not, but starting to turn around as Meta is now 70 cents in the money. Nice. And I said to Arun when Brendan was giving the update there on crypto, we talked about, crypto money talks. You know, look at these reloads there, and it's like, sure, you know, you could hold it all the way, but when you take it 3 times, you know, especially if it's all for the same amount of shares, which it's been, then you're really making 3 times the money there. So sometimes scalping does pay out, and in this situation, it did numerous times. You could always take you know, part of the other talk is like, why don't you just take 3 times the shares? Well, it's just the fact of the matter. If we're going to scalp back and forth here, and that's what we're looking at, then I'm going to continue taking advantage of the sort of situations that I see bouncing off this 200 period. Because if you take 3 times the shares there and you're wrong the first time, then you're instantly smoked. So when you look back, you can always like analyze your trades and say, I should have done this, I should have done that. And that's what I do, right? We keep notes, we take notes every day, and we figure out the trading patterns and then what we've done better, what we've done worse. And what I've really started to do much better is hold off of key levels, which I know Brendan's chomping at the bit to talk about earnings, and we're going to do that in a minute. There's some big names on that board, by the way, including Disney. This 138, this is the only thing that I feel like I mistaked out today. We're going to be red on one name, Apple. Like we're positive, AMD, Meta, Softy, Starbucks, Tesla, but Apple we're wrong on, and that was a 138. We should have been long off that 138 dip there when it was sort of heading to the downside. So this is why we're negative. We got dropped out there. We went long, took a profit, but then we really took some shares there hoping that 50 was going to hold, and it didn't. So we are slightly red there on Apple. But all right, with only a minute and a half to go, I'm pretty happy with my voice so far. Hopefully it lasts throughout the rest of the day. Let's go over to Brendan for the earnings board.
Big day coming up, guys. Biggest day of the week, in fact, for earnings. So get set, because here comes what is to be expected after market and before the open tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Hey-o.
I'm looking at that board. The only thing that stands out to me is like Canopy Growth has a really nice logo. I really like their logo.
It's not bad,
I like the detail on the trees. But
Wendy's,
that's
I think, changed. They went a little more modern with their logo there, although it's still.
I also didn't know Vita Coco was actually its own company.
What was?
Vita Coco. They do coconut water. Like I spent a lot of money on coconut water, and Vita
Are they
Coco.
any good? Is that a top one or?
Yeah, it's one of the most popular ones that's around.
All right, Rogers there as well for you Canadians out there, probably not a big one. But then look on the left side, man. You've got some big names there. I'm assuming that's Occidental. I've never really seen that logo, but Oxy would make sense. There's a Firm in the middle. We know that's going to be a big one. Upstart. And then there's something that's huge with the red circle there in the top right for after the close. And then right below it, wow, I'm missing a lot. There's AMC is there and Lucid. Ay. This is going to be a very, very good day tomorrow, I feel like. A lot of names been beat down reporting. Affirm, Upstart, Lucid. Wow, AMC as well. You never know, man. Let's see what Adam Aaron has in store for all of the Abe's tomorrow. Maybe we'll find out some more about their Harmony Gold Mine. We'll find out more about that tomorrow, I'm sure, as well, as the market kind of dancing around a little bit. We have long Starbucks. We already took that out for 18 cents. We will try a long against 92 again, and then Meta going to the downside as well.
Before we transfer, I actually want to answer this quick super chat. Who pushes the market down, bids or asks? Weak bids, bigger asks. So asks are going to be the sellers, right? So if they're coming down with some size, the market's going down. So big asks, weak bids, that's how the market goes down.
We like those big asks. All right. Thank you, Arun, again. Thank you, man, for coming through. It was a big, Brendan, quickly. What's up, Brendan?
Just quickly, there's some Boeing delivery numbers just came out there. 122 jets delivered in October. So big move down right now for BA, guys.
All right, Sharif and Prad, Boeing on the move. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Thank you so much. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. We're very proud of the show that we put on for you one more time again today. A big thanks to Arun for filling in. Little Birdie told me that Neil's in the building tomorrow, so that should be fun. We'll have Neil through tomorrow again, but thank you so much, Arun. He's joining me again at 2 o'clock, so we'll be back at 2 p.m. Go out and vote if you haven't. Let's throw it over to the midday show. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. You know what time it is. It's time for Midday Markets, Movers, Mayhem. And obviously, when we come on, the market is pulling back at the moment. So it looks like the shorts are coming into play because obviously Patty Daddy's on the show right now. So the markets know what direction they need to move to the downside, baby. Let's look for some of these trades we're in. Just waiting for the blotters to update. That way I can take a fill on my short that I can take profits. And then you'll see exactly what short we're talking about. Right before being handed over, wait a minute, how rude of me. I didn't even introduce myself and my co-host.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
your host, Trader
Good.
Prad. This is my beautiful co-host, Sharif, the man, the myth, the legend, is back from Egypt once again. Came back yesterday. It was wonderful having you back. The party,
Appreciate it,
the
brother.
gang is all together again, and now we get to look for opportunities on this beautiful Tuesday, November 8th. Yes,
sir. Just watching as Boeing, off the news that Brendo just alerted us to. Nice little retracement down to VWAP right at that 166.80. Whereas VWAP, it made its way all the way down to 166.50. Now a beautiful bounce back up, 166, 167.70, and I think I even saw a print higher than that. There goes the bounce, getting right back, bought right back up. Before I had the opportunity to switch charts and actually trade this bad boy, it already made its move. So we'll wait for something new to develop on that. But as for what I've been trading today, TTWO is definitely on my radar. Nice little move off a real big sell-off off an earnings loser yesterday. Also KSS off that news that their CEO is outgoing at the moment. I had a nice couple of trades off that. Then I watched as Tesla made all sorts of moves and plenty of FOMO on that. And then when I sat down here, I had a nice little trade on DWAC. DWAC caught the top here. This was a bit of a lucky trade, to tell you the truth, but I tried to average down into this area. Should have gotten filled, but it was not to be so. Make a long story short, I ended up for a winner here, getting almost top wick on that way out. Now it's retracing back into that 50-period moving average. This may be an interesting in for DWAC, obviously playing off that news that Mr. Trump is waiting for the midterms today. That make that announcement, Bradley.
Coinbase currently ripping my face off. It was working for me. The 52 shorts were working, but Coinbase just ripped past 52, so I took my exit on that shorts. Looks like we're going to have to just wait patiently at maybe 55 or even 54 around where Coinbase opened. So the shorts were working at one point. Now, while the market's moving back up, but not even moving all the way to the downside, the market slightly came down off those 38.50 highs. And Coinbase shorts were paying us, but right now look at Coinbase really ripping to the north side. Looks like we got another catalyst over here. The Ontario, I don't know how much of this catalyst will really be bleeding into it. I'm not sure how old this tweet is. This tweet's pretty old. It's from November 7th. So yesterday night came in. Ontario Teachers Pension Plan invested in FTX, $32 billion valuation investment coming in over there for the Ontario pension plan. That's my mom's pension plan that they're messing with.
Sorry.
My mom's about to go broke. And we're screwed now. So we did have Sam Bankman-Fried. My bad. It might be fried. Freed. It's spelled F-R-I-E-D.
Yeah, it's
isn't
Freed.
it?
It's Freed.
Okay. Sam Bankman-Fried was on the morning show at one point, or was it the midday or evening show? Sorry. Either way, we did have an interview with him. If you guys want to roll back to that and find that video, you can feel free to do so. But yeah, Coinbase today did trigger SSR by being down more than 10% at one point. People in the chat saying I'm fried. No, don't say that. But yeah, Coinbase did trigger SSR at one point by going to $49, by breaking that $50 area, but then whipping right back above 50, giving you a nice little base to keep trying longs at. I was trying to build into a long, and I would keep missing the order by like a couple pennies. So instead, I figured I'll go short instead around 52, which was working for me. And now I got stopped out, and now we're watching it rip towards 53 and higher, while the market's actually coming down. So part of me wants to get back in the short, closer to 54 or the 100-period EMA if I do get that move there.
Yes, sir. Just continuing to look at Boeing here, trying to see if it's going to make its way down to VWAP so I can attempt another dip trade here. But it's kind of like within a range a little bit, I'd say. Maybe that 60 penny range between 167.20 and 167.80. I'll continue to watch this. No urgency on this trade. As Prad was saying, what a move on the market today. It looks like we topped out here 1 point off the 50, 38.50. It looks like we're at 38.49 on the MES December contract. So another interesting day on the market. Not sure why it's getting bought up into tomorrow's CPI. Oh, it's not tomorrow, it's Thursday, right?
What's that? CPI Thursday, yeah.
Thursday, okay. I always expect it on Wednesday for some reason. Okay. So Thursday CPI print. So you never know how speculatory the markets can become a couple of days prior to that. People guessing on whether it's going to be positive or negative, and sometimes you get like irrational moves in the market. That's to be expected. Flipping back to DWAC here, it's pulling back into the VWAP area, and there's a good level of support at this area. I'll tell you a little bit more about it though when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk, with an update.
All right, guys, there is actually news here that's affecting Coinbase to the upside. So there's a thread that's been posted on Sam Bankman-Fried's Twitter account. So it's quite long, so I'm not going to read through it right now, but essentially he's saying they've come to a transaction or a strategic transaction agreement with Binance for FTX.com. There's a whole 6-part thread though on Sam Bankman-Fried's Twitter right now that's causing this move for coin to the upside. Again, they've come to a strategic transaction with Binance for FTX.com. So if you want to check that out, go to his Twitter.
So that makes sense why we got a big volume spike. We are now closer to 54 on Coinbase. Looking for that possible short attempt, but looks like this catalyst over here might just turn the stock around. And keep in mind, it's going to be on SSR, so the stock's going to be a little bit harder to short. There was some size on 54 over there. Size came back on 54. Might have been a little bit of an iceberg order. The spread on Coinbase is the worst thing the stock could ever have, honestly. Like, you're a $50 stock. You're trading tons of size. What's with the spread on this one? But looks like that 54 is going to break. I'm going to quickly throw an order out there. 54.01. Please don't break without me throwing this order out. 54.25. And then we'll take that much size real quick, and we'll see if the order comes into play. This could also be a quick little trap, though. It might just break it, trap you to the upside, and then pull back. Let's also filter the time of sales to see what happens. So that size at 54 keeps getting tested, and then also comes back as to the orders over there. So that could be an iceberg order. That could be, orders keep on refreshing themselves. The seller keeps on refreshing the orders over there, and now we're just waiting to see who has more power. There we go, 54 breaking. We're now long, and the spread opens up immediately. Now we're just stuck at 54, 53.91, which is not something we need to see. Now we're at 54.01, perfect. We need 54 to hold, and now we're also watching the time of sales. Time of sales coming in with a little bit of yellows. That's exactly what we needed to show. Greens or yellows. If we see blues or reds with big numbers on blues or reds, green and yellow. It's black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Shout out to Wiz Khalifa over there, who's now paying us profits on this yellow move on my time of sales. Look at that monster buying coming in on Coinbase. Thank you, FTX. Looks like Sam Bankman-Fried is paying me today, baby. We got that big bid over there on 54. What is it? 54. 15. 54.15 has about 250 lots. 250 lots, 250 lots there. So we could use that as our exit. If that size at 54.20 breaks, we could get out on that. And if that size doesn't break, we're holding this long to see how big of a long we can get out of it. Already about 70 cents in that money. All we had to do was take that even dollar breakout. Now we're getting a 54, 55. Ring that cash register. Whoa, Coinbase from SSR to turn positive on the day over here very soon. Only down 3%. We're still holding a good size over here on this trade. Come on, baby. Pay Patty Daddy over here to the north side as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ both make a new high a day. And I'm waiting for 3,900 to come into play on the S&P 500 futures so I can short that level. Looks like 55 did break with a little bit of a fail break. So let's take some more size out on here. I don't want to get trapped with all of my size going back through that 54.20 area. My stop is 54.20. If 54.20 breaks with that 250 lots there, I still get out with a 20-cent profit. Ooh, look at that. Now we're at 55. Those same 250 lots, Algo or a trader or Kathy Wood, for all we know, is trying to buy up that level and is actually pushing the orders higher from previous 54.20 to now 55.01. So now my stop's 55.01. Wherever that size is going to be my stop. We're just watching the stock skyrocket to the north side and give us profits $1.20 in the money now. I'm going to take some more size out on this bad boy. Come on, Coinbase. You don't want to pay me, then I'll just cross over even harder.
That's hilarious about Kathy Wood. That's some excellent tape reading there from Prad. To be able to adjust his stop according to where the size is. That's really, that's very clairvoyant, actually, to be able to do that on the spot. Good for him. I didn't have nearly as good a trade on Coinbase. Profitable nonetheless. Got in here right at that. I jumped in before 54 and I scalped out 20 pennies later. So I missed the bulk of the move on that one. Should have been more patient. But hey, sucks for me. But coin continuing to move.
56.
I think we're almost now at positive. I think we're still 1 3/4% lower on the day, but that's like $1 away. We just moved $1 in less than a minute. So I think we can easily fill that gap quite quickly. 56 now is a top here. I don't see too much size on 56. I think this either here we go. There we go. 56 just goes right through there. So whoever's holding good on you, big size showing up here on the Ask Bradley. What do you got?
And they're taking it. Big size on the ask, and they're taking it. There was about 137 lots on 54.26. Clearly, someone's punching into that size and either taking that level out for trying to go extra long. You know, a little bit of a FOMO kicking in for the traders who are missing out on the move. So they're punching those levels, and those levels being punched is exactly what I want to see as someone who's long, all the way $2.50 in the money. So let's go, baby. Let's take some more size over here on this one. Coinbase still showing some buying, but at the same time, the tape is changing a little bit. We're seeing a lot more mid prints come in, and we're seeing a lot more blues and reds come in at these levels. So might be a little bit of cooling down the jets period for Coinbase. But you know, keeping my eyes peeled, watching for that tape characters to change again, just like that. Look at the buying coming in. Now we're about to be taking out 57 soon. Let's see if there's any size on 57. There's barely any size on 57. They're gonna chew through that. That's gonna be my exit right there. A little bit more profits on that Coinbase break of 57. Now Coinbase is actually green on the day. Is Coinbase going to 60 at this point? That's the next question. Ooh, look at that selling coming in right around 57. 57 not able to hold on the bids. Ooh, look at those blues. People just smashing the bids and getting below the bids over here. Most likely profit takers, right? This might be a profit taking action coming in. Not sure if it's just short sellers punching in over here or profit takers taking their profits off those longs. I mean, if you're $3, $2 in the money, why would you not be taking profits as the S&P 500 now is above 38.51 and the NASDAQ up 1.28% on the day at 11,160.
Yeah, 57 definitely coming into play there as a key level. That was basically the close, a little bit higher. I think 57.02 or 5 was yesterday's close. So that's obviously a key level of resistance there. But looking at this chart, the next main level of resistance is going to have to be that $60 level. There's an area of consolidation. This is a 1 hour chart, by the way. There's an area of consolidation over here. So if it does make it up there, look for that $60 level being a whole dollar level too. It's also going to be a key area of resistance. So watch out for that. But an interesting area, a pullback here. So let's see where we can possibly get in on a pullback. I mean, there's obviously a good area of consolidation here from the pre-market at around that 55.70. You got to say 55.50 area. So let's see if it retraces back into that area. It's also kind of extended off the 7 period on the 1 minute chart. Let's flip to the 5 minute and see how far extended we are. Yeah, and it's a lot more extended on the 5 minute chart here. Where is my 5 minute one? Yeah, okay, so I'm around 53.50. So this one super extended in terms of like a risk management perspective, but it's moving. So if you're green on it, all the power to you. Another play I would possibly do here is a new 1 minute candle to make a new high, a green one. So anything above possibly maybe that 56.50 or not even that high, 56.45-ish. Go long, but that's a risky play, especially with this candle here. It looks like a bit of a reversal candle on the 1 minute chart. Let's see what it looks like on the 5 minute.
Looks like BTC also moving off of this news. Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It looks like BTC also moving off of this news a little bit. Look at that Bitcoin launching above 20K one more time today. We were above 20K for a good period of time, and we dropped below 20K sadly, but now launching above 20K one more time. Still down 2% on BTC. Continuation on that news for FTX and so on. From Binance this afternoon, FTX asked for our help. There is a significant liquidity crunch to protect users. We signed a non-binding LOI intending to fully acquire FTX and help cover the liquidity crunch. We will be conducting a full DD in the coming days. So that's from Brendo. We put it in our work chat. So for those of you who are wondering what's going on, absolute insanity. Let's actually go back to Brendo here at the big desk for continuation on that story.
It's important to note here, guys, it's ftx.com. So they're not acquiring the entire company, it's just the site. So ftx.com being acquired by Binance. We spoke about that briefly in the pre-market. If you were with us this morning, there was rumors floating around over the past couple of days about potential liquidity problems for FTX. So again, Binance looks like acquiring ftx.com. Robinhood and Coin both moving on that, guys.
Yeah, big topping tail candle, geez, on Coinbase here. Look at that
It's
red
struggling
candle.
around that 57
Yeah,
area.
definitely. It broke through that 57 with some vigor and actually broke through 58 according to my charts. 58.22 is the high of day, but not much legs around there as it just started plummeting back. You're going to have to give this one some room. I'm not sure if the move is done and you're short-minded now or what, but yeah, definitely having some issues breaking through these levels, Bradley.
LOI stands for loss of income. Thank you,
No,
Greg.
it's letter of intent.
Oh, what? Greg's trolling me over here.
Yeah,
Greg
he is.
LOI. He just put it on in the trainee chat. LOI means loss of income. I was like, oh, okay. It means letter of intent. Wow, you got me. Good job, Greg. But market over here pulling still to the north side, but as you guys saw, Coinbase having an issue near 57, 56 now, not able to really see buyers coming in around 56. This could be a little exhaustion of the move coming in for the long side for Coinbase, which did turn positive at one point, but now we're turning green. We're turning red again. I'm looking for where that big bid was, that 250 share bid. Ooh, look at that buying coming right back in. Wow. Just for a second, we stalled off and instantly buying coming back in over here for Coinbase. Not sure where I want to put my stop. Maybe below the 100-period EMA / the pre-market low. Closer to my, I don't know if I want it closer to my entry. Could be somewhere around this pre-market area. If it goes back through, the 100-period EMA, which is also somewhere close to the open, that's where my stop will be. So let's say 54.50 is where my stop is.
Yeah, I'm doing some Fibonacci analysis here just for whatever it's worth. From the breakout point, if you want to make this a 50-70 area, the breakout point, and the high is at 58.22. It's retracing back into that 2/3 level. So, I mean, let's see if it stops there or it's going to make its way back to half. This one, it's kind of a hit and miss. Anybody who's used fibs knows that, and sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. But it's good to view, see if anything else is corresponding with those levels that you can use as confirmation. But anyway, so let's flip off. Not flip off, but let's get off TT. On coin there, and let's flip to TDWO because I was on that one this morning as well, profitable for me. Let's flip there. Just made a nice move off that 93.75 base. Now breaking into that 96.75. So a nice $3 move there in like the past, I want to say, 5 minutes. So nice move there. Also reclaiming VWAP. So an important level for me. It's going to be interesting to see if we can stay above this 96.50 area because there was a little bit of resistance here in this consolidation period above VWAP. So let's see if it can make its way above there. 97 is also going to be a key level to break. But the high of day, I believe, on this guy is, what is it? Let me zoom out, 98.95. So still a ways away from that. I'm going to look for a long, possibly either on a retracement back into this level right here onto the 96 or through a break of 97. That's going to be an interesting one as well. So I'm looking for this one. It kind of it fell off my radar a bit once it broke below VWAP, but ever since it reclaimed it, then it's kind of like back in my good books and tradable. But another eye, I've got to keep both eyes open here, one on coin and one on TTWO, Prad.
TTWO, that's Take-Two Interactive, the makers of, what's those games again? The Rockstar games, the Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, so they make them.
They make Grand Theft Auto. They also own Zynga and own like most of the popular mobile games, and that's actually where they took a big hit, which is mobile games and mobile gaming in general. There was a tweet recently, though. I don't know if you heard of Brian Redban.
No, I haven't.
He's kind of like, well, I don't know if he's a manager for Joe Rogan, but he's Joe Rogan's friend, and he's basically trying to get the Joe Rogan podcast to play on those radios inside of a car of Grand Theft Auto in the new game.
That is
which
awesome.
is genius, right?
Yeah.
You can have those episodes running as its own little radio podcast in the background when
So
you're driving
good.
a car or something, which is amazing if they're able to incorporate that. It's not even that hard to do it, honestly. Like, well, we've seen Travis Scott concerts on Fortnite. We've seen Marshmello concerts on Fortnite, which are all live concerts. Like, they were doing those live, so that could play out at one point, and Rockstar could be able to leech some of that monetary money that Spotify and other big companies like that have been doing. So Take-Two, even though they did absolutely get destroyed on the earnings today, as a gamer, I do still believe in them. Currently, guys, new position alert. I'm short Apple near 140. I'm short 139.92, and I'm giving it slightly above 140. Keep in mind the market's still trying to go north. It's not trying to stop itself from going north. And Apple, which is the biggest component of S&P 500 and NASDAQ, has been having a little bit of a negative catalyst in it with the iPhone 14 production cuts coming into play, and not sure if I can remember what the other negative catalyst was, but struggling all the way from 155 back to 140 over here. My idea is just the even significant dollar area. Apple has shown weakness today. When the market was green, Apple was red. So we're trying to just capitalize on this move to the downside if it does play out for us. Already in the money, 9 cents now as Apple is pulling back. And if Apple's pulling back, my guess would be that it's going to have some extra weightage over here playing on the overall market. Ooh. So maybe the market pulls back too. But as soon as I say that, market keeps going higher and higher by 1 point or a half a point. So it looks like this Apple short might not be something to take a look at. I mean, look at the buying coming in over here. They're trying to put 140 on the bids. Let's quickly pay attention to see if 140 stays on the bids, or do they wipe it out? Looks like 140 is going to stay on the bids. Watching the market, which is going higher, watching UVXY, which is going lower. All things screaming at me to kind of get out of the short, to be honest.
Yeah, TTWO making that big boy move right through that 97 level. That was an excellent move there. So this one's really not putting on the brakes. This one's all gas, or the accelerator now if you have an electric vehicle, haha. But 97 took really nicely. Now I'm looking for that 90, what would I say it was? 98, 95. That's really going to be the level here. There's not many other areas on the chart that we can say these are key price levels. We've broken through that 97, I think 97 maybe, and then maybe possibly 98 here. Looks like we broke through it a couple of times, both after the bell actually, but they were only wicks. We didn't actually close above that level. So interesting move here on TTWO. Not really exactly sure how to get into this guy. I was thinking maybe more on a retracement, but this one's really not giving me the opportunity to do that. So a bit tricky for me, but I'm going to continue to watch this and look for possible entries. I also got short coin here. I took a little entry position. I see kind of like a bull flag forming, which kind of makes me worry. You know, this that kind of the pennant shape here on this one. Then we get another huge move up, and also if the futures is any indicator, the future is also pointing upwards at the moment. We just made a new high of day at 38.57. So, you know, kind of going against the market. I know they're kind of, they move the beat of their own drum, these two, but sometimes they correspond. So I'll leave that trade on for the moment, quarter size. So nothing really to write home about. TTWO continuing to go. Look at this. Now we're approaching 98, and we're not that far away from that at all. So let's see what the tape is telling us here. So I don't see too much here in terms of size at 98, but that could change once we approach it, Bradley. So I don't know what you're, what are you up to, Rivian?
Yeah, just looking at Rivian. Rivian taking off to the north side after being red. What's that?
Social sentiment.
We'll talk about Rivian in a bit, guys. We're going to actually send it to Brenda over here at the big desk for social sentiment.
Social.
Hey guys, bit of a mixed board to show you. Still keeping my eye on this FTX thing as well, but crazy story. Let's show you the social sentiment board here. Still some green coming through. Palantir, HUDI on a big move again today. There's AMC. Remember, earnings to come from AMC after the close. There's one we haven't seen for a while. Zila popping up today. XELA. Ride is here. Positive note for them today if you missed it. Foxconn going to be the largest shareholder of RIDE. Amazon on here as well. There's Mullen again, MMAT. We talked about with Jeff Mendel from OTC Markets in the pre-market this morning. DWAC and Tesla, the big ones though, downside today, even though the market, guys, still positive on this board. Back to you.
Go for it.
Yeah, we're just watching Rivian
talking
over
about
here. Rivian up 3.6% now. Originally was red on the day, but looks like that $30 area held up. But I'm looking for that same range short though from the whole week and even last week, around $33.50, $33, waiting for it to pull up a little bit more and short that level. You know, I'm still bearish on the overall market over here. Apple's actually squeezing me completely, so we're gonna close that short real quick, take that loss. But it looks like the market might pull back, so I might have jumped the gun over here. We'll just leave this trade alone because Apple clearly is above 140 at the moment, and you know, maybe we can get a better fill at 140.50 instead. And I do have it on my second screen. I'm gonna quickly just throw an order out here closer to the pre-market highs to see if I can actually catch that fill on the short side for Apple or not. But coming back to Rivian, you know, I think that short closer to 33 would be something to take a look at.
Absolutely killing it on coin. I averaged in right at the right opportunity, and now I'm big boy in the money. So there we go. I'm out of that one. So 2 winners on coin. Thankfully, this one worked out because for a second there, I looked at Prad once we were at Brendan. I'm like, oh, this one's going against me. But hey, I had the right idea. I knew that they were going to try to fake out and try to trigger some stops, especially into that 57, because I knew some people were going to go short, thinking, you know, that this was the end of the move, and they blew through that 57. So if you had your stop closer to that 57, you may not be so lucky. But I give it a bit more room, a bit of a risk on my part. But hey, you can't, yeah, no risk, no Rari, as some people in this office listen. Who says that anyway? You? You say it. Okay, so that's Pradley's. I got to give him kudos for that. So nice trade there on coin. Got in at that 56.50 and then scalped a little bit below into 56, going all the way down to 55.60. So 90-cent winner on that guy. But let's flip back to TWO because that one just gave me an opportunity to get in. I didn't get in because I was focused on coin. Here's the pullback. This is the 2-minute pullback off the advancement. And it pulled back right into that 7-period moving average where I like to buy on these, like, you know, these micro pullbacks, so to speak, 1 or 2 1-minute candles that turn red. So that could have been a decent winner, you know, another like 20-penny winner or so. We'll see how this one continues to act, if it can make a newer high, breaking through that 97.80, Prad.
Yes, sir. We're looking at the chat at the moment. What is the chat looking at today? What are you guys trading? Party down 40% points. PRT, I'm guessing that's Party City, if I remember correctly. Let's go check out what Party City is doing on New York. Ooh, it's down below $1 now. Party City absolutely getting destroyed. Yeah, down 40%. So that also triggers SSR. For those of you who don't know what SSR is, anytime a stock is down more than 10% or more, it triggers a mechanic in the market where that stock is now no longer allowed to, not allowed to, but it's technically a little bit harder to short. You can't short it by taking off the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher in order to get picked up on your shorts over here. So Party City triggering the SSR, getting below $1, and now my opinion is anytime it pulls up to $1, that's going to be a clean short. This looks like a new all-time low for Party City. Let's quickly go check that over here with our trusty trade idea scanner. Hello, what's going on? Why are my charts getting pulled? My screens are getting pulled back over there for some reason. Let's zoom back, see what the low is over here. It looks like that low was 37 cents. So yeah, not a new all-time low, but we are going into pretty close to that 52-week range low, almost at 26 cents soon coming into play for Party City. Oop, I didn't mean to close that chart. Let's go back here. Big down move, big rejection move coming in. Looks like what's it called? Coinbase did drop down recently. Coinbase pulled all the way back to that 50-period EMA. And thankfully, I told you where my stop was at 54.50, which never came into play. We bounced off of 54.60 over here on Coinbase. Now we're trying to move back north again. Looks like that stop was appropriate. And now I don't think I'll get stopped out for the rest of the day unless obviously some negative catalyst comes into play, taking Coinbase all the way back into that $50 area. I expect Coinbase to now just, you know, trade above the pre-market levels and just try to go towards 60 at some point.
Yeah, that's a good call on that. I was just going to echo that, but from a different perspective here. That 50% retracement on the fib is around that 54.50 area. So give or take like a few pennies at the pre-market levels that Prad was talking about. So I was looking for possibly a nice bounce off there, but it looks like it may not make its way down there. 54.70-ish, I think, is the little bottom wick on that green candle here. So coin still in play, definitely. A lot of volume. Look at this volume on the bottom. It's really not relenting up. So lots of opportunities to get in and out of coin here, but just it's about finding some discernible patterns and some discernible levels that we can play off, because otherwise it's just kind of, willy-nilly.
In and out our best friend and in and out of recession.
We're going to have like a rapping day for you and like give Neil like a week off or something like that. This guy knows a lot of rap. I'll give him the credit. Like he knows a lot of stuff from like my generation. Obviously he knows his own. So he's well bred, a thoroughbred in the rap game, Brad.
Currently looking at gold on New York. I like gold. Gold over here coming back to the south side, but it's holding a pretty tight range, and it's up 7%, 7.5% on the day. Barrick Gold, Canadian company. You might be wondering, Brad, why are you shorting gold when it's up 7% on the day? Honestly, I don't know why I'm doing it. But my idea is, Barrick Gold came out with a pretty bad earnings report not too long ago, and they pushed to the downside of $13. So now, after watching Barrick Gold jump from 13 all the way back to 16, looking at the $16 area, somewhat of a resistance for GOLD on New York. It's also on TSX as ABX for those of you who are trading on the Toronto market. So ABX, GOLD, going to that resistance area where previously earnings report comes out and absolutely destroys the stock. I'm just trying to build into a short around there. Already 20 cents, so how much? 5 cents in the money. Not really much going on over here, so we're just going to scalp the profits as they come into play. It looks like a new position entry coming in, and they only gave me there we go. Now we got the full size. I was going to say they only gave me 30% of my size there, but looking at the market, the market's ripping, Coinbase is ripping, everything's going to the north side. So maybe the short on Apple is going to be a little painful. So just be careful if you're trying to, just blindly follow my book. Always trade your own book at the end of the day. Don't be blindly following anybody's book. But if you did follow my book today, you would be laughing with Coinbase as it launches to the north side one more time. I'm going to take more profits out here because I didn't get to take a lot of my size out in these ranges. So if that range is being offered to me, we're going to take profits on those ranges. And Apple now 4 cents in the money, but I'm really worried because the market keeps on going higher. But surprisingly enough, UVXY also keeps on going higher over here. This year volatility ETF trading above VWAP and going higher at the same time where both of these markets, the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market, are both going higher. Real quick glance, though, the NASDAQ market just now piercing 11,200. I think that's a short, if you ask me. So I'm gonna take a quick little short attempt over here on the QQQs for myself. Once I start seeing some selling coming in onto the tape, there's still a lot of buying. Look at that, 11,000 shares buying on the above the ask over there. So clearly someone's being aggressive with these long punches. Once I see some selling coming into play, and I'm looking at NASDAQ market too. If the NASDAQ market dips back below 11,200, then I'm looking for that short attempt. I'm not gonna just blindly jump in just because it came to a price point. So kind of incorporating technical analysis with proper tape level reading and understanding the characteristics of how buyers and sellers move the market.
All right, super chat here from Super Freeze, 23.99 euros. Thanks for that. Good chunk of money. They say, what do you think of Shopify? So let's look at Shopify from an intraday perspective. It's up a little above 2.5%, 2.67% on the day. It had a bit of a red to green move there off the open where it sold off, creating a bit of a double bottom here, then reclaimed VWAP, and ever since then, it's kind of been headed to the upside with the general market. But let's look at it from a daily perspective and see where it's been, what it's been doing lately. And if you've been holding this, you know that it's kind of been, it's not been its year, right? I mean, we had the split, obviously. We had that 10-to-1 split here, which is why this chart is a little bit messed up. But if we look back to about this time last year, let's say last November, we were at $175. That's split adjusted, obviously, it was in the thousands at the time.
I didn't get it.
And now we're at $33.17. So, you know, a big drop down, obviously, in Shopify. One of a Canadian success story, so we're always championing that, helping Canadian companies. But this one is just, I think they've had their problems. From what I recall, they kind of overshot the expansion of online shopping, and they did excessive hiring, excessive expansion, spent a lot of their cash, growth at all costs, so to speak. And yeah, so the market didn't go the direction that they thought was going to go, which was to continue to grow online shopping and online retail purchasing. So yeah, they're going to obviously have to maneuver. That's more of a fundamental perspective, but looking at the daily chart, there's not much to speak of, obviously, in terms of a range. So wait for a catalyst to initiate on that. But now let's flip back here. I was looking at coins. So what do you think? A compression pattern, we always talk about compression patterns.
Is that a pizza slice pattern?
Yeah, but there's two different types of pizza slice, like either inward or outward, right? So this one's expanding rather than tightening up, right? Okay. So I'm not really sure what to make of that. I forget, it's been a while since I've read my technical analysis book. So if the chat has any advice on what this kind of pattern means, but it's obviously an expansion pattern here, or the pizza slice pattern, as Pat likes to call it. On coin, let's flip to TWO.
You're telling me the pizza slice is getting bigger?
It's bigger. So the range keeps widening up, right? So I don't know what people are going to say. What's a compression pattern? Like a wedge? Yeah, exactly, Jason. That's exactly what it is. V-shaped pattern. This is not what I'm talking about, a V-shaped pattern. V-shaped pattern is usually vertical, not horizontal. So that's not the one, guys. TTWO now pulling back into that 20-period moving average after making a nice new local high. I call them local highs, recent highs. 97.75, pulled back into that 96.50. Now is retracing back to that more recent high at 97.75. So this one's not giving up the ghost. Yeah, this one's going to continue to make its move up. I think we see 98 and then possibly 99, Bradley.
Yeah, currently the Apple shorts are 8 cents in the money and just waiting for QQQ to play off. QQQ seems to be struggling around these areas, watching the tape, and it slowed down. The tape was very aggressive to the north side, as you guys saw. Just like that, it was very aggressive. But as we pull up into these areas, the QQQ seems to be stalling now. Oh, now we're watching more buying coming in, so we're not stalling out anymore. And NASDAQ still climbing up to the north side, up 1.85%. Thankfully, the sizing on this trade is small. That way, we don't give back all the money that we made on Coinbase and other stocks over here that are trying to pay us. So we don't want to give too much of risk on this trade. Just a quick little attempt on this area. Damn, Dow really wants to test 33.5. The Dow Jones, let's go, baby. The Dow Jones. I think you were talking about that yesterday, how it's like a little bit divergent from the overall market and so on. Since we're talking about markets over here, let's actually send it to Brendo to talk about the European market.
Hey guys, yeah, positive day for European markets. Just wrapping up the session here, nicely higher, in fact, as we head into or close to the lunch hour here in North America as well. Euro Stoxx 50 among the leaders, 0.8 to the upside when all is said and done. Just waiting for a few of the final prints to come through, but there it is. Nice positive board across the entire thing. England lags ever so slightly as it did yesterday as well, 0.1. Germany 1% to the upside. Italy as well, a nice day. The Swedish market 1.3%. Positive numbers though, top to bottom, as we're seeing as well in North America, guys.
Yes, thank you for that, Brendo. Looking up at my big tech screen here on the top, all big 6 stocks have reclaimed VWAP, so that gives you a direction of where the market is going, at least from a micro level. So interesting play here. Obviously, the futures continue to make new highs. I think Bradley is looking for that 3,900. This
is the short right here.
So Bradley's are taking a short on the Qs, guys, so I'll send you to him in a second. But for TTWO, I'm worried a bit of a double top forming here below that 98. We didn't quite make it to 98, so not sure what to make here, whether to kind of front run 98 for that breakthrough into possibly 99, or whether we're to look short here possibly for a retracement back into VWAP above that $95 area. So I'll keep you guys updated for as to what trade I'm going to take here. But to be honest with you, I'm more minded to go long because the micro trend is long.
Yeah, the 3,900 level was going to be very important for us. Is that's the FOMC day high. On FOMC, we didn't go much higher than 3,900. We kept getting rejected by 3,900. So if that does come into play, that's going to be a for sure short for me. But this 11,230 area on the NASDAQ market, on the NQ over here, you can see that for a couple of days, we kept bouncing off of that 11,230 to the north side, and then eventually breaking that level to the south side. If there is any selling coming in, I would expect it to be off of those levels. So just waiting for the S&P 500, not S&P 500, for the NASDAQ to see how it reacts with these with that 11,230 area. If that mark breaks, then I think we clearly go up to 11,250 and then maybe even 11,300 today. Market's already up 2% for the NASDAQ. How much more can we really expect with the catalysts such as the elections coming out today? We got the U.S. elections where the market could move off of that, could not move off of that. And then Thursday, we also have the CPI, from which the market most likely will make a big drastic move off of it. So look at that. Looks like
What do we
NASDAQ.
got in terms of odds, Bradley?
Huh?
What do we got in terms of odds? 75, 50, or 100?
Oh, yeah, we could check that rate tool right now. But yeah, I'm just going to quickly show you guys the NASDAQ chart. Looks like the high day on the NASDAQ is that 11,230 that I was talking about. And now we're getting a red candle on the 5-minute chart, which means our QQQ shorts, which we added to, are currently only 3 cents in the money. We'll see if that ends up being a bigger trade for us. Come on, QQQ. Make me look like the Pradamus you always do. That was rhyming, wasn't it? Fed rate tool. So let's go to Fed rate tool over here and show you guys what the current expectation is for this. This is the FOMC tool, right? The tool that the CPI. I don't know if there's a CPI tool. There could be, but this is what half of BP.
That's for the that's for the next month's rate. I'm talking about the CPI. What do they think is going to be like? Is going to be plus or minus?
I don't know if there's a CPI tool.
No?
Not sure
Usually
if there
there's
is one.
like predictions, the estimates, right? You know what I mean? Like, and then you miss.
You're talking about that. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Economic calendar.
Yeah.
Let's go to the economic calendar. Market watch. That number's coming out Thursday, 8:30. It is expected, or median forecast. Median forecast is 0.6. Or 7.9.
That's month over month.
7.9.
Okay. So 7.9 is the expected?
Yeah.
And what's previous was 8.2?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it comes anything above 8 and above is bad?
If it's anything above 8 and above,
anything above 8.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if it's 7.9 or lower, just go long, watch the market make a new all-time high. Talking about the market making a new all-time high, that's not happening right now because Pratty Daddy is short on the market. So QQQ, 21 cents in the money on that bad boy. The market's pulling back exactly as planned over here. Apple's now on the short side paying us too. We just had to wait for that pre-market high areas of 140.60, 140.50, and now the cash register is being rung, baby. Let's go, cash register. Make that beautiful noise, that cha-ching noise, where QQQ pulling back is paying us money and Apple pulling back is paying us money. And Coinbase is still in the money, $1.80. So that's a good thing. Coinbase, as long as it doesn't break that 100 period EMA to the downside on the 5-minute chart, I have no worries.
Yeah, looking at TTWO still, just broke 98 to the top side there, but as is to be expected, you had an aggressive retracement, probably people taking profits, covering there, or new shorts initiating at that particular position, but looks like we're going to have a bit of a fight at 98 here. Yeah, there we go, breaking through 98 again. I want to punch along. I didn't get filled at that 97, 80-ish area. It made its way up without me. Now I'm feeling like, you know, I really want to front run that 98, but the way with which 98 is playing out at the moment, it doesn't look like there's a whole bunch of certainty. So I'm going to give this opportunity to break through 98, and then you know what? I'll take whatever's left through whatever price I get filled at above 98 into that 99 area, and then maybe we'll even see 100 here. Like, you know, 100 is definitely going to be on a lot of people's radars. We're not that far away from it at the moment. So let's just see how this fight at 98 ends up playing out, and then hopefully we'll try to participate. Let me try to put in a quarter position here, 98. I'm going to put, yeah, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go a quarter size. You know what? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to put 98, 25.
Make your mind up.
I know, right? It's tough in the trading game. I didn't put 98. I put 95. Take over for a second.
Yeah, people in the chat saying check MULN, or a super chat, sorry, coming in, check MULN. 141 million shares today. But yeah, look at the stock though. It's back to 20 cents. We were looking at it, what, 50, 60, 70 cents not too long ago. And I did warn you. I told you be careful. I could easily see the stock go back to that 20-cent area. And boy, was I correct on this one. I hate being correct on times like this, because if people didn't listen, then they probably got trapped on that move all the way down, especially if you bought it in these 40s, 30s area. Thankfully, though, we're not too far to the downside. Maybe one day the stock does manage to get above $1, allowing you, all of you, to capitalize on the longs if you did capitalize on it. Today, 12% to the north side, 140 million shares. Still no trade for me, man. MULN, as long as it's under $1, no, it's not worth my time, honestly. You know what's worth my time, though? Taking profits on QQQ over here, which is currently 40 cents in the money. Let's go. We timed that short. I even pulled up the NASDAQ future short for you on the long term. I'll do it again. I'll explain to you why I was waiting for these levels to come into play on the 23rd September bottom, and all the way going into the 28th September, all the way going into the October 4th. The market kept using these areas of 11,230 to trade above it and below it, kind of like a pivot point. So if we're gonna break that inside day range yesterday, pull up, I'm expecting somewhat of a rejection to come around these levels. We find a buying action coming in closer to the 11,000 area, and then maybe go for another leg up to the north side, all the way up to that 11,300 of the, well, maybe the high of FOMC day, which is 11,450 coming into play at one point. That's the same idea for the S&P 500 futures too. Go test that same high from FOMC day, and then we know what happened on FOMC day. The market did not, it tried to break out to the high side. It failed drastically. And then we pulled all the way down on that FOMC move at 2 o'clock. At 2:30, when Papa Powell came on and he started talking all kinds of hawkish sentences and bearish sentences. So pushing the market down, bullying it down, I can't expect the market to take out that same high. So if we pull up over there, that's going to be an absolute easy short for myself. And right now, the easy short, though, is QQQ, baby. 70 cents in the money. Let's take more profits on that. Let's also quickly head over to Apple, which is 14 cents in the money. Finally, a trade on Apple, which is paying us profits, so I'm pretty happy with that one. And gold on New York. Barrick Gold still not doing what we wanted to do, but at least it's in the same bottom low of that range. So as long as it's consolidating in this range, I can take some more size out with the dream to the bottom side to VWAP. If that dream comes into play, then we can take more of our size out. Coinbase looks like it wants to go back to the downside right now.
A couple of super chats I just want to address. First is from D. Westermere. He wants to know if GRPN is a short squeeze. So I had a look at it, and to be honest with you, it's moving far too slow to be a short squeeze at the moment. Like, have a look. This is not typically what short squeezes look like. If you're wondering why it's moving, let's have a look here. Groupon price target cut. Okay, so basically, yeah, it's basic news from Goldman Sachs. They maintained their profit target. They cut it to $6.50 a share from $10 a share apparently. So that should be negative. I guess people are taking the opportunity to buy it up. Not really sure what is going on there. Let's see here. Q3 loss wider than expected. Revenue is down year over year. That's from 750 this morning. They're maintained as neutral by Credit Suisse. So there's all sorts of varying possible catalysts on this one. So I'm not really sure exactly what the main one is. Needless to say, it's up 21.5% on the day. So either there's a lot of speculation or the news catalysts as a whole are positive and it's being bought up by the market. So GRPN, hope that helps. It's too lightly traded for me to get interested in, so I won't be day trading it. So the super chat after that is from Racer X9. He says, check Mullen. Volume is 141 million today. You know what I did when I sat down? I had a look at Mullen, MULN, but I wasn't that impressed. You know, if you watch the show, you know I don't like trading anything below $1. And
Not
this
impressed
one
by
is
Mullen?
like 0.29%, $0.29. So it's 29 cents a share. That's really kind of like not in my zone. I filter my scanners to exclude anything below $1, so I didn't even get wind of this one until the chat started lighting up. But I'm not gonna trade Mullen. If you know, that's up to you. With respect to strategy on this one, just like looking at it from the chart, you could possibly wait for a VWAP retracement to take a bounce off that, or you're looking possibly maybe into a high daybreak here above 30 cents, almost 31 cents or so, 40. How do you say that, Bradley? 0.3040. How would you say that number right there?
Round it up to the cents.
But they're so close that rounding up will like eat away profits anyway. By the way, guys, I'm in TTWO. Look, I'm going to take out a piece right here. Hello, listen to me. There we go. Profitable trade already on TTWO. Still holding about half the position. Looking for that break possibly into 98. I was long 97.23. Got out for a nice 15 cent winner there. There we go. Now in the 60s, baby. Oh, and it just moved right back down. Man, that was super quick. And even get an opportunity to hit my flatten key here. But it looks like we just broke that 97.60. So I'm well into the money on this one, Bradley. Looking to take more.
Yeah, baby, you're in the money. I'm in the money. QQQ currently 99 cents, $1 in the money. We're taking more profits on that bad boy as it's flushing down. The market's pulling back to the south side, and that's exactly what our trade needs it to do. And Apple only 8 cents in the money at the moment, which is fine. At least we're in the profit side for Apple. And if QQQ and S&P 500 are pulling back, the only logical explanation would be for Apple to pull back too. So give it some room, give it some time. Apple has been weaker on the day too, so I'm expecting Apple to continue that weakness if the market pulls back south and actually pulls back to that 3840 area of that number for the S&P 500 futures, and maybe around 11,000, which I already talked about on 11,100, sorry, on the NASDAQ. People in the chat talking about GitLab, or for once, it's not Stop Console Wars. Irish conspiracy talking about GTLB. So let's quickly go over to GitLab. GitLab sadly pulling a little bit further than where I bought for my own long-term investment. But today though, looks like GitLab having a monster day to the north side, up 5.27%. And did they have their earnings report recently already? Did I miss out on that? When was this? Is this Q3 earnings report? Let's zoom back. That's Q1. Is that Q1? No, yeah. So this is Q1, Q2, Q3. So it looks like we're gonna have Q4 over here in December of this year coming up. Usually the stock goes absolutely parabolic on earnings. So the fact that it's back into these ranges at $30, which is what I've been dying for it to come down to, so I can get my long-term position, I'm going to try and add some more over here, closer to $32, $35. Today, monster move on GitLab of 5.6%. Trading near 38 now, 38, but slightly under 38, and a little bit of a spread too on this position. Relative volume of only 1 and only trading 500,000 shares. If the relative volume is 1, the stock is, yeah, tradable, but not really in play. If the relative volume is higher than 2 or greater than 2, then the stock is in play because the volume is really in there. And today with this market not really having volume, it's 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, time to go on lunch, and the most volume done, usually it's a 3 times leverage ETF, and today it is a 3 times leverage ETF again. It's going to be your TQQs with the 127 and SOXL, which is your semiconductor 3 times leverage ETF to the long side at 72 million. Then you have Tesla at 64. Then you have your short Qs at 14 million over here. Sorry, did I say 14? 47 million. So a little bit dead on the volume end for the market yet again. But thankfully, at least it's not an inside day for the market. We're watching the market move around a bit. QQQ and the SPYs are getting ready to bounce. So let's take some more profits over here at 50 cents and only hold 50% of our size back to our average price. That way, we're not risking too much of a move all the way back through. We get to capitalize on some of these profits and then see where the rest of it goes. Apple also pulling back above our short. Now we're closer to 141 on Apple.
Vanilla Ice saying, Sharif, I can't imagine the challenge of being away from the market and trying to get back on track. Yeah, it is a bit of a challenge for me anyway. I don't know how anybody else feels, but your fingers are not fast or as fast as they were on the keys. You're slower to make decisions. At least I was. I mean, I didn't trade at all when I was down there. When I went to my sister's in July, I took my laptop there and I was trading like every day in the morning. So this didn't turn out to be the same thing. So I feel like a little bit disconnected from the market a little bit. But hey, 3 for 3 today on the show. DWAC, TTWO, and coin, all positive for me. So I'm floating on cloud 9, baby. But you know what else is floating? Tesla now. Look at this, guys. We had a 186.75 bottom. We're now back up to almost, recent highs at 194.40. So this one has been a hell of a mover. I messaged my buddy this morning who sold some puts, I believe. I think he sold puts, and he was going to have to cover them for a loss. Eh? Oh no, my poppy's on the ground. I'll have to fix that in a second here. By the way, to all our American viewers, these are, we talked about this, Pradley and I yesterday, but these are the flowers that were growing when all the British and American soldiers were being, basically, what's it called when you take people like underground? Anyway, we're growing around all the dead soldiers. I don't know why I'm blanking out for a second here. My mind is not as sharp as it usually is. But TTWO is continuing to remain sharp. Look at this. We're continuing to flirt with that 98 level. Berry is the word I'm looking for. Thank you, berry. So this is the flower that would grow around all the British and American and anywhere First World War soldiers in the fields of France where the poppies grow. So we will always wear that. We call it Remembrance Day. I think in the States it's called Veterans Day. So TTWO continuing to make that move. I'm looking for this possible flat top breakout here of 98. We've been flirting with that 98 level, breaking it at times, but not really closing below it or above it, excuse me. I think we closed at it one time on this candle, this 1144 candle. Other than that, I'm looking for a decisive break, but I think 98, 99, that's going to be the level. So 99 and then possibly 100 on this one. I think we'll find some more volume coming into this bad boy later into the afternoon. It's decidedly above VWAP, and although it's down 10%, it's had legs for the majority of the day going on. Let's flip to coin. Coin doing nothing now after our excellent trades on coin. Here's one long, and this was a couple of shorts where I averaged in here, scalping out. So these were really good trades on coin, but now we were looking at an expansion pattern earlier. We didn't know what it was called exactly. Now it's more of a consolidation, tightly holding that 20 period moving average at around $56 above and below it. So coin kind of, doing diddly at the moment. Let's see if it retraces anywhere back near key levels where we can possibly get a dip trade, maybe to take it long again. But the general market is now green. So we're going to have to, because we don't really have many small caps in play today, we're going to have to look at some of these big cappers and how to get in. And that's not really my my cup of tea, to be honest. So we're going to have to tread carefully and trade with smaller size on these pred.
All right, we're watching Arun over here. Arun's beard looking mighty strong, my friend.
Oh,
looking
wow.
Like, looks like you're growing it out a little bit. Okay. It looks like it's filling in nice now.
Yeah,
Previously
I was going to comment on that.
It was like trimmed down and cut down, and now it's like it's filling in nice. It looks good. Looks like you're getting older. Yeah, indeed. You just joining the ranks of Neil and Sean over there in the rank.
We need you to grow yours back out.
I was about to shave today morning, honestly.
No,
I was about to
you're
shave
not.
today morning. I might shave before Friday. I gotta look clean for the party, man.
You'll look clean with a nice beard. I'll trim it for you, man. I gotta
look clean for the boys' party over there. The Ian and Max's graduation party. Something that's a little underappreciated today is the like button, guys. Only 2.4K likes. We still have 5.4K of you watching at the moment. So smack that like button. Let's send that number to the roof, baby. Something like Coinbase has been doing today. Still up $1.60 on the Coinbase long, and still 68 cents in the money on the QQQ short. Sadly, Apple shorts are slightly out of the money for me at the moment, but we're fine with it as long as the QQQ wants to pull back down. I think I can hold that Apple shorts and even add to the Apple shorts in front of 141. If 141 breaks breaks and starts having a jailbreaking break to the north side, I'll get out of it. But coming back to the like button, let's send it to at least 3K. That's a good goal for the morning show, as we do start with around 7,000 of you watching, and it slowly diminishes as obviously lunchtime comes into play at 12 o'clock. People who have already made their money are going to go grab their food and so on. So that's just an understandable thing. But for those of you who are in here and have not hit the like, I would appreciate you to do that. Hit the subscribe button too. About 32% of you are not subscribed. Hit the subscribe button, because every single one of you will help to the count of the YouTube algorithm and help this channel get boosted out to more people who want to learn about trading. Have people like Arun, Brendan, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Luca, myself, Ian coming on over here all the time and sharing our different trading personalities, experiences, views, setups, thought processes, psychologies, and how all of that plays into trading overall. So hit that subscribe button, share this channel with as many people as you can. I'll continue the YouTube spiel in a bit. We're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, nice green board to show you as we head into lunchtime here in the Eastern time zone. There it is, yeah, 1.25 now for the S&P. The Dow having a great day, 1.6%. Back to the upside here for the Russell as well. The NASDAQ as well, back to session highs, 1.7, 1.5. Big strength coming in right across the board. We were discussing a few things if you joined us pre-market. One of those was Lyft. NVIDIA, very strong as well, pre-market anyways, on a couple of upgrades, including one from Bank of America, who was talking very nicely about all of the chip makers this morning. Norwegian out with earnings as well today that were better than expected. Want to mention this one, Lyft still just kind of riding this day low, just no bounce whatsoever, even with the market showing all kinds of strength, guys. So pull back in the market might be an opportunity there. 21% now for Lyft to the downside.
TTWO continuing to do its thing. There goes that flat top breakout that we were talking about above 98, but it's gotta sustain itself, because we've seen breaks of that. It's broken through it on many times, but it's always been wicks, hasn't been closes. So I think we got another. Yeah, okay, so this one definitely closed above it. Let's see if we can get sustained move. 99 is definitely next, guys. The high on this one is 98.95. So tread carefully at those levels, because typically you touch them, then you have like aggressive retracements. But here we are, 98.40s I'm seeing now on the ask. So this one's about to break the $half level. Lots of strength on this one, guys. What's coin up to, Bradley?
I'm actually short take two over here
this
because
guy's a dangerous person.
I'm just dealing. I mean, the stock has negative catalysts. I can't see it breaking past that $99 area. If it does, then the $100 area, nice even dollar number that stands out to me. So that's something that I can scale up to all the way up to that $100 point. So I'm not worried about it. The setup is pretty obvious to me. Short the double top high, give it that risk of above the double top plus the slippage, which is the spread plus slippage, a little bit more past that just to be safe. And if the trade works out, awesome. If it doesn't, that's fine. I'm not crying, because I've seen the setup work time and time again. Also, I was talking to Leo, who's a trainee on the floor, about one of these setups. How many times have I seen these stocks that come out with negative earnings report, drop down 20%, 15% in pre-market, and for the rest of the day off the open, go higher, play around the 100-period EMA, reject the 100-period EMA, pull back to VWAP, and then go back to the 100-period EMA near the double top area, and then reject again. I've seen this setup time and time again. Snapchat was one of them. I was talking about this when Snapchat was doing it. I was talking about this when other stocks were doing it too. Currently, though, yeah, there is some strong buying coming in. I was also very bullish about Take-Two when we were talking about it not too long ago. The company's not a bad company. They are able to pull in tons of money. All they have to do is drop a new Grand Theft Auto, and the new Grand Theft Auto, based on the leaks, apparently was pretty hyped out. I didn't really go into the leaks too much, so I'm pretty bullish for Take-Two, even though currently my position says so otherwise. QQQ still in the money, Apple still out of the money, and Coinbase did try to run up again towards that 57 area. Did get a nice little volume pump to 57, but looks like, or not volume, at least it pumped up in the price of the stock over here, but immediately pulled right back below 57, and now just trying to form a base around this 56, 55, 57 area for Coinbase. We'll have to wait and see what happens with it. $2.11 in the money on that bad boy.
Cactus in the chat wants me to have a look at Piton. So looking at Piton here from an intraday perspective, it looks exactly like the market, the futures on the market or any of the indexes. Basically, it was a red to green move, and then we've been moving up ever since around that 10:30.
Piton's the best company in the world. Best company.
Yeah, I know. Prad loves it. He thinks their bikes are so good. So yeah, intraday, it's basically following the futures, but you know, on a daily chart, I don't have to tell you if you're invested long in this one, you're probably feeling the pain. I've mentioned many times on the show, I got into this one for a very brief period back in September, October 2020, and I rode that guy right into the December highs, selling I think for like a $15 or $20 winner on that. But ever since that time, like, I mean, look at this chart. It's disgusting. And I really don't mean to offend anybody who's long term this, but I don't know if we'll ever see these levels again unless they come up with something, I don't know.
You know what Twitter
brand
Spaces
new.
are?
Hey?
You know what Twitter Spaces are?
Twitter Spaces,
Yeah.
no.
It's like a voice call conference kind of
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
You can
I
jump
heard
into
about
Twitter
it.
Space.
Yeah.
So I jumped into Twitter Space way back in the day when Peloton was like, what, $80 or something? Pull back on your chart over there.
Yeah.
So like back in the day when it was like $80 or something, I was like, I jump into Twitter Space and someone asked about Peloton and I told them, be careful. This company got boost off of COVID.
Yep.
It's going to immediately die down.
100%.
It's going to go to like, you know, $10. So be very careful. This one kid on there was just like going off at me. He's like,
Well, you've
Peloton's
learned.
not a bad company. It's the God's greatest company ever made.
Why?
And he was just going off at me. He
What's
was
so
calling
good
me, he
about
was
it?
calling me an idiot, calling me stupid. I'm just like, okay, look, you're a child. I'm not going to pick fights
Yeah.
with you on the internet. You're entitled to your opinions. I'm just warning you. Just be careful. And hopefully that person was careful.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably suspect a little bit differently, but hey, good on you for wishing them some good luck there. But look, the Peloton chart is just, it's no good, guys. So this used to have plenty of volume too. Look at these back in here. Look, these bars back in here. We had
Guy on
ample
the
volume
left
around
looks
there.
like Drake.
Here. Who?
You.
I'm on the left?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, hey, that's a compliment to me. He lives down the road from me anyway, so.
Does he?
Oh, yeah.
You live on Bridle Path?
No, but I live at Young in York Mills.
You're rich, eh?
No, I live in a condo, Young in York Mills, but he's at Bayview in Lawrence, so that's not that far, right?
Where's this big mansion that recently got built? That's Bridle Path mansion?
Oh, yeah.
That's the Bridle Path one?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people on his street, or like there's like a bunch of streets in that area. There's like 3 main ones, and then 2 that go parallel to intersect with them. All those old houses get demolished, and all the monsters come up in their place because it's big parcels of land, right? In the middle of the city, which is hard to find.
I've never been there. I would love to go
it's
there
close
one day,
by.
maybe. But yo, look at Coinbase right now, back to 57, trying to march back through 57 to the north side over here. Volume coming in a little bit. Well, not really, but buyers are at least coming in, stepping back up, pushing the stock to the north side. Now again, $3 in the money. Holy Coinbase, go off, puppy. Let's go. Coinbase about to break 58 over here now for the second time. Let's see if we can actually get any. I'm going to take some more size out here. It would be stupid to not take size L because I don't want to watch it pull back towards the 100 period EMA. And then I'm just stuck with this position, right? So let's go, Coinbase. Absolutely taking off. QQQ going up a little bit to the north side too. We're still 58 cents in the money on that, so I'm not worried too much about it. But Coinbase is the trade of the day right now for sure. Tesla was the trade of the day at one point, but now Coinbase, something that was working for the short side, is now absolutely killing it to the long side. My best trade of the day so far, and I have a little bit of a loser on the board with Take-Two and Apple. Not worried about it because I'm still managing those trades based on QQQ and how spies are going to do. Dan saying just hold it. I mean, I still have size. I can still hold it, but it would be stupid not to take some profits out over here just in case it does pull back to my stop and trigger my stop. I don't want to get stopped out on all of that size. So thankfully, we're paying ourselves for our trade over here. Yeah, pay the man. $3 in the money on that bad boy now.
Tesla just made another new, I don't want to say new high, but, recent high, 195.02. So this one, 194.60 now it's trading at. But it's definitely continuing to, I think it's outpacing the market. The market looks like a little bit flat now. It's moving to the side. Tesla's continuing to have a bit of an incline there on its chart. So let's pull that up so you guys can follow along. So Tesla, relatively strong as compared to the overall market. So here is market currently, and this is Tesla. So, yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll see with this one. I think that it made a bit of an aggressive move early on, and a bit of an unexplained move too. I mean, 40,000 car recall. I mean, it's not its biggest by far. I mean, it produces more per quarter now, so I don't know. I didn't really think that that was the catalyst for it. Something tells me that, and this is just completely conspiratory, but the idea.
Ooh, I got my tin hat on.
Yeah, the idea that, you know, Twitter's profits are you know, they're getting hit real hard because of activists pressuring advertisers to pull their ads from Twitter. So it's got to get financed somehow, and I don't know. People were speculating that he may have to continue selling shares. So what better time to do it than in the pre-market, Bradley?
Yeah, that's. I love tin hat conversations.
Yeah.
Obviously, enjoy conspiracy theories. Just don't pull Alec Jones and say like something's a hoax and then get fined $1 billion.
And then like broadcast live.
$1 billion.
And he was amped. Did you see what he was doing? He had a show on during the jury verdict of the damages. And he's like, we're going to get to $1 billion, guys. And he was like challenging them. And obviously they weren't watching him. But like he was pumped about it. Like the higher it got, like I think the more credibility he felt he had with his fan base. It's crazy.
I love that guy. He's hilarious. These jokes. But sometimes you can be a little stupid too. So, you know, it is what it is.
Whatever.
DWAC currently moving to the north side. I see people in the chat saying, DWAC. Yeah, I think yesterday Sean and Luca were on the show, and they played that DWAC clip where I had my monster. My best day ever was on DWAC. And I don't think... It's gonna take a while for me to beat that number. So we'll see if DWAC comes into play one more time for myself to beat that exact same number. Absolute monster day back in the past. But with some honesty, I don't think we're going to get a move like that ever again on DWAC. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong because I would love to see those type of moves coming back into play on the market. Those were absolute wonderful days of the market where even GME, AMC, everything were moving around drastically for us to take advantage of. Talking about AMC, today is November 8th. That means it's AMC Day. AMC is going to be announcing earnings tonight after hours. Is it after hours or tomorrow morning pre-market? After hours. So tonight after hours, AMC is going to be coming out. Let's go check exactly what time they announced that. So where is my earnings whisper tab? There it is. And what date is today? 8 is Tuesday, November 8th. Pop. Aftermarket. Oh, we also got 3D systems. Okay, cool. Don't see AMC. There we go. AMC at 405, and the expected implied volatile move based on options for the earnings move over here for AMC is 13.6%. Let's just get the chart coming in over here. We'll see exactly what 13.6% entails in terms of the move to the upside and the bottom side. So the move apparently would be 626 to the upside or 477 to the downside based on the implied volatility percentage. The market's moving back up, so now we're only 35 cents in the money on QQQ, and Apple sadly above 141. I did say I would have a stop out above 141 if it breaks there. I don't want to be holding it for a jailbreak long past 141, but we're not really running too far high above 141. Let me pull up Apple on this chart. There's some selling coming in on the time of sales around these levels. So that's exactly what I want to see. And if we get back below 141, still have no issues about that trade. And QQQ shorts 50 cents in the money. So most of my trade over here really depends on the QQQs and the SPYs going back to the high of day and breaking the high of day. But if the NASDAQ futures are not going to break that high or even go test that same high, I'm going to hold on to my Apple shorts a little bit longer. And look who's in the money now on the Take Two shorts.
Woo, big boy.
Right? Take Two shorts, 23 cents in the money, pushing back to the south side for us. I don't want to take profits just yet. I want to take profits closer to the 97 area and then hold it for that bigger dream move all the way up to 95, 94 if those do come into play. If that also depends on the market to pull back. So if the market pulls back, that'll be something fun for us to take part of.
So building on what Prad was saying there about AMC, so the expected move on Market Chameleon is 16.4%. I'm not sure what you had.
13, I think.
Yeah, so whatever, same, close to that number. The previous move, and this is why I use Market Chameleon, the previous move was almost 19% to the upside, 18.9%. So this one is not just based on the fact that there is ample options volume. It is previously based on a move that already happened. So I like to see that confluence between what's expected this time and what happened previously. So that's an interesting little tidbit there I want to mention. Paulo Barro wants me to have a look at Affirm. Okay, so I think that's another earnings play for tonight. AFRM. We'll have a look at the earnings implications in a second, but from an intraday perspective, what do we have here on Affirm? We have a weak red to green move. It was definitely weaker than the markets, and then boom, you had a big boy green move up here, farther above VWAP than I'd say than most other stocks. Looks like the high at day is 1693. We've since traced back into 1651. So a bit of a pullback here, but we got all the way down to 16 to find any real resistance. No price levels to speak of on this ascent on the way up. So Affirm from a intraday perspective. Now from a daily perspective on Affirm, obviously not a good chart. If you've been holding this one for a year, even 6 months, you know that. Looks like we had highs back last year. This time was the highs before Powell started speaking about, tempering down inflation through higher interest rates. Looks like we got up to the 176s. We're currently trading in the 16s. So it's been a really tough story for this company, especially with Apple now introducing the Apple Pay Now. What is it called? It's not called Apple Pay, but it's the Pay Now, buy now, pay later.
Oh,
but with
yeah,
Apple.
yeah.
Forget
Not sure
what they call
it's
it.
called, to be honest.
John,
but
what is it
I know
called?
what you're talking about.
Yeah, so Apple's. Yeah, they're doing it for. Yeah, whatever. I think they termed it something. Obviously, in Apple fashion, they're going to give it a name. People saying Apple Cash. No, I'm pretty sure that's not it. Yeah, buy now, pay never. That's hilarious. That's Sean's line. Yeah, but that is true, and that's why some of these companies are suffering. But yeah, anyway, so a bunch of reasons. Obviously, cash becoming much more expensive through interest rate hikes definitely make this company's job a lot harder. If access to cheap cash.
I think they call it iCard. I think they call it iCard.
Okay, we'll have to Google that.
I think iCard would be a really smart thing.
Can you
to
Google
call
it? Okay, so quickly now let's look at Affirm from an earnings perspective. We had to look at the intraday and the daily. So now let's go click here and then AF.
This man's rich. Another 23, 24 euros coming in. Shopify short, says the homie.
It's called Apple Pay? That's it. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Bradley.
Super Freeze coming in with another super chat saying short Shopify. I guess you could, but I don't really like the trade over here. Shopify's already up 2%. It's been a pretty strong name off the earnings report. I'm pretty bullish on it too. I think the shorts I have on board are better for me. I'm just going to stick to them. I mean, look at Take Two. Take Two now 75 cents in the money on Take Two. On gold, I just took some profits over here as it pulls back into that same range. Like I was talking about, trading that range again and again and again until it stops working for me. And now the Apple shorts that were 30 cents out of the money getting ready to pay us because the market's really pulling back. So QQQ shorts $1.18 in the money on the QQQ. Let's take some more profits on that bad boy. Take Two 70 cents in the money. Gold 13 cents in the money. Apple absolutely flat. Coinbase still at $3 in the money. Monster day today, guys, on the market. At first, it looked like it was really boring. I came into work. I looked at the volume leaderboards. I said, this is boring. There's no volume happening. I'm not even logging in. But thankfully, we were able to look for the right opportunities. Part of this job is just being able to show up and be ready for those opportunities to show up for you. For example, we would have not known about the Coinbase trade all day until 11:10, 11 o'clock happened. 11 o'clock, the news catalyst kicks in for Coinbase, allowing us to take a look at that trade and capitalize on it, which is our best trade on the day. And also, we waited for the QQQ short levels. The perfect level came into play for us around around this time of the day. So sometimes maybe at 9:30 you just don't have the move that you want or the levels that you want. And waiting for it was perfect. Thanks for the time, says 11.99, no problem. Or Super Freeze with the 11.99 euro super chat. My pleasure, my friend. I just don't think Shopify is the right trade for myself at the moment. Hence, I'm going to stay away from it. Coinbase now has a little bit of size at 57.30, and looks like we keep dying down in front of 58 with the candle wicks that we're seeing around 58. With the market pulling back too, part of me wants to just be completely out of Coinbase, but no, that would be stupid. I'm just gonna cancel my stop and then recreate it at the low of this range. So at the, I think it's gonna be the exact same stop. So I'm just gonna recreate that stop for the amount of size that I have on board. Let me quickly just find it. Here we go. Yeah, bang, and then I'm just gonna throw my stop out.
All right, so affirm for the earnings trade here. The previous move was down 21.3%. And mind you, when it says it was down 21.3%, that's the move at the close, okay? That's not the move that, the maximum move or, the most that it went. It could have been more. It could have been 30-something%, then it retraced a little bit. So this one can be very volatile afterwards. In fact, I remember these guys, I was so frustrated last time. I was going to take this one short on the earnings, and they asked for the stock to be halted for 45 minutes after the close. So from 4 o'clock to 4:45, nobody could trade this stock. It was this one and another one. I forget. I think it was BioNTech, those buggers. It was both those because both of them were going to have really bad quarters. They both knew it, and it was the first time that I've seen a stock actually ask an exchange after hours to have their stock halted. It was to little avail because it ended up selling aggressively after that. It was down. Like this one says 21.3, but I remember it being down even more. Anyway, the expected move today is 22.1%, and the implied options volume is around 46,000. That's mediocre. Look, for example, AMC is almost 150,000 here. So when you're doing relative comparisons, not that big of an options volume on a firm. Not as big as it was last time. I remember this one being triple digits. Not triple digits, 6 digits, excuse me. In either case, be on the lookout for this one to move after hours. It's always it always provides an interesting little trade there, depending on, of course, how you trade it. Now, let's have a look at what's trading at the moment. Proudly short Twilio. Where'd you get in at?
98.20.
That's a nice little out there. And now he's in the money about 70 cents. That's good. It's kind of cruising around the 50-period moving average at the moment. It's been like the lowest it's been in a while. Let's see how this one acts, whether this one has legs to the upside or not. If it reclaims 98 with some vigor, maybe we'll have to look at it. The VWAP is super low here at below 95.50, so you'd have a tough time probably trying to play a VWAP retracement on this one, but never say never on these stocks. Look at this. Coinbase made another new recent high, 58.50. What was the low on Coinbase today? I got to see this because I remember it
49
touching.
today.
Yeah, I remember it touched 49, so almost a $10 range. Yeah, 49.08 was the aftermarket low, after bell low on Coinbase, and now 58.45 is the high, so almost a $10 range there on Coinbase. Now, kind of consolidating sideways a bit after making that big move, retracing back to the 50-period moving average. So this one, yeah, I made my money on this one. I don't really want to give money back. It's kind of in that phase right now where I don't really know how to trade it. My trades on this one are done. Let's flip to Boeing. Remember Boeing? We looked at this at the top of the show. This one's continuing to move. Remember Brendan gave us that little news item, and it sold off aggressively, and I think it was trading at 168.60, and it moved all the way down to 166.80, so a $2 move retracing the VWAP. Well, it's made that up and then some. So off that bounce, 166.70. Now we're at 169.80. We're about to test 170 on Boeing, up almost 3% on the day. So nice little move by Boeing there. I completely forgot about this one. I had it on the chart, but I got focused on the other two. DWAC now is the other one that we were trading earlier. That's kind of been a range above VWAP at the moment, but volume's dropped off significantly on this one. This one will have to break above that 28.60, maybe 28.50 decisively and stay above there. That seems to be a bit of a range to the top side, Pradley.
Right on. Who do you think is the most top chatter in the chat?
Who's what?
The top chatter.
Oh, I think there's probably different ones for their time slot and ours. Trader Gore knows a lot. in the chat. Obviously, when he's there, playmakers talking a lot in the chat. Who else? I see a bunch of names there that I see consistently. Why? What's this all about?
No, I'm just curious about the stats over here. So this is tracking from 11th of November, sorry, the 1st of November all the way up to today.
Yeah.
And from that, obviously, we got Bearish versus Bull as the moderator with
I
almost
was
4,000
right. I got
messages.
number 2.
Yeah, you got Trader Gorno with number
I
1
didn't know
with
that
almost
Bearish versus Bull
1,200, almost 1,300. Yeah, we're not going to count Bearish versus Bull. So Trader Gorno with number 1 messages over here with 1,288 messages. And then, okay, so how about this? You already see it. Hopefully you didn't see it. What is the most used command on the show?
Command.
Yeah.
Like, are those like the
exclamation mark command in the chat?
The probably for the watch list?
Okay, not bad. It's Trade Ideas command. So Trade Ideas command with 190 uses. We got the Discord command with 180.
I'm not even close.
Neil with the 163, Merch with 162, Prad with 162, and the rest of them with 162 to 150 over here. So pretty good usage of all the commands in the chat. For anyone, if you're wondering what commands we have, I think there's a command called exclamation mark command that tells you all the commands that are in our channel. I'm pretty sure there is one. I can't find it at the moment. But yeah, there's also fun little other commands over there for us to use in the chat. Feel free to go ahead and abuse them, use them for your
Trader
engagement and so on. Yeah, Trader Gorno.
Trader Gorno saying something interesting in the chat here. He's like, so let me get this straight. Binance finding out FTX is insolvent and stepping in to help is super bullish for the industry, for the cruise industry, question mark. You can't make this stuff up looking at the charts. I'm not sure what you mean by the cruise industry. Obviously, it had an effect on Bitcoin-related stocks because they rallied off that news. They were super red, if you recall, and most of them still are, but a lot of them are green since open, but on the day they're still red. So I'm not sure. Maybe explain yourself a little bit with the cruise stocks. Let me go to my cruise stocks and see what you're referring to here. There we go. So
NCLH had earnings.
They're all good today. RCL is up 5.5. NCLH is up 7. CCL up 5.25. And LIND, I forget what that even is. What is that one, pardon? This is Lindblad Expeditions. Okay, I didn't even remember them adding them on. They're up 1.68%, so they're green. I'm not sure if they're green because of crypto, though, dude. Let's have a look here. Norwegian Cruise Line beat earnings estimates and signals record 2023. Okay, well, there you go. You got a catalyst for RCL. No, RCL is Royal Caribbean. So it looks like NCLH is the leader, and they're all sympathy plays off that. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, NCLH had earnings report.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, guys, if you are not subscribed to our watch list, you're going to make mistakes like that as to why the stock's moving, and I can't understand what's going on. So look at that. Trader TV has got you covered with all the news throughout the day, but also right before the day starts with the pre-market watch list. So do exclamation mark watch list in the chat. Get your hands on this watch list that Brendo works so hard for you every single morning, doing your homework for you. So right here, as you see, Norwegian Cruise Line, NCLH, coming out with somewhat of a positive earnings report, jumping 2.5% in pre-market itself, and taking the rest of the cruise line stocks with it, the RCL, the CCLs to the north side, the sympathy trade, as you just heard Sharif talk about it, now up 6.7%, continuing off that strength in pre-market. It did pull back to the 100-period EMA at one point, but now we're back above VWAP and closer to $18. We'll see how the stock trades at 18 if it does manage to get there. I took some profits on Apple to the downside as we were 30 cents in the money, and also on the QQQ as we were $1 in the money, and now both of them looking to go back to the north side over here. So it looks like I made the right decision of taking profits. Otherwise, we could have just held the rest of the trade all the way back through our average price and then watch it burn us. That would have not been fun. Looks like the market, however, is creating lower highs and lower lows, which is exactly what I need to see for me to hold my shorts a little bit longer on QQQs.
Look at this, guys. Bitcoin made a high of day at, let's say, 2670, so 20,670. And now we're down almost $1,000 below that. We're now 19,760. So Bitcoin selling off aggressively, and that's resulting in Bitcoin also reflecting that on its chart. Look at that, 58.50 now. We're getting down to 55.50, so a $3 move there on coin. You okay, Bradley? I just look over, this guy's leading. This guy's living his life, man. Good for him. What indicators am I using? Asks Paulo Barro. So I always want to say Pablo there for some reason, but it's Paulo Barro. I use 5 indicators. So I use 4 exponential moving averages, and I use VWAP. So the EMAs that I use are 7, 20, 50, and 200. I'll tell you the truth, 20 is probably like on its way out for me. I probably just keep the 7, 50, and the 200. Those are the ones that I use the most often. And then I use VWAP obviously as well. When I'm looking for retracements, I look for retracements back into the 50 in certain cases and VWAP in certain other cases. And then when we're talking about micro retracements on an advancement up, I look for the 7, especially on the 5-minute chart. I like using the 7 on the 5-minute chart. I think there's a bit too much noise on the 1. So that's what I use there. That'll reflect on my charts. By the way, in case you can see it, I'm not sure you can. VWAP is black on my chart. The 200 EMA is blue. The 50 period is red. 20 period's orange, and the 7 period is green. Bradley.
Yes, sir. Currently going through other scanners over here by Trade Ideas. So if you guys want to still sign up for Trade Ideas, use code TraderTV. Do / Trade Ideas in the chat. You'll be able to find the link and the code to get yourself 15% off on the best stock scanner out there in the world. And shout out to Michael Noss, the Noss boss himself, for hooking us up with the scanners over here for the show. Stocks that are popping up on those scanners are going to be here. Let me just pull that scanner over here. You guys can see it. It's going to be DoorDash, Netflix, and MRNA to the green side. Let's quickly pull up all 3 of them to see how they're moving. DoorDash today already up 7% on the day and trying to retest the high day near 56. I think that's a short. We're going to take a quick little short attempt over here. We got filled at 55.88, and we're trying to see if 56 actually ends up rejecting for the stock, which seems to be doing so all day, or does it manage to break out past 56 when the market's trying to pull back to the south side over here. So we're going to try a quick little short attempt after the stock pulls back to those high day ranges of 56, 15, 56, 20 or so. We'll see how that one plays out. Even Netflix popping up on that scanner. Where is my mouse at? Hello? NFLX, here we go. NFLX popping up. Let's see where this one's going. That's not Netflix. Here we go. Netflix with the new high day above 265 now, and trying to see if it wants to continue ripping to the north side, even though the market just created a new red candle on the 5-minute for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about some soccer now. We'll give stocks a bit of a break because they are kind of just consolidating sideways. So tomorrow is a big day in English soccer. Not really big in terms of like anything like matchup wise, but big in the sense that it's a first League Cup game.
Whoa,
so finally,
what's going on with FTX token?
Whoa, what's going on? So my indexes, let me see. Bitcoin is continuing to sell off, but I don't have any FTX on there. Maybe you want to go to Bradley's screen there for a second.
FTX token with the big down move candle for the intraday over here. Big sell off. Yeah. The sell-off and so on. And someone in the chat said, look at FTX, it's happening. Yeah,
it's not right now?
This is right now.
This is right now.
Yeah, okay. This is right now. This is happening right now. So this was the move from the Binance catalyst,
yep.
and they retraced pretty much almost all of the drop that they had of the pre-market move, I guess. But now they're also heading right back to the south side, taking the rest of the cryptocurrency market with it, with Bitcoin diving once again below 20K.
Yep, I just was going to talk a little bit about the League Cup tomorrow. So the League Cup is kind of like a tournament. Anybody knows English soccer knows the League Cup. It's been called all these different things, the Carling Cup, the Carabao Cup. I don't even know what it's called now, so I just call it the League Cup. Big game tomorrow in terms of Manchester City versus Chelsea. That's going to be in City, which is interesting because I want to see what kind of lineups they're going to have on, because both these teams have big games on the weekend. And now, as you know, Arsenal and City are tied in that head-to-head battle for the Prem. So you're going to be looking probably for City to give its players a lot of rest, so you're going to see a lot of younger players. And sometimes I like seeing these because I can spot young talent before, like, you know, it becomes mainstream, and then you get the credit for being like the person to mention it to your group friends and whatever. So I always use those opportunities to do that. Arsenal is playing Brighton. Anybody who follows English soccer knows Brighton's a good team this year. I doubt they'll have their first team on, though. They're probably going to be like City. They're going to be looking to the weekend and looking to rest some players. So I'm interested to see what kind of young talent Arsenal puts up against Brighton tomorrow on that. And then you have the day after that, Manchester United versus Villa, which is super interesting because they played on the weekend and Villa smacked them. Yes, United fans, you guys got smacked in Villa. And that was actually a fixture that I went to when I was living in England. I went to Villa. My buddy and I, we took the train from Leicester, which is where I was studying, to Birmingham. It's about a 45-minute train, and we got there super early. And the reason they do some of these matches super early is because they don't want people drinking too much, right? So they're like, yeah, so we have an early start time. We won't have too many inebriated people. And back then, Villa United was like a big matchup. So they wanted that one early anyway, and that one ended up 0-0. But Villa beat United on the weekend 3-1, but that was in Villa. This one's going to be in Manchester. So we'll see if Villa can muster up the same results or not. But what do you got in your fantasy world, Bradley? Anything going on?
I don't have no fantasies, bro.
You don't have no fantasies?
No fantasy teams, nothing. You know, I'm a simple
That's only
guy.
Neil and Sean? Okay.
What's that?
It's only Neil and Sean.
Neil and Sean have a fantasy team. Oh yeah,
They're
have
in like
a football
multiple
fantasy, right? Yeah. I like to lose my money to companies, not to my friends, because if I lose money to my friends, then they're no longer my friends. I don't want to talk to them anymore, and I might just have to rob them after the game or after the season's over, right? So I rather.
You're a funny guy.
Not involve money with friendships, basically.
I got you.
Right, so I stay away from that whole gambling pool. I rather go fight with DraftKings and the robots and algorithms on DraftKings every single day than go fight with my friends over there for giving me a bad line or for giving me a poor structure behind picking your teammates or whatever.
But everybody has this. Everyone follows the same rules.
One of my buddies
right?
tells me like he's in this pool and he tells me like they change rules every year.
Yeah.
They change on how many people you can keep and not keep. Like, yo, listen.
Yeah, they'll do different things. They'll attribute more points to like wide receivers or less to running back. So, but you know that going in.
Nah.
So you should structure your players around those rules, bro.
Nah.
Pride hate having it, bro. He doesn't want to hear what I got to say.
I'm gonna stick to DraftKings where I can rob DraftKings. Look, I've yet to lose at DraftKings. Okay, I've been taking all the money they've got. And I'll show you right here. I actually have my DraftKings open right now.
Okay.
And a couple days ago, right there, what does that say? 1?
That says 1.
Yeah, what does that say, though? John Morant to score 20-plus points and Patrick Mahomes to score 225-plus yards?
Damn.
How much did I drop on it?
50.
How much did I win?
Doubled your money,
right?
baby. Yeah.
So I'm yet to lose. I'm robbing DraftKings for everything they got,
Let
man.
me ask you something,
look at DraftKings' stock account right now. This stock is going to the ground.
Because you're taking all their money.
Because I'm taking all they got, baby. I'm taking all they got.
No, but let me ask you something. I heard like there was a little bit of tidbit. I don't know where I saw it. I think it was TikTok. Basically, they're like putting these like very obvious like bets. So, for example, like Patrick Mahomes.
The super boosted bets.
Yeah, okay, so you know exactly where I'm going with that.
The super boosted
but
bets.
people lose on them.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed that to
I know,
happen.
but, like, how do they do that? Like, what's the thinking behind it? Why are they doing it? Do they know something we all don't know?
Well, like the whole idea is to entice people with something that might happen for them to drop the whole maximum limit of the bet was $50.
Yeah.
So if everyone's like, oh, this bet looks like it really should happen, everyone drops $50 and everybody loses, they cash out on it.
They cash out.
Right? So if they make enough of these bets where they keep enticing people with the carrot on the stick, like
yeah, exactly. It is the carrot on the stick.
And then eventually someone jumps to dive it and they rug everybody. Next thing you know, you're falling off a cliff, right?
And they made more money from it the previous time. So if they lose one time, they still made a bunch.
Exactly.
But I don't know. I just don't know how they're thinking because I don't really.
It's a promotion to bring in more people on their platform and have more gamblers, more people addicted to their software, basically. And if you're smart with it, what you do is you take the free bets, not all the super boosted bets. You take the ones that look like they're more of a hit. Like sometimes they give you the one that says, oh, Austin Matthews to score a goal. Like that's not guaranteed.
No,
Like NHL, someone
not.
to score a goal, it's pretty hard.
It's completely
but for
different.
like John Morant, who's like the only good player on the team, for him to score 20 every single night, that's very possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? That's very possible. So things like that, I kind of take those into variation.
Okay.
And hence I can't lose, baby. Just can't take the L. Watch me
just talk
take this
quickly
L
about
tomorrow.
this.
I'm gonna cry.
You're gonna be fine,
I'm
man.
gonna cry.
Just don't brag about it too much. Guys, one thing that's bothering me lately are these NFL rankings, okay? I hate seeing Philadelphia Eagles. These are the NFL power rankings, okay? I hate seeing Philly on top. Like, if you're an NFC East fan, you automatically despise the other three teams. And that's just the way the NFC East is bred. It's such a historical division that it's been this way for I don't know how long. Sean, how long has it been? Like the 60s or the 70s? The East? The East hasn't changed. So it goes back a ways. And that's why, like, Dallas is in the same division as New York. You know, they're not... Oh my
Yo, he's
God.
coming to Dallas, isn't he? Yeah, Dallas.
What?
Yeah.
I did not hear that.
OBJ
What?
to Dallas.
Hold on, when is the trade deadline? No, it's over. It's over. He can sign as a free. Oh, because he's not with anybody. Oh. Yeah, he made us look bad with that one-handed catch. That's what sticks in my mind out for the OBJ. And it had to be against the Dallas corner. Of course it had to be. Anyway, going back to my screen here, the Eagles #1. Neil's team, even though they caught an L this past weekend, that you got to give Josh Allen his credit. He's a top quarterback. So they're ranked in at #2. Obviously, Patty Mahomes, he did it last night? Yeah, not
Patty
last night.
Mahomes.
Was it Sunday night game?
Sunday
night game, yeah. I'm losing my my marbles here. Yeah, they beat Tennessee in OT. That was a hell of a game. But I feel like a lot of the Chiefs games are close games. You know, maybe not against the blowouts, obviously.
What's going on with the Packers, bro?
Yeah, so I want to ease my way into that. But here's what I was trying to talk about. Dallas being #4 here. So this is what they're talking about here. As Odell Beckham Jr.'s ACL rehab reaches its final stages, the drumbeat connecting the veteran to the Cowboys will only get louder. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport and Mike Garofalo reported last week that Beckham is firmly on Dallas's radar. It's a marriage that makes too much sense. Beckham is box office, which matters to Jerry Jones. Yeah, you know that some of his picks in the past. And the Cowboys have a legitimate need at a wide receiver beyond CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup. Still don't like him, and Michael Gallup doesn't look like himself after his ACL reconstruction. So that'll be interesting. I'll take that any day. Probably.
Yeah, OBJ, baby,
Yeah.
OBJ.
They look good, Dallas, white and blue.
Look at Take Two, guys. Now $1 in the money on the Take Two shorts. I told you the setup is pretty clean. The stock is coming out with the negative catalyst. The bump up that you're watching on the position over here could be from shorts covering, and also some people think like me who are thinking like, okay, this is a cheap price for Rockstar Games and so on. So completely buying them out, buying the position at these $90 ranges for an intraday scalp long or for a swing scalp long. So people are pushing the stock up, but I've seen the setup time in and time out, which is these big stocks or big companies that come out with a negative earnings report, manage to go up to the 100-period EMA, then come back to VWAP, then go back to the 100-period EMA, and just trade sideways around VWAP after some point. So that double top short on Take Two, giving us $1 per share short. Now it's $1.29 on that position. We also had to reload on Apple, which is we're now only 14 cents out of the money. Not too worried about it because the market is not able to continuously go to the north side. NASDAQ, S&P 500, both of them creating somewhat of a lower highs and lower lows almost. But now it's trying to go back a little bit. As you guys can see, we're around 11,200 for the NASDAQ. If market can pull back again one more time, those Apple shorts will be an absolute beauty for ourselves. And DoorDash not really doing anything, still hanging out at the same area near 56. So I'm just going to add over here one more tier around 56 to see if the market can pull back to the south side for us to take advantage of it. Looks like the market wants to actually go north. The S&P 500 now marching north, taking the NASDAQ with it to the north side, and also taking Apple with it, which is not fun for us. This Take Two call out is gold. I'm going to be here more often. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. If you're not enjoying the if you are enjoying, what am I trying to say? If you are enjoying the call outs, the trades that we put on over here from the morning till evening, from open till close, Neil, Sean, Brendan, Luca, myself, Sharif, sometimes even Ian, who might be on tomorrow. It's all for free, absolutely free, right? So all we need from you, or all we ask from you guys, is to smash that like button, share it with your friends and family, get that subscribe count going up a little bit north side.
Yeah, there's like no small caps to speak of today. I'm just having a look at my scanner on my top monitor here, and there is
no small cap crappers. We missed that segment, dude.
I know. I wish I could say it, but there hasn't been a reason to say it today, to be honest. But yeah, anyways, no small cappers on my radar today. You know, DWAC, if you want to consider that a small capper, kind of moves like one often. It's been doing its thing here. Let's have a look at DWAC. Yeah, you know, still above VWAP, so still in play, but this one is not really the one that will give you a huge move into the afternoon. Maybe it does, but the times that I've traded, and I haven't traded it well often, but the times that I did often were all early morning moves. So, yeah, not much to play off here, guys. Maybe you could look at a like 28.50 support level. There's some areas of support here that you could try to take a dip off, maybe to a break of 30, but this one's not giving you much room at the moment. Well, we'll continue to watch that. Meta apparently is taking off. I just heard that from Sean, and I saw it in the chat just a little bit earlier. Yeah, let's pull up the Meta. I was going to say the Meta tree, but the Meta stock here on the chart. Let's pull that in anytime now. There we go, yeah. So big move here off VWAP. Look at this, a little bit of a double bottom below here on VWAP at 95.70, and then it was like, see you later to 97.50, almost, well, 97.40, sorry, to the high side here. So definitely more relative strength on Meta than the market. This is the market chart at the moment. You can see there's a lot more relative strength when you compare these two. This is the market, and this is Meta. So Meta was strong early morning, then it kind of gave up all the, gave it all up, right? I remember Sean was on that early. He had a couple excellent trades on that. I was looking for a possible long because I felt it was strong yesterday off the report that it was laying off a whole bunch of people. I know, sad to say, but that's good for investors who look for cost-cutting measures during tough times. So, yeah, Meta is definitely going to be something I look into the afternoon, Brad.
Yeah, Sean said he's short Oracle, so I was wondering why you're short Oracle. Looking at Oracle currently down 1.6%. It's popping up on the mega cap losing stocks over here, scanners too, along with UAL and ACI. So it looks like a couple stocks over here getting pushed down by relative weakness behind it. Let's go check out UAL also. See, it's probably around low a day for this United Airlines, almost called it American Airlines. Pretty close to low a day. And ACI, Albertsons Companies. Is this the one that's getting bought out? Yeah, ACI is getting bought out by Kohl's? Kroger, thank you. Kroger buying out ACI and also almost near low a day for this stock too. That Oracle short kind of has me itching my palms right now. Looks like it wants to consolidate around here at 75.50s, and then if the market pulls back, which is currently going to the north side, we're not back to the high a day on the market yet. So that's part of the reason why I'm still holding my Apple shorts, even though it's burning me a little bit on this side. But looking for other positions to maybe enter to capitalize on the move that the market's giving us, or any move that the stocks are giving us for us to trade at the moment. Looking at Palantir also, that's popping up on the scanners. Let's go see what Palantir is doing today. Apparently up 4.7%. It's at a high day again, near $7.35. A couple days ago, Palantir came out with the earnings report, I believe, and it was pretty bad. And we pushed down. If I remember, it was the earnings report catalyst. Let's actually go check if it was earnings. PLTR. Yeah, it was the earnings report, which came out bad, and they pushed down to the south side. Thankfully, though, today retracing a little bit off that negative move with the help of the market being green. Now up 4.5% on Palantir. I'm still bullish about Palantir. The company does great stuff with data analytics. They help out Ferrari, even though Ferrari needs a lot more help than just with data. You know, they're helping out Ferrari over there with their Formula One team and also with government contracts and so on. Talking about Formula One team, man, that fleece jacket that Playmaker sent me. I put it on yesterday on the way home after the gym, and yeah, it was absolutely awesome. It's so soft. It's so clean. I love it. Part of me wants to never wear it again because I know I'm going to ruin it. I just know the type of person I am. I'm going to drop something on it. It's for wearing, yeah, but like I'll ruin it. I'll mess it up. The thing is, I've been wanting like a Mercedes Formula One thing for like so long since I was a kid. But like ever since I was a kid, my mom and dad would be like, no, you're gonna get bigger. You're gonna get bigger. Just wait when you're older. And now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, nah, they're too expensive. They're too expensive. And thankfully, my first one happens to be a gift from the viewer, so which makes it even more special. It's not like, I'm going out there splurging my own money to make myself feel good. And now it has a connection behind it. My first ever Formula One clothing item is from one of our long-term viewers who supports the show a lot. And apparently, you three are next. So Neil, Sean, and Brendo are next. I can't wait to see what you guys are getting on that side.
It's going to be something Green Bay. It has to be.
With his name on the back, yeah. I think, for Buffalo Bills, I think for sure, and then for you Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
But for Brendo, I can't wait to see. Is it going to be a Mercedes thing or a Formula One thing? Because Brendo doesn't really diverge into sports a lot unless we talk about Formula One.
I just remember he told me that I shouldn't be saying I'm a Cowboys fan around here. That's the only thing I remember Brendo telling me about sports, to be honest. But Sean, what is the issue at Green Bay? Like, what genuinely is it? And I'll echo. Yeah, so receivers, he's saying there's an issue. I'm back to Yari.
We lost Ladarius Smith.
So lost Ladarius Smith to Minnesota.
That's about it. I mean, like Aaron Rodgers is back-to-back MVP.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. He's saying Rodgers, obviously a talented player, back-to-back MVP, but again, up there in terms of age. But yeah, that's another question that I want to ask my friend. Yeah, I know. Like Dallas released Randall Cobb, and like, it was like, a couple of years, right? And he just found like a 1-year deal. You know how these receivers, when they get up there in age, they're signing 1- and 2-year deals at the most, like random teams, whoever's got a need at that point. Stonk Journal says, my Packers are dead. Go Bucks. Okay, so I guess you're from Milwaukee, so that's your geographical area there. So he's going. That's your sport right there, baby.
Sorry?
The Bucks.
Oh, Milwaukee Bucks?
Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis, Greek freak.
Giannis, the Greek freak.
The Greek freak is a monster. He's a monster for sure. But I'm more interested in that new player who's like 7 feet tall. He's a point guard from France. Apparently, he's a monster. I don't think he's in the league yet. Is he in the league yet? No. He's from France,
He's
right?
He's in the French league.
What's his name?
Benyana.
Wembanyama. Yeah,
okay.
that guy just looks crazy. Like just reading the articles about
Is he
it.
North African? He's got a North African.
He's French.
Yeah.
He's 7 feet tall and he's a point guard.
Yeah. Okay.
So, which is just
That's
like,
insane. And Scotty Barnes, what is a 6'6" point guard? 6'8"
Well, he
point
met
guard?
Scotty Barnes.
Yeah, I know. 6'9"
6'9"
point guard. So Scotty Barnes is supposed to be like a monster point guard. This guy's 7 feet.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Guys, Take 2 is going even further to the south side. I see a lot of people in the chat getting happy for Take 2 getting smacked down. People in the chat saying Wembanyama. Yeah, Wembanyama. Wen Lambo, man, that's what I'm calling him. Wen Lambo. And with his skills, I guess pretty soon enough. But yeah, Take 2 currently pushing the south side. We're looking for that 96 test. I did say 95, 96 is where I want to really cover my trade more around VWAP. So it looks like that opportunity is coming into play. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 did pull up slightly, but looks like it didn't go all the way to the high day. And Coinbase just stopped me out of my trade as we are breaking the 100-period EMA to the south side. So that's a successful trade. These were shorts. We got stopped out. This is another short. We got stopped out pretty close to that entry. And then that's a long entry on the break of 54. And cover all the way to the north side, close to 58. And then get stopped out. I mean, obviously, I took some size, baby.
Each time? That was like tiny.
Something like that. Our default size, like 10 shares.
Okay, yeah.
Our default size is 10 shares, so just 10 shares, 10 shares, 10 shares, getting out multiple times. And now my last few shares that I have left getting stopped out on the break of the 100-period EMA, which was the right idea in my opinion, even though we're now above it. It might pop from here. I'm not going to gamble with it. I'm not going to reload in these areas. I'd much rather reload at VWAP or even closer to $52 at this range high. If that does show up for me, I'll I will take advantage of that trade. Take two.
Yeah.
Now $2 in the
Looking like a
money.
damn
Let's
genius.
go, baby. Take two with the
money,
big short
money,
play coming
money,
in.
money.
Now our second best trade on the day is going to be take two. And QQQ, once again, 92 cents in the money. Let's take some more size out on that one and only hold 20% of our size for a possible move towards VWAP on QQQ. Apple's still 11 cents out of the money. That's a little sad. Dash is still playing around 56. You know, still too strong to pull down, but at least it's now ripping to the north side. So that's a positive thing for me over here on Dash. And Barrick Gold still playing in that exact same range. So because of that, I'm done this trade. It's not breaking the range to the downside, nor is it breaking the range to the upside. So why would I even try to hold that size all the way back up in case it breaks that range? No, that's stupid. So I'm just going to get out over here. I'll get back in, then I'll get back out. I'll get back in, I'll get back out. I'll try to hold some later on for that dream move to the south side, but that dream move doesn't seem to want to show up. And take two now, $2.25, baby. Woo-wee!
Big boy trade on take two there, making him look like a genius. That's a really nice retracement back into 200 EMA, but it didn't really respect that level at all. It's just breaking through. The next the level we have to look at is VWAP, which is 95.36, but maybe it might be front run a little bit by that 95.50 at the $0.50 level. So look out for there for a possible bounce, but otherwise a really good call. Proudly getting basically top wick here at 90. What did you get? 98.30s or something like that?
98.20s.
Yeah, so that's still an excellent trade. On take two, Tesla. Sean yelling out Tesla from the corner of my ear. 195. Let's have a look at that. Let's flip the screen from coin. We'll get rid of Boeing and we'll put TSLA, which is a NASDAQ stock. Here we go. Now it is up. No, it's still down 1% on the day. But look at this flat top going on here, guys, at this 195. This one is ready and set to take off. It looks like it's going to be a flat top breakout. Let's get into this one here. There we go. I see 195's 01. I'm going to front run it a bit. This might be a bad idea for me, but that's what I'm going to do. We'll see how this one plays out. I'm going to be really patient on this one because this one, it's showing you its propensity to retrace back down there. I'm seeing 190. There we go. A little bit now. Breaking through. Very anemic break so far, though. It's nothing really to write home about. What did I get in? I got 98. Okay, I'll take a little bit out there. Positive on it so far. Retracing back into 195. Yeah, this one is it's gonna really take its sweet time to make its way up. It looks like there's a lot of selling coming in at 195. You know, I don't really see too much on the book to indicate that there's any significant size at any of these levels, but when you get to them, it's just really hard. Like a lot of people are stepping in at 195, Prad.
So this is the kid that we were talking about.
Who?
Right here, the Wembanyama. Yeah.
Jeez, he's tall. My God, he looks like he should be in the circle, not on the perimeter, man.
And he just moves. He just moves like an absolute demon. Can shoot too. He's a player. He's a player. He's a player, man. He can play.
Highest rated guy since LeBron James.
Highest
Wow.
rated guy since LeBron James. That's huge.
Jeez.
Wow. And LeBron James is like, what, touted to be better than Jordan and whatnot? Or at least that's what Fahad goes out there screaming. He's like, LeBron James better than Jordan.
Where's Fahad?
The meme
He's
team
not
is
there.
better than the dream team. And yeah, I'm calling it the meme team, Fahad, if you hear me. I don't know if
He's
you
not
can hear
here.
me. He's not here somewhere. But yeah, I'm calling it the meme team. If you think that the redeem team is going to be better than the dream team, then you're absolutely memeing over there.
You're memeing.
You're memeing, man. Come on. But yeah, let's come back to the market over here. LeBron's not better than Jordan. Yeah, exactly. Let's come back to the market to see what trades we're looking at. Something that's popping up for me over here is Groupon, GRPN. Wrong G. There we go. GRPN pulling up to the north side at the moment. Let's see if we're at the higher days. Yeah, we're trying to move back towards higher days. Up 21%. Did this stock have earnings today? GPRN, November, GRPN, GRPN having November 7 post-market. So yesterday night after hours, earnings coming out and a monster move off of that earnings report. Let's actually quickly go check the after-hour move on this stock. What? After-hour move was absolutely destruction, but looks like they said forget that and just took off to the north side today. Now trading near $8.60. Take-Two, $2.11 in the money. Apple, 20 cents out of the money. QQQ, 60 cents in the money. And Dash looks like it wants to finally start working for us, as we are in the money on Dash at the moment for the south side move.
Yes, Tesla scalped a little bit on the top of the break of 150, average back down. I got in at that 194.69 area. So my cost basis is 194.71. So I'm in the money still on it. I'm looking for a retest of that 195. So that would be about a 20 to 30 penny winner for me. There we go. Now we're printing in the 80s. Looking to take some out if it starts printing in the 90s here. But it's flipping and flopping right back between these two levels. You got to assume at some point between now and the close, we're going to get another test of 195, especially the market's not really making a move down. It's kind of consolidating sideways with a little bit of a bend up. So if anything, that's good for Tesla. So I'm going to be patient on this one. I scalped out. I'm profitable on it. I may get back in for more size if it starts showing me its intention to break 195. But right now, there we go. Now we're seeing 85s. 85s acting as a level here. Yeah, the spread on it is tough at times, but 4 or 5 cents. Sometimes it's a penny. There we go. Now we're getting some 90. So take some out there. Very profitable trade for me so far. Now let's look for that 95 break, 195 break. That's what we need. We're light on it. We're profitable on it. So I can take a bit more risk here, Prad.
Right on. Yeah, guys, I'm looking at the light count as we are now approaching 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, the end of lunch. Official lunchtime coming to an end, but we only have 2.7K likes here with 4.5K if you're still watching. So I think 300 more likes will hit that daily goal. Then you don't have to hear me say the spiel again and again. So let's get that like count elevated a little bit. 300 more likes to go to 3K. Also, for everyone in the name who are green in the chat, if you're wondering how to get yourself on the green side, there's two options. Either you wait for True Trading Group to come in and give a 50 donations, or you could sign up for it yourself by clicking on that join button. Doing so will give you a nice little pop-up box where Brenda will explain to you exactly what being a member of Trader TV Live family will entail and the perks and the benefits of that side. People who send us super chats, we appreciate that. I'll look at the Bears versus Bull messages to see if we missed on any super chats for that. If you also want to go buy some merchandise that we have in store, you can go directly to the YouTube homepage of Trader TV Live. Click on store and you'll find stickers with Miss V still on there. Okay, that's pretty cute. If you miss Miss V, then buy the sticker over there. Send her a picture on Instagram DM showing that you bought the sticker over there. Even her shirts with Flosset and her on the hoodie. Those are awesome. And we also got a bunch of other hoodies over here. The ones that says I'd rather be trading in multiple color schemes that most of us on the floor over here have. And also, where's the hat? I don't know where the hat is right now, but it should be somewhere in there. So if you feel like you wanna support Trader TV Live over here, feel free to go do so by buying some of our merchandise and hit that like button once again, guys. Only 300 likes away from 3K.
There you go. Now you get that decisive break on Tesla through 195 there. I think it popped up to a little bit above 20, maybe 21 or so. But then you get the flush right back down. So you got to be quick on the keys with this guy. It's not going to really give you the opportunities to loaf a little bit too much there. And the spread opens up 6-7 cents at times. But the good news is we're getting that test at 195 and the market's not trending down. So if the market even starts inching back up, you got to assume that the algos are going to start buying up this stock, and we get that one directional move with the big six that all start trending in the same way, propping up the future. So let's see what this one does. I'm profitable on it. Nice little dip trade here, got me out of trouble. My first long onto this was in the mid 194.90s, and then I took a nice little dip trade there at 194 in the 60s. So I was able to get some out right in the 90s as well. So almost a 30% winner for some of the portion. I believe Brendo's up at the big desk with an energy update.
Hey guys, a quick look at oil markets today. To the downside we go. Ahead of inventory data that's due out once again tomorrow, Wednesday. We always get the weekly, both natural gas and oil inventory data. This note this morning out, though, suggesting that, both petroleum and crude output, or demand, I should say, could rise once again in 2022. From the International Energy agency, sending crude back to the downside a little bit because the number that was in that report was actually smaller than the last time they released the same thing. There's also still some concerns over demand in China, possibly slowing down as COVID cases continue to ramp up and lockdowns continue to ramp up. So downside we go today. In fact, right now, crude breaking back to the downside 1.5% on the day so far, guys, for oil.
Currently watching Apple squeeze my shorts, but like I said, I have a plan in it. As long as that plan doesn't break, I'm not worried about that trade. Plus, we've also banked enough money on the day where I'm willing to risk the little biscuit for that trade, risk it for that juicy biscuit, and if it does pay out, that'd be good.
I like that.
Risk it for the biscuit, baby. That's the name of the game over here. And take two now, $2.58 in the money. That stock keeps dropping to the south side. So, ooh, I wish I took a little bit more size on that trade for myself. And Dash, once again, out of money over here, or out of the money on that position. But the high day is at 56.15. We'll wait and see if that one gets taken out. QQQ going to the north side over here. SPY also going to the north side, but you know, the high day have yet to be tested on both of these markets. We'll just wait and see if they do get tested. A couple other stocks popping up on the scanners over here. Once again, Albertsons keeps on popping up to the south side.
ACI?
Yeah, but it hasn't won a single race. It just keeps popping up on the race scanners. Lee Auto really turned green on the day. Wow.
Negative on the day. Why the hell is it on your scanner? It's like down 1.4%. It's so weird.
It's apparently getting pushed down right now with relative weakness. So that's what the scanner is doing. It's looking at relative weakness and relative strength and so on. But Lee Auto over here, which was red on the day at one point, I was looking at it for shorts, is now green, up 1.87%. I was also looking at NIO, so let's quickly head over to NIO, see if that one's also turned green on the day. Most likely, ooh, never mind. NIO is still red, down 1.7, but currently above the 100-period EMA and has been doing so for the last hour.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through my watch list here for some ideas to trade. And what's standing out for me is Polestar. Look at it. Well, yeah, it's done like really few shares, 611,000. That's not going to cut it for me. I saw that it was up 3.5%. That got me excited. Then I saw the volume and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go for that one. Let's continue down the list here and see what's popping off. Something with good volume. Let's see. Coin is starting to make a move back down, Bradley. Yes, it is. So coin is starting to sell off pretty aggressively. Let's flip back to coin. Oh, that's it. BA, so COIN, and that's a NASDAQ stock, right? Yeah.
NASDAQ.
Yeah, coin, guys. Look at that. After making that nice move up to 58.50 there, bit of a V-shaped retracement on that one. And you had a period of consolidation here. You could have taken this flat bottom breakdown, but now we just blew through VWAP. So VWAP acted as a bit of a support area here. Not so much. Look at this. Selling is aggressive. It makes me want to jump into this one, but you know, geez, yeah, it's like you know, I don't really know what to say about this one, but maybe something off 52. Like you get a lot of FOMO with these ones, watching them continue to go down, then you don't get in, they go down even more. But the idea here is to find levels from which we can play off. And the first level I see that's of any significance is at 51 3/4. So 51.75 or so. There seems to be a bit of support here. That's all after the bell support. It's not pre-market, so it's supported by volume. So this area, we may encounter some buying in this particular area.
Yeah.
You're seeing the same thing?
I'm going long.
You're going long here. So Bradley is punching long here. It's a bit of an aggressive retracement. I don't know if anything is coming up on the scanners to justify this.
Let's go.
And a nice little bounce for Bradley. This one's saying U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission. No, that's nothing. Is monitoring the Binance Okay. So the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is monitoring the Binance FTX situation, whatever that means. So some government regulatory body is involving itself, and that usually scares off traders and investors, Bradley.
Right on. So now, I was talking to you guys earlier. If it does pull back into this range low close to 52, range high closer to 52, I'm going to be looking for a long. So once I saw 52.30 on the bids, I threw my order out, got filled at 52.61, sadly, because it's a little bit spready, so I had to chase that order. If it pulls back closer to 52, 51.50, I'll just take more size without any problem, using that range high as a support for myself, and instantly in the money 30 cents on that long over here on Coinbase, and take to almost $3 in the money, so taking more profits on that stock. It's currently $2.73 in the money, so just absolutely enjoying the ride over here on Take Two to the south side. S&P 500
Sean,
also pulling back to the north side at the moment, so that's going to give me a reason to pile in onto my QQQ shorts a little bit more. All the size that I got out for about a $1 winner, or was it $2 winner? Not sure. I'm basically slowly adding back into my position close to where I was already short, depending on or using that line or that I was talking about earlier on the NASDAQ market around 11,230 to expect more rejection come into play over there. Apple's still going north, currently 44 cents out of the money. Not a problem for me. We're going to hold that trade a little bit longer to see if the market's going to break out the high day. If the market breaks out the high day, then I'm going to walk away from Apple for a loser. Until then, we're just going to keep on racking the money over here on Take Two, on Coinbase, now actually pulling a little bit lower than our average price, which is perfect. That's that way we can take more size closer to 51.50 if that does come into play. Coinbase pulling back, apparently because Bitcoin is pulling back at the moment. So Bitcoin, wow, big drop on Bitcoin, all the way to 19,000. So
broke
Bitcoin
it. 18,890 is the low on that wick.
And it got back up now. So it dropped down to 18 something. Now we're back to 19. Now we're back below 19 once again. And we're looking to really fall down over here. So Coinbase obviously getting beat down because of that move over there on BTC. Let's quickly go to the aggregated map over here to see if there's any levels. Ooh, look at that. That big level at 19K breaking. That's not the best thing that you want to see. So this heat map over here basically telling you that we're getting smacked on BTC. The low was 18,747. And here's that level at 52 that we were looking for. That obviously we had to chase that level past a little bit. But is this stock on SSR? It should be on SSR, yeah.
I'll tell you in 1 second. Where are my Bitcoin
Coinbase should be on SSR. So we're watching 52 bids hold up a little bit. Look at those orders coming in. 1,000 shares order, 1,000 share orders, 200, 500, 300. So big longs piling in on Coinbase near 52, which is that range high I was talking about, allowing me to take more size. Now my average is 52.37. Let's go Coinbase. Make me a winner on the short side, the long side again.
Yeah, I'm getting tempted to punch into this one as well. I was looking at a different level. Proudly had that 52 level. I was looking more at that 51.75 level. But hey, you know, tomato, they're not all that different, especially with the range that this one is giving you. It's giving you dollars at a time, and we're talking about a measly 25 pennies. So let's see if this one can hold up at 52. So far it has. Buyers have stepped in at 52. If it doesn't, I'm looking at that 75 level. But Bitcoin making all the waves today. All the good tradable stocks are coming off a crypto-related move. Like you had the FTX Binance situation. Now we're getting a dip in crypto. I'm not really sure what this one is. I don't know what the reason behind this dip in crypto is. Maybe Brendo can let us know once he gets an opportunity. But coin, continuing to make newer lows. But 52 holding up proudly. So good call on that one. I think I'm going to punch in here. I'm going to take quarter size because it's risque for me. I'm not going to get filled, obviously, as is just general because, you know, I don't have good luck these days. Nothing to do with the software, guys. Just my timing. I hit the enter key a little bit too late, and there we go. I would have been like 50 penny winner there. Now I'm not gonna have that. There we go. Up into 52.60s. Now I'm seeing we're gonna see 70s. I don't see too much size holding us back here, so it's just gonna be a matter of whether buyers can step in, Prad.
Sean just messaged in our work chat saying someone won the $2 billion Powerball jackpot. If the winner takes the lump sum, they'd receive $628.5 million after taxes. So who really won the lotto here? Was it the person or was it the government? Hey, Sharif?
Hey, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What?
Who do you think won the lotto? Was it the person or
I'm
was it
not
the
sure
government?
what you're talking about.
So
I was trying to read the chat here.
The Powerball?
The Powerball. Sorry, I don't mean to
No, you're
say,
good. The Powerball, which is $2 billion, someone won it.
Yeah, so how much do they get?
And how much do they get after taxes? $628 million. And the government walks away with $1.3 billion. So who really won the lotto here?
Right?
Right?
Yeah, it's tough to say, man. I mean, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't like when the government puts their hand in your pocket. If that's my earnings, I should, like, you know, especially in Canada, that's not taxable either. And like, we love to tax people here, and that's still not taxable. So it is what it is. I mean, you got to deal with the rules that you're gotten, but they're obviously going to make tons of money.
Uncle Sam, stay
It's
winning,
printing.
bro. Uncle
It's
Sam,
printing.
don't stay losing ever.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam, what's that? You gotta pay for that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Uncle Sam, don't lose. Never lost a battle in his life over there. Man, Take Two still pushing the south side now, $2.79 in the money. QQQ pulled pretty close to the high day, but we're seeing rejection coming in. Same with the S&P 500, so more of a reason to just hold on to my shorts over here. But one short that's actually burning us right now is going to be DoorDash. So we're going to jump out of the DoorDash short as it's trading near $56.50. Looks like that idea is not going to work out. We did hold it a little bit past that previous high of 56.20. We gave it an extra 20-cent range higher than that. And now DoorDash, which is up 8% on the day, monster move on DoorDash over here. We're just going to leave this one alone. Uncle Sam runs the house. I mean, yeah, it's you know, the casino. Casino makes the rules. The casino does whatever it wants, and you just have to play with them. If not, then don't go to the casino, right? If you don't want to play with the casino rules, don't go to the casino. It's pretty simple. So we're not complaining. I'm just happy that Canada doesn't have capital gains taxes. So when the office hits that 50 million or more lotto.
On lottery.
Yeah, on lottery.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I'm on lottery. When we're talking about Powerball and lottery, so I was talking about lottery.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the viewers, they might have gotten confused
There's
on
like
that.
a whole bunch of things that we can complain about in Canada's tax code. Oh, the double taxation, sometimes even triple. How about the fact that we can't get our mortgage payments to be tax-free? That's basically ubiquitous in the States, for most states anyway. So yeah, some frustrating stuff up here, but you know, we'll just stay sealed on that one. But Prad, any news about the elections? Do you have any early exit polls or anything like that? Because I know the chat's been asking about it. So let's pull up here. Let's go to the old trusted CNN, and I say that obviously tongue in cheek. Let's see what they're up to here. Complete coverage of today's crucial midterm elections. Get up to speed on the state of the midterms. Okay, so what are they going to tell us? Okay, so I don't know if I was looking for exit polls possibly to give us direction of where we're going, but it looks like none are forthcoming at the moment. There's a whole bunch of races, governor's races, Senate races, House races. What's that? It's too early right now. I was thinking maybe exit polls. But yeah, it's too early. I know some channels are starting their coverage at like 7. Some people are saying, oh, we won't get results for like days for some of the closely contested races, like the Dr. Oz and that Wetterman guy in Pennsylvania. They were saying that one's like way too close to call. Probably won't be called on election night. They had like 1 million advanced ballots, of which they started counting today. I don't know if there's any like legislative rule in Pennsylvania that prevented them from counting, but seems to me like it would have been a good idea to get, you know, jump the ball on that, get those counted if you've got them in hand. But maybe there was like some oversight stuff I'm not familiar with. Bradley, are you still in the money on that DTTW?
Oh yeah,
Mickey,
bud.
like
$3. Still pushing the south side. I mean, they told you the setup. I've seen it multiple times, and it would be stupid not to take that trade when I've seen that setup play out so many times in my life. So taking advantage of it. QQQ, we reloaded on QQQ over here, closer to above 272, so we're now in the money, 22 cents on QQQ. We also added, I guess not reloaded, added on the Apple shorts above 141, which is currently up 1.6%, looking for it to nosedive to the south side with the help of the market, pulling back down too. We'll see if that one plays out. Take Two is now going to be our best trade of the day. That's crazy because, oh, actually, that's because Coinbase is actually going to the south side. So let's quickly head over to Coinbase, see what that one's doing. We're at 51.50. Perfect. That's what we were looking for it to come down to, around these levels, and look for a possible long over here. Let's add another tier to our long on Coinbase. Come on, give me that fill. Thank you. We got that fill. Now we can pretty much give it the risk that should be appropriate for the stock to move around in. The market's pulling down. Let's quickly head over to see what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin's still pulling, but at least it's holding the same bottom, so that's perfect for us to look into. Look at the consolidation bottom over here on BTC. We jumped down to that lows, and we're starting to get a little bit of a bounce action. Bounce. That's not
bounce,
the
baby. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm watching. It's a song that like goes bounce, bounce, baby. I'm surprised you don't know it. Usually, you know most of the songs. I start humming and stuff. Let's look at this. Sean yelling out that he is still short Tesla. Let's pull that up on here. Wow, look at that short on coin. That looks great. TWO also as well. Let's flip to Tesla quickly. Here we go. Come on, this one was relatively strong. A bit of a flat top. Yeah, that 195 gave people all sorts of trouble. I was just sure that this one was going to break. And I mean, it broke, but it broke by pennies. It went 195.18 or 19 or whatever, and that was a wick. It didn't even close above that. So shows that the seller is stepping up big at that 195 level, retracing back now into that 200 period moving average. The 200, you know, it's played its role today. A nice little bounce off it here in this trough, that 192.20. You could say it bounced off the 20 period, it broke it, but that's the nearest level to it. Let's see what else we can glean off here. Not many. What's that, Sean?
I want to go show Robinhood.
Oh, Robinhood, we need to buy shorts
shares?
on that. We need to pay. Okay, so yeah, Tesla, look for a possible stop here at 192.20, possibly another one at 193. There's this area here and this area here that can both act as support levels. I'm playing off the moving averages at the moment. Let's see what Tesla continues to do. I've really got nothing on my radar, but the futures now have just taken a turn to the downside. Well, we created that 38.67 top. Now we're tracing back 10 points lower to 38.57. It could just be a momentary thing. I mean, we've been in a range for the better part of the day. Since 11:30, we've been in this tight range here. Like, look, to the downside, you could say about that 38.56 to the downside, and to the top side, 38.67. So a 10-point range for the past 2 hours plus. So, you know, the futures not giving you much to work with except a range, Brad.
Yeah, currently Apple pulling back to the south side. Finally in the money on the Apple shorts. Now the markets are also pulling back down. Here's the NASDAQ futures. And here's the S&P 500 futures. Let me quickly pull it up for you. Bang, bang. Both of them are at the low of the ranges. Let's see. Bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang,
Bang, bang. You knew that one. Yes, proudly.
Of course I know that one.
Yes,
but the market pulling back down over here. Now QQQ shorts $1 in the money, baby. Let's go, QQQ.
Oh, boy.
Take two. $3.50 in the money on take two. Let's go, baby.
Yes,
and
what a
Apple,
short.
20 cents in the money. Looks like these shorts are all paying us together. The market's really pulling down, and we're making profits on these. So let's go, market. 25 cents on this one. We're raining it with these shorts, baby. Absolutely raining it. Cash money, bringing the profits everywhere we go. And Coinbase is burning us at the moment slightly, but that's fine. You know, we have a trade set up at Coinbase. Our previous bottom was 50. We're gonna give it up to 50. I'm just gonna keep on adding up to $50 on Coinbase because my risk allows me to do that. So I'm just gonna keep on adding. But Apple now 37 cents in the money, 40 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money. Okay, Apple, I see you. Let's take some more profits on this bad boy over here as we're 50 cents in the money on this bad boy. QQQ really pushing down. This market's really going. I don't know what's going. All I know is I'm making that money, baby. $1.70 in the money on QQQ, 70 cents in the money on Apple. Wowza.
Wow, this was a big boy move. Look at that. So now we're off 20 points off the high, and we're 20 points off the high in a matter of minutes. I mean, there's like a few 1-minute candles here between the high and between the low of day. I had an excellent little short on Tesla. That's why I spun the money. There we go. We got in at that 193.33 cover at that in the 193.08. So a nice little 30-cent winner with large size, but it is not done, guys. It is still looking south. Look at this. Now we have a low, a more recent low, 192.25, and that just corresponds with this trough right here. So that is an interesting level to play off. 192. Is that a dark pool wick? Let me just verify quickly on my other platform. Where am I at? 192. Where is this? 192.25 it is, yeah, 192.25. So that was the low on Tesla. So that is corresponding with this trough here. Got bought back up, a nice little 70% winner here if you took that bottom off that particular support level. But the market not letting up here, guys. A whole lot of red showing up on my charts. What are you in now, Bradley? You in a
I'm just having fun talking to one of the viewers who was saying I was coping with my Apple shorts earlier. There's no copium over here, my friend. Never smoked copium, never will. And never have the need to.
Where do you come up with these, bro? These are clever.
The copium?
Yeah.
You never heard of copium before?
No.
You know what copium is?
I'm assuming it's a drug that helps you cope.
Yeah. Like
okay.
opium, but copium.
I got you. Yeah.
It's a gamer term.
Okay.
I guess it comes from the gaming realm and so on. Some people even call it hopium. Copium, never smoked it, never will. I stay away from drugs. I'm a good kid, okay? And whoa, who's laughing over there? What's with that little laugh over there? Whoa, don't be laughing.
The producer
but we're in the
is
money,
laughing
78 cents in the money on Apple, taking more profits, $1.62 in the money. That laugh actually has me laughing right now. But $1.65 in the money on the QQQ shorts. Take two, baby.
Ooh,
no, I won't take two. I'll take all of it. I'll take all the profits over here. $4 in the money on the take two. Hey, that's right. Hit him with the Soldier Boy. You. As the Apple is $1 in the money too, baby. We're reigning in the profits. Bring the cash registers. Bring all the profits. We're catching it.
Oh, that's a big boy. Another short on Tesla here. Another big winner, 192. Where did I get in at 74, and then I got out in the 60s. Going against me now for half the size, but I'm going to hold on to this one. I'm well in the money on Tesla anyway on the day, so anything here with half size will not be too bad. Let me just flip quickly. Oh, I have more size on Tesla than I first thought. Oh boy. Okay, so I'll have to recalculate that. Just waiting to see what the market's going to do here. Do we have any significant levels? Let's find out at this level. Do we have anything of significance? Let's flip to the 5-minute chart to try to see anything on the MES here. Okay, so we do have a bit of a consolidation period in this 3840s level. We had that a little bit during the 1045 to about 11:10, 11:15 time period. So there was a bit of consolidation in this area. Let's see if we can continue to make our way down, maybe back and break through the 40s this time around. Not really sure. I'm gonna hold my Tesla short here. I'm just gonna be patient on this one. I'm gonna put an out. Oh, there we go. So now I'm back in the money. There we go. There we go. Bring me back in the money. Let's just get some prints in the 60s here, and then I can be gone. It's flirting between the 80s and 60s.
Oh no!
So there's a whole bunch of volume coming into Tesla at the moment. But what I see is continuing lower lows on the MES, and if that is any indicator, then Tesla will head to the south side as well. Let's see if we have any interesting levels. Yeah, that level we talked about earlier, that 192.20 area, that's the bottom of this trough here. Are we going to see some of those levels? We wicked there momentarily, but then it got bought back up quite quickly. Tesla a bit stronger than the market currently, to be honest with you. So market's continuing to make lower lows, but Tesla holding in that 192.80s, Brad.
Yeah, this market's pulling back quite beautifully at the moment.
Beautiful trade.
Yeah, the market pulling back quite beautifully at the moment. Coinbase in that beautiful pullback also all the way to $50. And like I said, as long as that 49.50 doesn't break on Coinbase, which was the bottom that we held before the whole move, I'm going to continue buying the dips over here. If that 50 does break, yeah, we give some money back on the day today, but I'm not too worried about it. We got a lot of profits over here rolling in with Apple, with the QQQ shorts, with the Take Two shorts. Sadly though, I did fat finger my full exit on QQQ. I wanted to take some profits out. I fat fingered the whole profit, and that doesn't look too good at the moment. Keep in mind, guys, the Coinbase, the hard out for me is going to be around the lower day range, somewhere down here. If that lower day range breaks, then obviously I'm out. And part of that is because Bitcoin keeps going lower and lower. Yeah, Bitcoin dropped down to 18,400. MicroStrategy, yeah, that one's getting beat up too with Bitcoin moving like that.
It's down 18.5% on the day. Hold on, what was the price that this company could stay solvent? Remember there was like a
I
Bitcoin
think they
price?
changed that number. It was
It's changed?
21,000. They changed it. They said they got funding secured.
Oh.
And you know, they probably bought more coins to average themselves down at some point.
Assuming that's had to have happened.
I'm guessing, right? So
where'd
not
they get
sure
the
if that's
money,
a story.
man? Jeez, yeah. Okay, so I guess people continuing to fund them. Guys, Tesla continuing to make that downward move, that 192.20 that we talked about, that came into play again. Now it's going to close at that level instead of just a wick. So the market really heading to the sell side here. We're now 30 points off the high that we made like a measly 10 minutes ago. Yeah, at 12.16, we were almost at the high. So 116, excuse me. We're almost at the high. Now we are not at lows. Let me see. No, we're not at lows, but low of day today, I believe, is after the bell. Low of day is at 38.10. So we're still, 25 points away from that low. Anyway, Tesla continuing to make that southward move. 191.80 now is in sight. So if you're holding on to your shorts, you are printing on this one. Drop that money, baby.
Oh,
Drop
look
that
at
money.
Coinbase right now. There's some size on Coinbase on the bid. Keep in mind the stock is SSR, so those bids to get smacked down is going to be a little bit harder. Not like these 300, 400 lots is a lot of size. How much is that on the notional value? So let's just do 409. Let's just do 400. Keep it nice and easy. Times 50. Oh, I actually did that wrong. 400, add 2 zeros to it, times 50, about $2 million sitting on the bid over there for Coinbase. And my idea was going long at the 50 anyway. So we're going to try and average into the trade. We're about $1 out of the money on this position with our average size at $51.12. So we're gonna have to obviously give that wiggle room, but I'm not giving it too much wiggle room past that 50. If 50 breaks, most likely just taking that L, but thankfully still having a profitable day over here. But after taking that L of almost $1 per share, look at Apple now, almost $2 in the money on Apple. Rafael, where you at, broski? I told you this trade looks way too good for me to not be in it, but I appreciate you though. I appreciate you guys looking out by saying get out of that Apple short, get out of that Apple short. It did look scary for quite a bit, but my idea, my thesis of the market not taking out the high a day, I'm gonna continue holding on to my short on Apple and I'll continue trading the QQQ. Sadly though, my fat finger allowed me to get, or my fat finger took me out of the trade completely, and now we don't have any more size left on QQQ. I know a lot of people say, just get back in, Prad. My brain doesn't work like that. I can't just get back in at a random price when my average was $4 to the north side. So done, trade's done for me. The conversation's closed. I move on from it. Maybe I can think about coming back to it later on. What's that? Check what?
Hood.
Check Robinhood, says our boy Sean. Sir? It's tanking. Wow. Yeah, Robinhood is getting absolutely beat down. Kathy Wood getting woodshedded once again over here. 15% down on the day, which obviously triggers SSR. This market's pulling back straight to my trend line from yesterday, guys. So let me just quickly pull that up over here.
Wow,
not
Tesla.
like trend line matter or anything. Once again, I'll remind you guys. But this line was drawn yesterday off of these moves, I think, right here. I believe off of these moves, yeah. And those moves once again came into play later on, and now we're pulling right to that bottom, expecting somewhat of a break and then bounce off that line, keeping the market still green on the day. We're up 0.3% now instead of 1% on the S&P 500. We're now up only 0.6 on the NASDAQ instead of being up 1.2, 1.9.
Chat saying midterm dump. Yeah, I really don't know about that. There was all day for this midterm dump. And in fact, we actually had quite an aggressive rally earlier in the day. But look at this. Oh, my God. Tesla breaking through that key resistance, that support level that we talked about, that 192.20. Now looking to retrace back closer into VWAP. VWAP currently trading at 191.32. So interesting levels coming up on Tesla here. But Sean mentioning Hood, guys, have a look at this chart on Hood, incrementally moving down. Looks like we had a high of 1172 on the day, but that's a ways away now. We're low at 1015. We're much closer to the lows than we are to the highs and decidedly below VWAP. So if you're looking to short this, look for a possible retracement back up onto a key level here, maybe a 1 or 2 minute green candle, and then maybe reinitiate the short. Try not to chase this one, obviously, because, chasing, it causes problems. So let's see what else is going on here. What's the chat up to? We haven't looked too much at what the chat is saying. Crypto getting destroyed, hearing possible liquidity issues. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so that's what we heard, obviously, about that, about FTX clients not being able to withdraw some of their money. I think it was just for the, hold on, the issue was for the website, or the website is the one that was being sold?
What are you talking about, Willis?
FTX.
Yeah?
So remember there was issues with clients trying to withdraw money from FTX?
Okay.
You heard about that or
No.
Am I making this up? Was FTX having withdrawal issues? They are.
Brando says go to Brando.
Okay, let's go to Brendo at the big desk.
So as a part, guys, of what they were saying today, they actually came out and said liquidity is fine and withdrawals are fine and are being met one-to-one, so there was no issue with that. It was simply the sale of FTX.com, which was in an effort to cover some of these liquidity issues. So withdrawals apparently are fine. It's simply just the website, and it's the non-US website of FTX.com.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, major clarification there. Obviously having some financial issues forcing the sale of the site, but whatever it is, it's moved the crypto market today and looks like it's moving the markets in general after that big dump. We saw the dump start with Bitcoin there right at that, I want to say, 12 o'clock. What time did Bitcoin start dumping? Yeah, around 12 o'clock, 11:30. We start seeing the dump, and then the dump following it now on the futures market around that 1:15 time slot. So we've been dumping for about 15 minutes or so. Let's see what this one does. Tesla retracing a little bit. It came real close to VWAP. 191.45 was where it dipped down to. VWAP's at 191.30. So if you had a resting order sitting around, then you're caking at the moment because you're $1.50 or $1.30 in the money at this point. Nice little retracement here on Tesla. Let's see where the key levels are. There could be a key level at that 193. There is this trough right here as an earlier area of support. Now may act as resistance. Let's see if the buyers or sellers start stepping up at that area, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find where is Sam Bankman's ranking in the 100 richest people of the world. I think the last number was what, 23? 26 or 23. So let's see if we can find him where he is right now. Sam Bankman, he's at 61 now. So big drop over there with obvious move in Bitcoin to the south side, a big drop in his ranking. But obviously, we still got Elon at the top. Shouldn't Elon's number drop now that he's minus 40 billion? It's probably outdated. Yeah, it's probably a little outdated over here. 2022, April 25th is what the numbers are over here coming in. Guys, only 200 likes more left to hit that 3K number, so let's elevate that number a little bit more. Looks like the market is getting ready to bounce off that trend line that I drew, even though the trend lines don't mean anything. It is bouncing off of that. We're going to take more profits over here on Apple because Apple's near the 100-period EMA and near VWAP. So let's take more size out just to protect our profit over here. Apple, the best trade for me today. And guess who's coming back to the north side? It's not Slim Shady, it's Coinbase, baby. Coinbase now in the profit for me. We're only out of the money by 1 penny, 2 pennies, 5 pennies. Oh, we're in the profit. We're out of the money again. But looks like Coinbase is going to hold that $50 area. And now we're watching Coinbase get ready to give us profits once again on the long side. Our average price, $50.98. We're now out of the money 13 cents. Boo-hoo. I'm not upset about it. I do have an order over here to take more size if that comes into play. I would appreciate that because if this market's bouncing right now, I can see Coinbase bouncing with it. Obviously, Coinbase doesn't have to do anything that the market's doing. You might want to watch the Bitcoin market also. So BTC over here, let's pull up the aggregated map of Bitcoin with heat map and so on to see if there's any buyers coming in at some point. We got some good levels over here, 18K. We didn't even manage to go there today, which is perfect. Looks like 19K might have a little bit of a resistance now. This was basically a buying order. We'll have to wait and see if we can get back above 19K. Coinbase flirting with the $50 area at the moment. We're waiting for it to pop back to VWAP so we can capitalize on the move. QQQ bouncing and S&P 500 bouncing.
They're all bouncing. Tesla making a nice bounce back too off that close to VWAP low, right into that 200 period. That's like almost a $2 move like in a few minutes. So hope some people caught that move. Juiced in the chat, sending an 11.99 euro super chat saying, QQQ short coffee for you guys. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hope you're printing money. Pradley, I think, had the Q short today, and he printed off that, so why not you as well? Tesla continuing to make that move. But coin now bouncing off that 50. Did you have that coin short long, Bradley, at 50? Or are you covering short? What are you up to there?
Here or here? Here?
Coin, yeah. Now it's stopped at 50.
That was a
curling
short.
back
Here's
up.
the long.
There's a long. So
Yeah,
now
yeah.
you reinitiated
Yeah.
long. Yeah,
Right.
that makes more sense. So now $1 in the money if you got that 50, over $1.20 in the money if you got that long on there. There you go. Bradley's printing money. He's happy about that. Yeah, big claps all in the background here. But coin, guys, still down 10.25% on the day. So careful with going against the trend with this one. Make sure that you got your level scalped, because, you know, it could go bad for you real quick. But I'm seeing here NEO showing up on my scanner. Let's have a look at that. That's doing nothing. Nothing to write home about there. So nothing still in small cap world. We'll have to continue to search and scour these markets for something to trade. But it looks like the big trades right now are the big tech, Tesla, going south with the market, as well as coin. A nice little bounce there off that $50 base. Let's flip to some other stuff we were looking at earlier today. TTW. Oh, my goodness, this one's got no legs. This is like, I think, your best trade I've ever seen you do.
I've
Are
had
you still
better
holding?
trades. No, I'm out.
Oh, you're out. Well, that was an excellent out, because it looked like there was going to be some support here at VWAP at that 95.40, but that was not to be.
At VWAP?
Yeah, right there. There was a bit of a bounce off VWAP here, and then
I got out of the double bottom.
the double bottom, so that's like right here?
Like 94.
Yeah, okay, 94. There's no double bottom.
Right
at
here,
94.
on the 5-minute chart.
On the 5 minute. Okay, let me
Yeah.
zoom out. Yeah, there you go. So you're basically out at the lowest point of the day, almost the lowest point of the day.
Yeah.
So a hell of a move there for Bradley. This one, I had this one to the long side twice. It worked out for me, but this is the trade that I missed. This long trade here. He took the double top at the top and rode it short all the way down. What was that, like a $4 winner?
Yeah.
That's a big boy winner.
Yeah, $4 winner, $4 per share. Now back to being 13%, 14% down on the day's take two. I guess part of me wishes I held some, but you know, I'm not gonna cry about it. The trade setup worked exactly like I planned it. I only have one negative stock on the day today. That's gonna be DoorDash. But even DoorDash would have worked out if I just held it a little bit more. But it wasn't part of the plan, right? Obviously, hindsight's 20/20. It wasn't part of the plan to hold DoorDash 20 cents against my stop, which I already did. So I punched out for it. I realized I'm breaking my rules. I'm breaking my setup. Hopefully, oh yeah, Arun's not here, so that's perfect, because if he heard that I said I was breaking my rules, there would have been a slipper flying across the room at the moment. So very happy that he's not here to listen in on that. But yeah, DoorDash also would have been a winner. And currently, DoorDash is up 6.66%. It's been like a few days since we saw that number come into play. But there we go. Once again, 6.66 comes into play on DoorDash. And Coinbase was out of the money 50 cents just a few moments ago. Now we're in the money 14 cents. We're waiting for the market to pop. We're also waiting for Bitcoin to pop up a little bit so we can help us over here on the Coinbase long, which is on SSR. So that size at 50 should hold, which it did hold, and now we're at 51. Now I'm expecting, or at least I want some size to come in on the bids over here to prop the stock up a little bit more. We keep dipping under 51 slightly, but I'm not worried about it because the market is showing us green candles on the 5-minute. Looks like we want to go up to the north side over here. How old is Prad? I'm 28 years old, guys. Lunch and I was in the super money. Not sure what that meant, but hopefully super money means super profits. And as long as that's exactly what it means, let's go, baby. We're making those profits over here. Let's actually show you a trade from your boy Sean himself. Sean got the short on Robinhood. This chart looks a little small, but what's that? No, my chart that I'm showing over here looks a little small, but that because I have to download the picture. I don't want to download the picture. But if you guys see it right here, shorted the 1050 area, and then multiple outs to the downside, quickly scalping all those profits on the move to the south side on Robinhood. Kathy Wood's not going to come to an interview if you keep doing this, Sean.
Kathy Wood, yeah, she's got a lot of explaining to do this here, but you know, she'll make you feel that she knows exactly what she's doing and that you're the kind of like the outcast for not seeing it her way. But hey, all the power to her. She was a rock star a couple of years ago. Maybe she'll end up being one again, and this will all pan out going her way. Who knows? Want to mention a super chat here, Clayton Bruin. I'm not sure how to say it. I hope I didn't butcher your last name, but Clayton said he made 22%. You okay? Made 22% and now 26% on TTWO puts. So you gave him that call, and he's sending you a $5 super chat saying thanks once again. So your TTWO call continues to pay you both on the charts and through the super chats, baby. But look at this. We're continuing to make new lows now, down 14.5% on the day. Now we're printing 92.75. It's a bit spready at the moment. So don't try to scalp this one because you can get cut up just based on the spread, about a 10-cent spread at the moment. Sometimes I see it at 8. But this one, if you're holding and you're holding for a while for the longer range, you're printing, baby. And especially that break of the 96.50 area, that was a key level of support here. Based upon this trough, that broke right through, and now it's heading even more to the south side. Let's look at what Big Tech is up to at the moment. The stronger of the bunch, I'd say it would have to be Tesla, decidedly above VWAP here, where the other guys are either just slightly above it or lagging below. So Tesla, the strongest of the bunch at the moment. It was the weakest of the bunch earlier, but now that seems to have changed. Looking at Hood, that trade that Sean had going, it's still continuing to head south, but a bit of a retracement upward off that 10.15 low. Looks like we retraced back up to that 10.38, 10.39, maybe even 10.40 level, but now we're since pulling back into that mid 10.20s. So maybe some more downside action to be had on Hood. What's the chat up to at the moment? She's only, I guess this is a comment about Kathy Wood. She's only decent in a bull market. In this market, her risk on picks get smoked. Yeah, not a bad characterization of it. That's very true, especially with some of the growth names that she's been investing into. You know, the growth at all costs ends up burning through a lot of cash, and cash is really important during these tougher times where cash becomes much more expensive, probably. So, yeah, her strategy not paying off at the moment.
I'm just watching the market over here to see what it wants to do. We're at the 100-period EMA, and that trend line that I was talking about earlier, we did get a nice little bounce off that on the QQQs and on the S&P 500. But the question is, do we stay green over here on the market, or do we turn red? As the elections are coming in later on today, we expect the market to move around closer to the end of the election. What does it get announced, like 6:30 to 8 o'clock-ish? Could be a long time, but anytime after 6:30, yeah? So anytime after 6:30, we're looking at the markets for futures, overnight markets, to see if there's any volume coming in. And trust me on this, I will be watching those market moves. I don't think I'll be trading it, but I'll be watching it. I'll be mapping out the levels off of those levels to see if tomorrow we'll get any trading opportunities off of those levels going into trading tomorrow. So after 8 p.m. says M Stone. Yeah, so anywhere from 6:30 to 8 o'clock, we'll see how late it'll end up being. We'll look for those trades coming into play on the futures side for both NASDAQ, S&P 500, and even the Dow Jones and so on. Currently, Coinbase figuring out if it wants to go up or not, so we're 18 cents out of the money. Like I said, though, that trade setup is pretty clean for me. Until 50 breaks, I have no problem with it. We're just sitting back, relaxing, watching the market move around. Slightly out of the money on that Coinbase trade, though, but that's fine. My area has to be lined by 8 p.m. to vote. Okay. What a day. Yeah, Load. What a crazy day today for sure, my friend. It's been a monster, beautiful day today without fail. This market never fails to show us opportunities. Even yesterday, even though the market was a little boring and putting us to sleep, there were still tons of opportunities to look for. And there today were tons of opportunities again. Apple, which was supposed to be my worst trade of the day because I kept averaging into a loser, actually ended up being my best trade of the day. So very happy with that one. Coinbase right now slightly profitable. Let's see if Coinbase can actually launch to the north side for myself.
Yeah, despite this retracement that we had here on the futures, we're still positive on the day, up like 25, almost 25 points here on the MES. So, relatively speaking, it's still a stronger day, even though we've had this momentary pullback here. Let's see if we reclaim VWAP here on the MES at that 38, 37 area to the high side. Let's see if we continue to stay above it and we can retrace back closer to high of days or not. But at the moment, I'm still looking short for the major. Oh, wow. Tesla is moving here. Sorry to digress, but Tesla has got some legs, and it's not moving in conjunction with the market. It is really relatively strong. Let's have a look at this. Okay. So it looks like we're getting back to that 195 area that we rejected off earlier. I wonder what this is going to do this time around, because look at this flat top here. We broke it a couple of times, but sellers were quick to step in and push the stock back down. In fact, we had an almost $4 retracement back into that 191 area on Tesla. So I really want to see how this one's going to act at 195, if this is going to be worth riding it through. I mean, I don't see anything corresponding here on the futures. Tesla's moving independently here, Bradley. I don't know what's going on. Let's see what else is going on everywhere else. Other big tech stocks not doing much. Just that TTWO trade continuing to print to the downside. We're about to touch 92. Let's see if we can
Shut up.
Yeah, can you believe it? We're about to touch 92 on TTWO.
I'm such a bad trader.
You're a really good trader for having that call. You're not going to get top wick and
Nah, I have
Sean
to. I
hitting
have
that
to,
fill.
or it's a useless of a day. Like, if it's not painted candles, top wick and bottom wick, and then was it even worth it? Like, why am I sitting here wasting my day
Yes,
then?
it is worth it, because you're like a $4 winner. So I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
I like to paint candles, okay? That's all I'm trying to do over here.
Tesla, guys, super strong. Go ahead.
We got a message coming in. A guy left a message and said, James Hancock, I live in Brighton, UK, up 1,500 on the day. Love you guys and thanks for the channel. Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Monster winners for monster traders in the chat, and we're very happy for everyone out there. Let's quickly go to some super chats for today. Looks like we covered most of them. This one, Sony moving into the chip game, vehicle chips for TM. Okay, that trade might have been a little played out at 9 a.m. Thank you, Larry Summers, for the $2 super chat. Hi, traders. Where did Arun get his Batman shirt? Somewhere on the internet, most likely. Arun's not here at the moment. Maybe when he's back later on for the close, you'll be able to ask him. He's behind me? Yeah. Oh, he is behind me. Well, he's busy talking to someone at the moment. Well, I don't want to interrupt him. We covered those. Good work, Pratty Daddy, says Stong Journal. Thank you for the $2 super chat, my friend. Appreciate that. Super Freeze, thank you very much for your time. Like always, you're a really nice guy, my friend. You know, 25 euros for your question and 25 euros for the thank you messages. We appreciate all the love and support. All that money goes into, you know, making this production value better and helping the viewers any way possible in terms of, you know, just better mics, better graphics and so on, about which we actually have more graphics coming in very soon. So that's very exciting. I'm looking forward for the Free Fall Friday animation whenever that comes in, although Free Fall Fridays have kind of been dead recently. Coinbase was 35 cents in the money, but now we're only 20 cents in the money. Still waiting for the market to pop to take Coinbase. Absolutely moon rocket for me. Give me multiple dollars per share profits. I'm expecting closer to VWAP, maybe $53. That would give us about the $2 winner.
Got into an Amazon short here. I'm seeing the market didn't really hold VWAP to the high side, so I already took out quarter of the position here. I'm short 89.99, so I'll cut like a few pennies in the money. I'll give this one probably to the mid 80s before I start taking profits again. But the market flipping and flopping between above and below VWAP here, so let's see what this one does. I'm currently out of the money, about 10 pennies on this one, but thankfully with only half the size. Let's see what else is going on here. I'm running out of things to talk about.
You know, say Tesla.
Tesla. Why?
Why you put the Z in there?
Because that's how you say it. It's not like, just because there's an S, it's not said Tesla. It's Tesla.
It's Nikola Tesla.
Tesla, the way I say it.
It's Nikola Tesla, bro.
Tesla.
It's Nikola Tesla.
Tesla.
There's no Z in there.
There's a Tesla.
Hey, this is
like
go. This is solar.
This
is solar and polar again, all over. This is Tesla with the S.
I don't think that it's exactly the same. I think maybe it's just
Nikola Tesla. It's named after him. The company's named after the genius scientific guy.
Yeah, why
Nikola
can't it
Tesla.
be said Tesla? Why does it have to be an S instead of a Z?
That's his name, bro.
But how do you know that's how it was said? Were you around when he was alive?
Yeah, me and him are homies. We went to the bar back in the day. I'm a time traveler, bro. Come on, I'm a time traveler. You don't get a name like Praxedamus without being a time traveler. Come on.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I'm just comfortable saying it this way. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, still working on that Amazon short here. I feel like it's the weakest of the bunch, and that's why I chose to go short this one. I felt that the market was going to bounce off that VWAP back to the downside, perhaps to push new lows, but we'll see how that thesis works out. And the reason I chose Amazon, because I felt it was the most relatively weak out of the big six. You could make the case for Microsoft as well. It's retracing now off that 231 high, but Amazon looked like the weaker for me. So Still not short. I'm going to give it to that 90-30 level. And if it breaks above this area of consolidation here, then I'll be out of Amazon Prad.
Someone in the chat, Zordon, saying it's Leviosa, not Leviosa. I don't know if you know where that one's from. It's
no
from
idea.
the Harry Potter series,
Okay.
where the kid's like correcting another kid in terms of the spell to use and so on. So yeah, I found that funny. That's hilarious. Brad, Google how Elon says it. Yeah, Elon's from like, what, 15 different countries, though, so he has an accent. We're talking about the company that's named after a human, so I'm going to go with the human's pronunciation of the name for the company. That's how I'm going to go about it. But then again, you guys know my pronunciation is about 90% inaccurate with Solar Bear and Polar Bear and so on. So, yeah, you know, if you want to listen to me, then you listen to me. If you don't want to listen to me, then you don't listen to me. It's that easy. We're coming back to the markets, though, guys. The markets are looking to go back to the south side one more time, as your boy Sharif did one more time. Hey, Drake did make a remix of that song on the new album. Yeah.
Oh.
And I think Sean said that was one of his favorite songs, Circo Loco, where Drake goes one more time. The Rich Flex one's nice too. 21, can you do something for me?
No, that's what you kept saying yesterday. I was like, I had no idea what you were talking about yesterday,
Yeah.
but okay, now I'm catching up to all like this kind of stuff, guys. I've been out of the game for a little bit, but here, I'm like a little bit less than half out of my Amazon position, printing in the low 90s here. So for about 10 penny winners, I'm looking to get some in the 80s. I haven't seen the 80s pop up on the level 2 yet. I'm looking for an 80s print to get some more out. Otherwise, I'm gonna hold off a little bit. The market doesn't look like it wants to pop up again. It's decidedly below VWAP now, and looking to print lower into that. I believe the more recent low, not the day's low, but the more recent low is at 38.24 area. So there we go. Are we going to see some 80s? Come on, let's print some 80s, man, on the tape here. It's giving me like 90s, 91s, and then it'll just pop up into mid 90s. So a bit of a fight between buyers and sellers happening here. Looks like there's some support at that 90 level, Prad.
Right on. A wonderful comment coming in over here. I have to screenshot it and save it for myself. Thank you very much for this comment. T-Trade saying, I'm a member for almost 2 years now, and it's been awesome watching how you just keep getting better and better. Prad,
Nice.
love it. I appreciate it. That's the goal, right? Keep getting better, even if it's by 1% every day. And you know, try to be the best trader Prad I could be in terms of trading, in terms of being a host for you guys too, and in terms of being a friend to my friends, and I was gonna say a boyfriend, but sadly I'm not one, so we're not gonna be a best boyfriend. We
I
can
think you're
be.
gonna skip
We
the
don't have
boyfriend
to.
stage, and after you come back from India in December, it's gonna be like the hubby stage or my fiance stage, and you're gonna be sporting that ring, and you're gonna be showing all the boys your ring, and we're all gonna mock you and stuff like that. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, exactly. But here, we got a couple more comments over here. Here's a request. In Profit asking him to sing anything in Hindi. I'm not going to sing a song in Hindi. Are you crazy? Let's get to 3K likes, then maybe I'll consider it.
Jeez.
But we're not going to just do anything for free. I mean, yeah, we're doing everything for free, but all we want is likes for it. So guys, only 100 more likes. We got 5 minutes left. Let's smack that button. Let's send it to 3K. I'm still saying maybe to sing something in Hindi. I don't know any Hindi songs like that to sing it though. What I'm gonna sing, like way back in the day songs, like Kal Ho Na Ho or something. Like I don't know any Indian songs like that. But wait, we got up to 3K, baby. Let's go. We have a beautiful 3K number. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hitting that. 3K for a Hindi song. I'll sing a lyric. I'll say a lyric out in Punjabi because last time was Hindi. I'll sing one lyric. Aj fir kitte chaliye morni ban ke. Hey, that's the day today. Where are we heading out looking like a beautiful peacock? We're here trading every single day, sitting over here, looking for the opportunities and smacking the market when the opportunities show up, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, the chat lighting up there with comments about your singing, all of which are positive. So that's awesome there. I honestly, I didn't think you were going to do it. But hey, let me ask you quickly. So your native tongue is Hindi?
Telugu.
Telugu. Okay, so how close is that to Hindi?
Nowhere close.
Nowhere.
Nowhere
right?
close.
So you only know Hindi because of popular culture?
Well, in India, you're taught like your native tongue, which is your mother language in that state, and then you're also taught the tongue of the language of the whole country, which is Hindi, and then you have English as a third language.
What?
Yeah, so English, most or high schools or schools in general teach you English as a third language.
Okay.
And your second language will be Hindi, and your first language is your native for that state.
I got you. What a drop on the market. Now making even newer lows, not day lows, but more recent lows. 38.21 is what we wicked down to there. So that was an awesome little short on Amazon. Sadly, I did not hold it all the way to bottom wick, but profitable trade nonetheless for me. It was with full size. So this one I'm pretty happy about. Obviously not very plussed about leaving money on the table. Cactus wants me to look at Cold. Cold is that ETF, right? I remember looking at this before. KOLD is that ETF. It is the ETF for any day now. ProShares Ultra Short. Okay. So this one, fund seeks
I think it's like the gas, right? Natural gas.
Yeah, the Dow Jones Nat Gas Subindex. Okay, so let's have a look at Cold. Over here, we'll switch it from Hood. I haven't really been following energy. I know energy had a good day yesterday. It doesn't look like it's having a good day today. Where are my energy stocks here? The majority are red. So energy, yeah, on the fritz a little bit today. Cold, but this is an inverse ETF. Okay, so this one is basically up because the general energy is down. So with respect to intraday chart, not much to speak about here. I mean, obviously, it just moves with the price of energy prices inversely related. So I'll have to look at the main charts for that. Looking here is just kind of a reflection of what the main charts are doing. But let's look at this on, there was a split here, okay? There was a 1-to-4 split over here. Otherwise, it's kind of been in a downtrend with a bit of a range between that $9 area. I don't want to say the high being that $27, $28 area, but the reason that it's so high is because it's not high resolution. That's what I'm trying to say. This chart is because we used to be up at 275 here. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of this one, to be honest with you. So, good luck with that. I'm not really an ETF trader, nor do I follow energy all that closely. But look, what I do follow is
This market's about to turn
Amazon
red.
Market. We are now 5-6 points away from being red on the day, Prad. Only
Is this
2 minutes
market
left to
really
go.
about to turn red? Without touching 3,900, you're telling me I'm not gonna have the chance to short 3,900 today?
38.67, baby.
That is so upsetting, man. I've been waiting for 3,900 all day. At least we got to capitalize QQQ off that 11,230 number. But looks like this market is actually pulling back quite a bit right now. Now only up 0.18% on the day. We're slightly below that trend line as I was expecting that to happen too. Oops, why did I close that one? I was saying, you know, I want to see the pullback. I want to see it slightly go below that number. Where's my chart? There it is. So we are slightly below it. If we just expand that, look at that. So if you were to draw a new line, it would be somewhere down here. But looks like we are finally at that trend line. We're now getting ready to maybe bounce it and go back to the north side. I'm expecting a move back to 38.50 around VWAP and then probably just reject and die off once again, or just trade sideways around here on the market. Obviously, a lot of expectations. I'm not no fortune teller. I don't know what's happening in the future. As previously mentioned, a time traveler. I'm not one. Oh, guys, it is actually 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It is time for us to send you off to the big kahunas. Neil, Arun, Sean, and Brendo. Thank you for getting us to 3.1K likes. Make sure to hit that like button on the closing show too, because it's a brand new number. Go have fun. See you tomorrow.
See you
Adios.
tomorrow, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, what a day. Wild action, wild swings for both the stock market and obviously crypto markets. We'll talk a little bit about both here coming up, but it has been a very, very positive session. And now, as the guys were saying there, as we were showing, back to basically break even on the day as we head into the final couple hours of the afternoon. Welcome in. If you are joining for the first time, guys, make sure you hit the like and subscribe to the channel as well. We do this for free every single day. It has been pretty impressive.